responsible adult here before you can talk to young fellas like that. He went, you seem to know a lot about the law. I said, I know right. And he went, is that right? And he's walked out at the park. They'd come back, threw a cutthroat on the grass. He went, we just saw you throw that. So they've nicked me. So my dad's come to the law station. And I said, he said, what's going on? I said, they fitted me up. He went, what? I said, they fitted me up, they planted it. He went, policemen don't do that. I said, I'm telling you. My dad says to me, he said, they said, if you go guilty, if you go up the steps, you're going to go all sorts of really care, because a lot of my pals is in there. He said, but if you go guilty, he says, £10 fine with all case, so I'll pay the £10 fine. I went, all right, take it. Took it. Biggest foolish mistake I made in my life, but I took it. Come out, but it's in the newspaper. Get the sack from my job. So I'm sitting there with the boys in the Greek cab, and I thought they was talking about what they was doing. They were doing silly stuff, you know. And I thought, they ain't organised. Now, I've always been an organiser. I can look at something, I can plan it. I've always been a planner. And I thought, this is a business, basically. This is why I always say I was never a gangster, I never wanted to be a gangster. I wanted to run a business. But I think it's the thing about little people. We've got big egos, and my ego's 6'7", and I thought, right, you know, I've got to be the best at it. I can't just be good at it. I want to be better than all the rest. So they went, you're going to come in with us, Bob? I went, yeah, all right, but we do it my way. I said, because there's not enough cake here for all of us, and there was all little gangs, you know, from different manors, and like the Archway, Ivory, and all that. So we've got to go to war. In them days, I thought I was invincible. I thought, I can do anything I want. If someone said, you can't do it,
So you read me,
you can shoot you, you know?
Will only take me to promise you glory.
Believed I was invincible until they backed me up and then.
How many years of crime?
It will be my honor.
Crime or time in jail?
Standing ready.
In crime, well, I was in it from the age of 16, right?
Fear is not. My faith is strong.
So we're talking about 2011. We've got the OB on the New Year's Honours list.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Until 1966.
I am on it.
So work that out.
45 years.
Oh,
You've done me! You've done me! I'm 42 years. I'm 42 years in.
Right, so between us, we've got nearly a ton.
Everyone told you can't do something. You're doing it.
Present and accounted for, sir.
We're under fire! My life, my mum, my dad.
Yes, sir.
I want to get all the other kids out.
We did it!
I put myself in the fire line because I was that kid. So I said, show you that I'm that guy.
Capture was easy. It's my duty to serve. Take it at all costs. It's an honor to serve you. Continuing crime.
I'm a self-inflicted. I want you to be different. I want you to be on the end. I want you to be kind. I want you to be bad games. I want you to be hard. I want you to have a gun. I want you to get shot. I want you to come on and tell what? And that's all we get shot. That was my mindset.
If such is the Emperor's will, it is my duty to serve. Bleed on it, blood blast. Take it at all costs. By the Emperor, you will have it. Take the objective.
Will only take me a moment.
So I invented this.
Initiate as you wish.
Take hits!
Rock salt.
As you wish, so shall it be done. I am on it.
Now it's very obviously fitting the text, but that's their little life savings. You don't. But I don't want
I challenge worthy of my skill.
Capturing not easy. You will have it, will be Sir, yes, sir.
Big Kennedy in the morning.
I am on it.
Shooting one, live one in the other. He went, what's happening? I said, they're going to work. So it comes around. One's under the car, so I walked in. Straight in the office, stuck his head up on his
But you require my skills. The machine spirits are willing.
Do you require the cause? I shall see to it personally, sir. Cover our men.
I used to believe
We'll cover our men, see?
wake up in the morning, put a gun down inside, get out, put the vest on, get in the car, put the gun in the hiding place, drive to pick other people up the gun, drive to go and make money with the gun, take drugs and walk in the good deal.
We'll cover our men. Such is the Emperor's will.
Looking back with retrospect now, right, looking back, I look back at my life,
lunacy.
and I was,
It was absolute lunacy. We was on the opposite. No two ways about it. We was on our rocker. Because we thought it was normal to do. Like we talked a lot about different things for our life. What was your highest point?
It's an honour to serve the Imperium, sir.
ooh, but the highest point, I get to I was going to get financially,
Position
I was going to get 88 million, and I felt this was my life, this was it,
Relocate.
all over, and this is what my life's been all about.
We'll get there as fast as we can. Heavy weapons on the move.
Ready
and willing, sir.
That was the
What would
highest
you have me
moment
do?
of my criminal
I
career.
hear and I
What was your
obey.
highest
Sir, yes, sir.
sort of, what was your
Take the
peak
objective.
moment or
Eager for action,
period?
sir.
Well, as I said to you, I didn't like bullies.
I'd give my life if that's what asked.
Probably a good role, right? The highest point
Awaiting instructions.
I thought, now.
Nothing will get through our field of fire.
I thought,
Heavy weapons on the move. Willing, sir. You called, sir.
that really was
Awaiting instructions.
You called, sir. Present and accounted for, sir.
Awaiting instructions.
Funny you should say that.
By the Emperor, you will have it. Sir, sir, what do we do?
Awaiting instructions.
You will have it. On duty, sir.
I was psychologically prepared for the sentence, for the block, for the Nova mission, for the everything. So I knew I wasn't getting another mission. I knew I was going to get the mission. So I was going to go and I'm getting out on my EDR, so I've got no license.
That's right.
My mindset.
That's right.
Yeah, so I didn't care about the rules and regulations in prison.
By
And I
the
won't
Emperor,
care
you will
about
have it.
the level of time in prison.
Initiating
I didn't care
construction.
because I know I'm making
Such
money in
is the
prison, no matter
Emperor's
what I'm
will.
doing anyway.
What went through my head is when I was in prison, I thought, I ain't doing nothing. I went on, not
You
playing
called,
your
sir.
games. I said, I'm not playing your games. I said, you've played your cards. I said, what are you going to
What
do?
are your
Put me in
orders?
jail? You've got me down
Where's
the
our
bottom.
fires to board?
What can you do? I ain't played my cards.
Me, inspire our men. Sir, yes, sir. You called, sir.
And I went to my patrol.
Do you hear it?
When you go to the off, I take them.
Get ready and willing, sir.
So every day I go,
We'll cover our men. Shall I get started? By the Emperor, you will have it.
Only 10 officers in riot here with a governor and SO and PO open the door.
I hear and I obey. You called, sir.
if you're not
If such is the Emperor's
if you
will.
read the meal, you've got to
By the Emperor,
right.
only while I get started. What
So
are your
what you
orders?
have to do,
Retreat again. Oh, shoot, you cowards. You look at the size of them.
So, that's all after
Tis my duty to serve. What do we do?
comes with it. When you're in
Everything's in
support,
league
you're
action.
stabbed to death in
What
there,
would you
people
have
cut
me
their
do?
wrist, hang themselves in there, Jesus getting boiling water with the salt, the sugar in it, straight over the head. People killed me, so I wouldn't have my hope of stabbing
Retreat again. Shooting sight. Take it at all costs.
What happened was, with the onion,
What would you have me do?
Rocky had got meats and all that.
You called, sir. Follow me, men. It's time for war. With me, inspired on eager for action, sir.
Got all the bits and bobs. It's an onion shop. But what he didn't know, the other guy nicked the onion because they was doing bolognese that night and all. So Rocky's gone out and it was a boxer, Rocky. He could have a rat. Played out, put your phone on.
My mind.
What you do is survive yourself.
Get through our field of fire.
So the widgets in the door, that door opens, people could run
Only
into you
take
while
me.
you're
I went to the cat A jails, right? Basically, they chip a bit of the floor out,
That's right.
then put a bolt
Eager
in the
for
chip,
action, sir.
so when you try to push the door open, it can't open.
On the
Right?
double.
Because if you ain't got that, because in the car jails, they'll come round, I think it's 7.
It is my duty to serve.
Bust all your doors open.
Unlock, yeah.
Unlock. And then they leave the landing. So if you're going to get
As
done
you
in the
wish,
car jail,
so
it's
shall it be
7:30 in the morning, you
Initiate
get the doors open, you come in, they do you while you're kipping. And
You
then
called,
that's
sir.
you're done, yeah? So everyone's got this great I know nothing about it. I know nothing about that. And I'll get
What is it, men?
But Charlie, Samuel Meakin, the guy who shot the guy dead outside.
It will be my
Britain's Park Mosque. There was death bombs from Gaddafi.
Sir, yes, sir.
In Sweden, everyone knew everyone's colour.
Only take me.
You say his name would be... Is there anyone who feels it?
Eager for action, sir.
What was your lowest time?
Eager for action, sir. We did it, sir.
It's that emotional.
You called,
I
sir.
wanted to go out and I wanted to rip someone.
There's too many of them.
It was really
Hustle up.
As you wish, so shall it be
Even
done.
if you had a daughter who died,
You called,
I
sir.
could say I know
pay
because
Take it at all costs.
it's like someone's punched you and put an hole in your chest and ripped you.
Retreat again. I get you start, cowards.
That's when I realised.
Where's our fire support? All right, men. Time to win, sir.
Because I never felt it
You called, sir.
died when she was
On my mark. Standing ready.
I can imagine.
done me for a long time after.
Fear is not.
You know what?
Shall I get started? Eager for action, sir. Shall I get started? On my mark. Eager for action.
The lowest point I ever had in that criminal church. My son
Reporting for duty, sir.
first.
Yeah, yeah. Does ya?
And I've rung up, so let me speak today. So they don't want to speak to you. But like we talking
Sir, yes,
they don't want to
sir.
speak to you. And this is because they said I was
Well,
a
only take
hitman
me
in the
a
paper.
moment.
Yes,
And I'd
yes.
killed loads of
Easy
people and
matter
stuff like
for
that.
one of mine.
Eager for
So
action,
I've got
sir.
on the phone, and you don't want to speak.
Shall I get started?
Get him on the phone, get him on the phone.
You called, sir.
I don't love you. I don't like you.
Target hits!
The phone up. And cried my eyes out for about 2 days.
Catching it was
right,
easy.
And it was
Holding
a turning
it would
point.
be hard.
That was my lowest point. I realised it was worth it for me, and I wanted to
Objective
give it all
call,
up and
What now?
do what I'm doing now. I
I shall
the
not
only...
fail.
See,
Reporting for duty,
yes.
sir.
being a criminal.
It is my duty to serve.
As mad as it
For
sounds,
the glory of the Imperial.
that's the only regret I have.
As you wish,
Is
so shall
being a
it be
criminal.
done.
I
What do you
just wish
rules?
I had a better infrastructure in family and growth when I was a kid.
What do you rules?
When I would go to school, college and university. However, I'm still proud of the person I've become, going through what I went through and achieving what I had.
We did it, sir.
Yeah.
By the Emperor. You will have it.
I mean, on one wrap up, do it all the time up, again, and please go make it.
Require my skill.
And I always like.
We're under fire!
Yeah, I don't got the shit, I know it's going to take it up.
I hear the machine spirit
Just that,
voice.
someone choked their own
But you
body.
require my skill.
And it was an innocent. And
Initiate
I lived that
reconstruction.
for the rest of my life.
Yes, of course I am. You called, sir.
There was
On
one
the double.
incident that I got involved in. I got involved in this.
Dear require.
It escalated into 19 short. But the one incident that I was alleged to be involved in, a guy
You
got
called,
shot.
sir. We did it, sir. I'm taking my
Growing up, and then you know, like divide and conquer.
It is my duty to serve. Eager for action, sir. What would you have me do?
When I walked
Ready and
away
willing,
from
sir. Looks like everything's in order, sir.
what is it? Going the power.
Very
It's the
technique,
infrastructure, the money, it's the resources. One day you get everything. Hundreds of thousands of pounds in product, millions of pounds in network. You've got cash lying about everywhere.
Take
and
the
you just got to go
objective.
and see your money. And then start with that was the scary.
Challenge worthy of my skill.
When you spoke to them, I like to budget. And I wasn't no good at budget. You know, I wanted money, I'd go and take it. You know, I wouldn't know. I had to relearn that whole
How old was you when you had to learn all that?
So that point,
You will have it.
and I had fixation in my head, I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to make it change.
As you
And
wish.
that's why I was driven, I was on television, radio, 24/7. Nearly cost me my marriage, you know, I was there. And I see changing happen, and I thought, now I've got to push it a bit harder.
Objective
You know,
security.
I can't leave the thing I've done. I've got to go right to the end of the game. And I pushed it, and it started off with £6 in my garage, me and my mate Mark, so £6 in my garage. Then it became a national charity, then on Friday, this got to be it live.
What you set up right, with your charity, and your huge charity, and you just really got yourself absolutely inspired me to be the man I am today. Without Bobby, yeah, I couldn't get insured on a car. I couldn't get house insurance. I wouldn't get a job if I never said you and Mark going to fucking Palace and getting that night all around these people. I would never believe I could go straight. Never think I until it's the same. To me, it's the same. You ain't touched by a sword by the queen.
No, I've never let anyone go near me and say, watch it. Do you know how it goes? Gotcha. And I know what's coming in my throat. Let me tell you, if it's in you, you didn't know it was. I know where your heart is, right? And you're diamond, you know, I love you with my heart. Oh, I think you're amazing, right? Thank you, my marvelous. I'll be seeing you very soon.
Shall I get started? We won't let you down, son.
Bob Ross was ever visiting a psychiatrist. He'd be in the trunk of his car by the end of the
It's
week,
no good.
along with
Machine spirit.
Soldier for himself. Standing ready. On my mark. Shall I get started? Shoot.
people have to play little games.
We infiltrated society. The guy on the street, the numbers business, right up to the White House. And you would never see a politician talk to us like that. Because most of them were supporting. I'm wondering if I would never
My mind is too weary to fight on.
the right thing to do.
I know you, Fredo.
Was kissed to death. That was a Sicilian thing, I believe, and certainly something that might have happened in Italy. This is a scene that, you know, that became close to me because I have a brother that actually turned informant, testified against my dad, and actually tried to hurt me and went into the witness protection program. Haven't seen him in 10 years. It's very hard to bear, hard to deal with. Since I walked
It will
away
be
from
my
my
honor. What are your orders?
you know,
You heard the man.
As you wish,
Jump
so shall it be done.
everybody, but just
Ready and willing,
away.
sir.
Contract on my life. The whole bit. Did you ever worry about your family?
What are your orders?
We didn't go after law
I
enforcement.
already
We didn't
know
bother
what
anybody's
you
family.
want.
That was hands
Standing
off.
ready.
In Italy, you know, they go after you.
Fear is
Family,
not.
law
My faith is
enforcement,
strong.
You know, there's no rules when it
Who
comes to
summons
stuff
me?
like that.
A simple task.
I am on it. Initiating construction. It will only take me a moment. A challenge worthy of my
I can tell you
skill.
this scene is not
A
unreal.
challenge worthy of my
You know,
skill.
a Bob run casino.
Sounds easy enough.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Somebody's legs, put him in the hospital. Even though this is left,
Awaiting instructions.
Nothing will get through our field of fire.
We dressed the part. De Niro and Gotti,
Position
and,
confirmed,
even
sir.
myself, we dressed up pretty good. Every weekend, I was at weddings and
My mind
half the time I
fears
didn't
a
know who
Where do you
died or
want us,
who
sir?
died, but we had to go.
We'll get there as fast as present and
We had to
accounted
dress up
for,
quite a bit.
sir.
I probably had 50.
I already know what you want. Our fate is
Sir, yes, sir.
One great piece of ass. Forget about it.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
But in a Cadillac? Forget about it.
And I got to tell you this. This is probably one of the most realistic scenes.
Objective secured. What now?
Every time I say forget about
Where do you want us, sir? Heavy weapons on the move. Opening fire! We'll get there as fast as we can. Ready and willing, sir. We'll get there as fast as we can. I'll get through our fear.
You're an entry in my book. That's all. You're just a guy who owes me money. All right. How about this?
It's number one, it's the perception that this person is a serious guy that can, you know, maybe hurt you. And that intensifies that look. Because I know a lot of times, you know, people said, hey, all you got to do is look at somebody and they get nervous. Travolta, I thought, killed this role. You know, a lot of mob guys, I mean, myself being one of them, got involved in entertainment. Travolta took it to another level, wanting to be.
Ready and willing, sir. Ready and willing. Sir, yes, sir. What are your orders? You shall have your prize.
As you wish, so shall it be done. It will only take me a moment.
You really look like me. I'll be honest with you. I was in the theater. I had just gotten out of prison.
Initiating construction.
I am on it. And after a few minutes, she looked at me and she said, you know, is this really what you guys do?
A challenge worthy of my skill.
No sooner do I say that,
Pull out the instruments. I don't know what I do.
I walked out. I said, why did you do it? It's a different
By my skill.
called chicken head.
By the Emperor. It's so is the Emperor's will.
Do you know what you ask? Very well, but use me wisely.
Nothing. We're through our safety line. Moving to guns ready to fire. Moving to new firing position.
I already know what you want. What you wish.
Significant in the life of
Do you know what you ask? No, you take that.
You know, he was around street guys. He knew guys.
If
on
such is the
street.
Emperor's
He just
will.
had it down so perfectly.
I am honored that you require my skill.
By the Emperor, you will have it. You heard the man. Jump to
My
it.
mind hears the great
We did, sir. Ready and willing, sir. We'll get there as fast as we can.
Especially the feds. I doubt if anybody,
As you
even though
wish,
he was
so
protecting
shall
his
it be
son,
done.
would ever come right out.
A challenge worthy of my skill.
Must be heavily the police that, one of these guys might be
What
guilty.
do you require? Sir, yes, sir.
In
It's an
mob
honor to
terms,
serve the
they're gonna
Imperium,
rat
sir.
snitch, and you pay a price for that.
Executing your orders, sir. Executing your orders, sir. You heard the man. Jump to.
I already know what you want.
By the Emperor, you will have. We're under fire. We'll cover our men.
Everybody
By the
that was in
Emperor,
that
you
life
will have it.
was in that business that had any money.
I am honored that you require my skill.
Objective secured.
Will only
What
take
now?
me a moment.
It's kind of permeated his whole being.
If such is the Emperor's will, you shall have your prize. What are your orders? It is my duty to serve.
What's your path? As you wish, so shall it be done.
Clothing, suits, electronics, cars, whatever. Hijacking those
Will only take me a moment.
Yes, yes. Holding it will be hard.
I am on it. Initiating construction. I am on it.
I'm a little bit jaded when I.
What are your orders? Take the objective,
I know that the
As you wish,
story
so shall
is
it be
fiction.
done.
He didn't kill Hoffa. I didn't know Jimmy.
As you
Hoffa.
wish,
Anybody
so
in
shall
my
it be
time.
done.
But I do have insight into, the what really happened there. He was a hot-headed guy, and he was one of the most powerful. You control the team.
What are your orders?
In a big way, you control the country.
Capturing it was easy. Holding it will be hard.
You call a strike as a teamster, you got 2.5 million people stopping. Nothing gets delivered, everything stops. And
A challenge worthy of my skill.
the Joey Gallo killing, that was, because I know, for a fact what happened there. Like I said, that was, and, I wasn't shooting. Family. For him to be so, outspoken about doing it was just so wrong. I mean, the scene was accurate. I mean, he did get killed in that way. He did get out on the street. They did get him there, and his family was there, the whole thing. But Sheehan wasn't the shooter.
Are in effect the mayor of Chicago. You're not simply being appointed to that position.
I mean, he certainly looked the part. Everybody looks at Capone like he was a 40, 50-year-old guy. He was like 29 years old. He was in his 30s when he passed away, I think. Capone
Sir,
was
yes,
bigger
sir.
than life in the movies. He wasn't bigger than
The
life.
hand of the Emperor guides
Everybody
all.
regarded him. Even my father said, we chased him out of Brooklyn.
It's an honor to serve the Imperium,
My
sir.
father's 103, so he was around.
As you wish,
It
so
will
shall
be
it
my
be
I
honor.
get
done.
asked about all the time.
I am honored that you require my
I will tell you
skills.
this. Murder was taken very seriously.
A challenge worthy of my skill.
So I've been very, very fortunate to be here.
A challenge worthy of my skill.
Just about all of my skills.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
The hand of the
If
Emperor
a mob
guides
boss was
all.
ever visiting a psychiatrist, he'd
Do you know what's your
along with a
task?
psychiatrist. That would never happen.
Reporting for duty, sir. By the Emperor, you will have it.
If a mob boss hit anybody,
Those damn tech priests.
no way. Especially
Quick and fast,
if he
just
did,
the way we like it.
believe
Standing by. Orders received and
raise your hand
understood.
to the guy, you're dead.
I am honored that you require my
Reporting
skill.
for duty, sir.
So David
Take the
Case gets in
objective.
touch with me through a friend of mine, Jack Gelati at IC. Look, I'm doing this series for Fox, and we want you to be involved as a... I said, all this
Big
stuff,
guns
and
ready
so
to
I turned
fire.
it down.
For the glory of the Imperium, I shall not
I
fail.
always wondered
I
why
hear the machine spirit's
my
voice.
house
We're under
back
fire!
in the 60s when it was being
Order the engine.
By the Emperor, you will have it. Objective secure. What would you say? Hold it. I can't be held. What do we do? If such is the Emperor's will.
And he patterned that woman.
By the Emperor, you will have
my
it.
mother. And I said,
What do we do? Let me rule. Sir, yes, sir.
on a hot summer day in Harlem.
It will only take me a moment.
Sir, what do we do?
I mean, you know, that's not true.
Initiating construction.
So everything's in order, sir. The glory of the Imperial. It is my duty to serve. Keep information. Objective secure. You will have it. We did it, sir. Sir, yes, sir.
And he just walked up to me and he just went,
Take the objective.
I am on it. Initiating
But they
construction.
broke our backs.
just
Yes, of course I'll help.
I am on it.
childhood.
Taking hits! Sir, what do we do? By the Emperor, you will taking hits!
I am on it. This naval peace should get us there.
Sir, yes, sir. You heard the man. Jump to! Let's ride. Wait, such is the Emperor's will.
Why have we got to go?
On your orders, hey!
I used to go shopping with my mum and I used to put clothes on, put jackets on. My mum used to say, wait outside with this, like, look, fill up the bag. You know what they're doing. I just thought everyone done this shoplifting.
Charge the enemy!
So I've been caught shoplifting by a store detective. They took me home. And basically when we come home, the man's knocked on the door, he said, I've been caught with some shoplifting. We don't want to do it again, we're phones the police. My dad's punched me in the face, dragged me in the house. The geezer's even gone, oh mate, calm down. And I remember him saying, calm down. My dad's then got rid of the store detective, and then he's dragged me down the f***ing
I already know what you want. I am on it.
They will quake at my shadow.
Burnt my hand. And I'm
It will
thinking,
only take me a
I
moment.
love you love me.
Initiating
Why are you burning my hand?
construction.
Why are you doing that? Why, Dad,
challenge
please,
worthy
please,
of my
head, I'm
skill.
sleeping. Usually I'm sleeping. Please don't keep burning. I can smell it.
A challenge worthy of my skill.
And then the thing with the bell made me heat two massive
My mind feels a great pain.
I went in
You will have it. Imperial Guard, it is my duty to serve. Sir, it is my duty to serve. Let's see by all of us. Too much for us.
That was at 8 years of age. I never understood why I got all the beats. I never understood any of it all my life, and I just grew up with a real deep hatred towards anything and everything. to that wall, like a mound of weed, a little stack of ash, and then they'd be sitting there, putting in £5 drawers.
Standing ready.
Loads of strips.
It's an honour to serve the Imperium, sir.
And they put them in little packs, and then the packs will go into black bags, and then basically what I used to nick them all, right? Because they go, they never listen. When they turn
I promise you glory my skill.
Because I have an argument. My dad's come back to my mum. He knows it. I know
A
it's
challenge
you.
worthy
It's got
of
to
my
be you.
skill.
It's got to be you. And I'm beating
A
my mum.
challenge worthy of my skill.
With, I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 of my mates. But this part that my mum's getting beaten for, we're all selling.
Very well.
Do you know what I mean? We're
Do you
all
read me wisely?
Who summons me?
Come on, man, let's stop him.
Who
summons me?
Mark, it's your dad. I was like, so what? He's beating my mum.
Sir, yes, present and accounted for, sir. Is that the best you've got? They will await at my shadow. Heavy weapons on the move. Present and accounted for, sir. Keep in
in my dad's face, mate, in front of his mates. He said, for what? I said, just let him know he can't come back to my house, bruv. I'll fucking blow his head off, mate. And they're like, Marv, you're mad, mate. You're like, everyone's trying to talk me out of this stuff. Like, everyone's always trying to talk me out. And I'm like, nah, I don't give a fuck, bruv. Yeah? I've run him out of the house. He can't come back now. He needs to know I'm the man of this house now. Come and let's go. So we got in the car, drove over there, walked in, and I was just my dad's sitting around the table. I we went, right, son. Just come there, that thing. I said, no, I'm not fucking alright, Dad. I'm not alright. Yeah? I said, I will be alright once you stop coming to my fucking house, though. He's like, what are you talking about? I said, you got to stop coming to my house. Do you understand me? And one of his mates has started, like, I don't know whether
Ready and willing,
it's
sir.
a joke or not, but he's made it. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said something to my dad, and I said, see you
take it at
say
all
what you want, blow
costs.
your fucking lips off.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Quiet.
Initiating construction. Initiating construction.
Present and accounted for, sir.
You require my skill.
And that was it.
A challenge worthy of my skill.
Becoming a man.
It is my duty to serve.
So you
Present
read
and
me
accounted
now.
for, sir. Take the objective. By the Emperor, you will have it. Executing your orders, sir.
We've had a little bit of conflict.
You shall have your prize.
So someone's bought a couple of these off one of me mates. These
We'll cover our men.
Geese have gone out and took their
Position
buzzers,
confirmed,
got
sir.
enough.
I hear the
They've come
machine
back to their money
spirit's
back.
voice.
By the Emperor, you will have it.
It was like, there was a bit trippy.
By the Emperor, you will have it.
The trippy pills.
I am honoured that you require my skill.
My mate's driving tell he got beat up. So I'm driving down Haverstock Hill. And on the right-hand hand,
Sir,
right-hand
yes,
side of
sir.
Haverstock Hill, there used to
I
be
hear the
was a
machine
theatre now,
spirit's
it's
voice.
The Roundhouse Theatre. I'm driving past, I've seen an old friend.
You shall have your prize.
Marv, all them lot are in there. How many?
Standing ready.
7 or 8. I said, sweet. I'll be back in a minute. Run to the phone box, run my mate. He's
By the Emperor, objectives you will have it. What now?
flew around his house and said, right,
You shall
where's
have
the
your
ammonia?
prize.
He's got a bottle of ammonia. Big blade.
The hand of the Emperor guides all.
Let's go. I've got one skinny little mate and one.
What are your
skinny
orders?
little mate.
I already know what you
When
want.
we've gone in this the roundup, I've located
Objective secure, yes. What now?
7 or 8 in the back corner.
Nothing will get through our field of fire. Setting objective secured. What now?
When
I am
you're
honored
there,
that you require my
this used to mean
skills.
that's sweet.
I am on it.
That sign there.
Of course.
Capturing it was easy. Holding
sweet
will be
with
hard.
is on top.
A challenge worthy of my skills.
What
do you require?
Give us the choices.
By the Ready and willing, we've won. We'll get there as fast as we cover our men. We did it, sir.
Doing them all
Heavy weapons on the
with
move.
ammonia. Once you've done them with ammonia, I'll
Do
put them
you
on the
know
floor.
what you
Inspire our men. If such is the Emperor's will, it is my duty to serve.
Girls come in and just done all the main ones.
If such is the Emperor's will,
Right? Then we ask them.
Sir, yes,
you want to
sir.
end it? You want to end it? No, please, 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 please. It's done, yeah? It's done. It's done. Now we've done the firm. We've done a lot of it, mate. We've done them all.
You
We've
have
done them
chosen
all on the floor.
wisely.
Times are like they're done.
As you wish.
And now we're
So
fucking
do
ready
you
to go.
know
Man and that.
what you ask?
it is my duty to
Been under
serve.
investigation, I think, for
What are your orders? You shall have enough to get through our field of fire.
I already know what you want.
What would you have me
7
do?
or 8
It
shooting.
will only take me a moment.
Maybe
6 minutes until taking hold victory.
I am on it.
been
I
under
am honored that you require my skills.
for years.
I am honored
Yes.
that you require my skills.
I got arrested for lots. I got punished for lots.
You have chosen wisely. By the
When I was
Emperor,
30.
we've won. The Emperor, not them.
When you start doing, drugs, it's unreal.
I am on it.
It's unreal.
Initiating
We'll
construction.
cover our men. Nothing will get through our field of fire. Objective secured. What now, my shadow? Capturing it was easy. Holding it will be hard. Sir, yes, sir. You shall have your prize. If such is the Emperor's will.
Damage you. So your closest friends will rob you. They'll set you up to get robbed. They'll set you up to get killed. I mean, I know 3 major gangs.
5 minutes until taking hold victory.
Killed their partner.
A challenge worthy of my
West London,
skill.
they're famous for
By the Emperor, you will have it.
their parties, and everybody knows what it is.
Executing your orders, sir.
But they're famous for it. They've done it in North London as well, and West London. And they've
It's
done
an
it
honour to
right
serve
out
the
there
Imperium,
to
sir.
take their bids. Do you know what I'm saying? So you're not safe even by the people you grow with.
As you wish, so shall it be
I
done.
used to have a driver who used to drive me
Initiating
back.
construction.
Drop me off, pick me up, drive me away.
A challenge worthy of my skill. It only take me
If I
a
make money,
moment.
my driver will get a percentage of what I made just for being there and driving me around. Drive around
You called, sir. Is that the best you've got? Anything for the Imperium. You called, sir.
I said, no, I'm alright for watching a minute. So my driver said, I want one. Can I get one? So my mate said, is he alright? I said, yeah, he's sweet as a nut. I pay his wages. Get him whatever he wants. Monday's come, he's been giving his money. I naturally assume he's gone and paid my mate for the watch, going about business. A couple of things have happened. About a month later, my mate's rung me up and said, hello Marv, what's happening, son? I said, I'm alright, mate, you? He said, yeah. He said, I'm a little bit disappointed, Marv. I said, why is that? He said, I was just wondering if you're going to be paying for that watch anytime soon. What, ain't he paid for that? Cheeky c***. Hello, mate? Listen, you need to go around and pay for that watch, mate. Otherwise I'll punch your f***ing head in, you little p***. Go and pay for the watch. What's the matter with you? What you think, because we're not having it, you think you can not pay for the watch? Go and pay for the watch, I'll punch your f***ing head in, you little p***. He said, what's it got to do with you? What? What do you mean, you cheeky c***? It's my pal's watch. Take it back, otherwise I'm going to punch your f***ing head in. He said, it's got nothing to do with you. Why are you getting involved? I said, right, you little c***. Where are you? Where are you? He said, I'm down Port Benoose. I said, I'll be down in a minute. So I've jumped in the mower, and the ironic thing about it, I had a 357 Magnum on me. I took it out, said to my nephew, hold on to that, I'll be back in a minute. He said, where are you going? I said, down the port, I've got to slap this f***ing head in. So I've jumped in the mower, flew down there. As I pulled up, got out of the car, he's not there. So I've seen his mate. I said, where's your pal? He said, we ain't here, mate. I said, I know he ain't f***ing here. Where is he? He's going to be back in a minute. So I've naturally assumed he's gone to get a tool. Sweet, not a problem. I think I'll sit down and wait with you then. I said, you know what this little mug's all about? I said, because he owes me money. Did he tell you he owes me money? He said, well, no, he never. What for? I said, for a fucking watch, mate. He said, do you know what, mate? Why don't you go home and I'll bring him up to the gym tomorrow? I said, no, because if he's going to get a fucking tool, he can use it when he comes back, the mug. Right? He said, no, go. And I said, no, that. If he's got a tool, he's got to use it when he comes back, and I'll punch his fucking head in. With that, in comes Mark. So he's come walking up, so I've seen him, I've jumped up. I said, come on then, let's go, mate. Right? And he's like, he showed me a gun. I was like, what on earth are you going to do with that? So now I've walked away from him. I've seen the gun, so I've turned around now. In my head, I've just got to get close enough to grab the gun off him because I didn't believe he would shoot me. I just believed he would wave it about, scream and shout, maybe try pistol whip me or do something. So I thought, as long as I can get close to him, I can grab hold of it and I'll just smash his f***ing head in and shoot the right. So I'm thinking, get close to him. As I got, I'd say 2 or 3 arms away from him, he's pulled the gun out. So I'm looking him in the eyes. So I'm just walking towards him. I said, mate, if you've come to use it, do what you come to do, bruv. Yeah? And I didn't think he'd do it. I thought I was maybe 3 steps away from grabbing the gun. And I took 2 steps and he shot me in this leg. And as he shot me in this leg, it just disintegrated. And I've hit the deck. And then basically, when he's hit me in the leg, I thought, you fucking mug. Obviously, you're angry. You fucking do your job, you mug. And he's walked over me, he's done me again. And then he's done me again. And it was after the 3rd shot that I thought to myself, do you know what? Keep your mouth shut, son. Keep your mouth shut. Say nothing. And then I actually thought he was going to walk off. And I see him look at me. And he had a thought. And now I know what the thought was. He said, this is going to kill me. I've got to kill him. And he just walked up to me and he just went, bang, bang, straight in the head. But the first one, as my head's gone back, I thought, oh my God, this just shot me in the face. I can't believe it. I'm going to die. And I thought, how come I can still hear something? And I've opened my eye and I thought, wow. And I've seen the barrel of the gun and I thought, what the f***? And then I'll just see the bullet coming towards me. And that's when I've heard the bang. And I was like, oh my God, this no way can he kill me. I'm 2 weeks old. He's got his belly button pierced. He's got his nipple pierced. He's got his tongue pierced. How the f*** can I get killed by this? Bang. And then I've heard footsteps running off and I was like, gone like that. My knob is just splattered all over my pants, like my leg. Like there was no blood, like in blood, but it was just all fleshy. Like everything was just flesh open. And I was like, wow. For some reason, I thought I was going to go into shock. So I'm breathing. I'm on the phone. Right, listen, silly he's done me, you know. I don't know how many times he's done me, mate. Because when a gun fires, it makes 2 boom, 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 boom for 1 shot. So I said, I don't know how many times you shot me. He shot me a few times, mate. I don't know. He said, but he shot me in my face. I can't feel my face. I don't know how many times he shot me, mate. So there's 1 bullet hole there, and then once right in the eye. And the inside of my eye, you can see, I've still got my retina, and I've still got my optic nerve, and you can see it all moving at the back, because the bullet stopped halfway through my eye, and they don't know what stopped it. And it flattened, flat as a pancake. So I mean, my femoral artery got punctured in 3 places. I never bled. They told me I'll never walk again. First, I actually thought I was dead. And then I've heard someone say, Marvin, is that you? And I literally, please believe me, I literally thought I was in heaven. And I thought, no, I'll try to ring an ambulance. What's happened? I said, I've been shot. Okay, where? I said, right, I got twice, or once in the leg, once in my groin, once in my arm, and twice in my head. Silence. Hung up. Hello. I'd done this 3 times before the police had to ring them back. I'm saying, no, it's true.
You had all the threats, but what was the thing that made you go straight?
A lot of my youngsters, right, I used to groom them so they made money for me. If I paid 15 grand for something, but I could sell it for 30 grand in this country, then I'd give it to my youngsters for 17,000. So the transport gets paid, the storage gets paid, and then they make the money. I don't make the money. Do you understand? But they've got to return the money to buy the product. Right, so this kid, he's getting his money, but he owes hundreds of thousands of pounds. And I'm thinking, how? How can he owe this much money? Like, it don't make sense. It was as simple as this little taking a piss, shoot him. Simple. Right, listen, do me a favour. I need you to go and light someone up for me. Where? Well, I don't want him dead, just do his legs. Nothing above the waist. 4 or 5. Sweet, not a problem. Where's he from? Kentish Town. Shut up. Do me a favour, please. Make sure you find out who he is before you do anything. Ping, 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 ping. Hello, mate, what's happening? Oh, you never guess what. What's that? You see that fella, yeah? What fella? The geezer you've asked me to find? Yeah. He's only best mates with your son, your Dane. I was like, what? What the f***? He said, yeah, he's pals with him, you know. I was like, damn. So I rang my son, do you know this fella? He said, yeah. I said, can you get me his number? He said, yeah. So I rang him up. I said, right, you need to come and see me, G. Come and see me. I said, look, no disrespect, G, but that money you owe, yeah? Like, I don't know no money. I said, yes, you do. He said, no, I don't. I went, ping, 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 ping. I said, yes, you do. And it's me. And he's like, I said, right, I'm going to do you a favour. I said, because I can't do this no more. I said, I'm hurting and damaging and killing youngsters, mate. It can't happen. So I'm going to give you an opportunity, yeah? I'm coming off the road today, right now. I'm coming off. I'm not doing this graft no more at all. If you don't want to pay me back that money, yeah, come off the road with me today. If you want to pay me back, then I'm going to sell that debt to somebody that you won't like. And they won't be as lenient with me, and they will hurt you. And he said, well, what am I going to do? I said, I don't know what you're going to do. I said, but I'm coming off the road today and I'm going to the gym for the next 6 months and I guarantee something else will turn around. He's gone off. He's developed a music platform, recording studio, record label. Now he's got 4 or 5 artists under him, turning over just £100 million a year. Do you understand? I'm an advocate against crime, a mentor, peer mentor, motivational speaker, personal trainer, personal coach, and life coach. Yeah, that was the turning point into what we do. And now I go into schools, colleges and prisons, and I just sort of ask the kids, for what? What are you doing? Why are you doing it? Where's your role? Where's your game? Where's your goal? Like, what's your objective?
You've turned your life around now. You've gone. You're trying to help people and all this.
No, I'm not trying to help people.
You are
I'm helping everybody. Like, I'm helping everybody I come into contact with. And there's no trying. I do what I do.
Do you look back on your life of crime and regret it?
See, I do and I don't, right? Because I regret the choices that I made, and I regret the loyalty that I give. I regret sacrificing for so many scumbags, because the thing that these youngsters have got to understand is, all these people that tell you they love you, yeah? I love you cuz fam, they don't fucking love you. That's the thing. And when you get older, you'll realise, but the one thing I regret is supporting, loving and sacrificing for the scumbag, grooming, shitbags. Because that's all they are, shitbag, grooming, nonsense. Like, how the could you give a 14-year-old kid a gun? Like, what the fuck? Like, I get angry with these fuckers. You know what I'm saying to like, you just think, I take accountability for what I've done, because I wanted to be the baddest villain on the planet. When I walked anywhere, people said, do you know who that is? That's my... And when I turned round, people put their heads down. Do you know what I mean? That was my buzz. I was so egotistical, and no matter how hard you was, but if they ever owed me money, even they'd tell you, I'd f*** them up. You know?
Do you regret the hurt and the pain that
I suffered others, made others suffer, yeah. Because this is the irony of that, right? Now, I regret everything I'd done, even shooting some people. After I'd done it, I'd be like, damn, that was a liberty. They didn't even deserve that. F*** it. They chose this life. That's the life. That's the life. It's the life. So I always put everything down. I always felt bad. I felt bad. Look, people out there that are watching this now know, yeah? You know I've apologised to you. You know I've come to your house. You know I've begged forgiveness of you. Yeah, you know this. Because every single person I've done something to, I've gone back to them and said, look, I never meant to do that. Even one of the worst, the last shooting I was investigated for, I've actually spoke to the kid that was involved in the shooting and tried to rectify the relationship and rebuild from a different place as 2 different people. He was very forgiving, and it was nice. And I said, look, I've really got to apologise, mate. He said, mate, we was all f***ing lunatics back then, bruv. He said, come on, mate, if I'd have got you, I'd have got you, mate. He said, you just got me first, bruv. And I was like, nah, you don't know this and you don't know. He said, it don't f***ing matter, mate. We was all lunatics, we was all wild. You cop for me, they cop for me, this happened, that happened, what the f***? He said, well, how do you feel about the geezer that shot you? I said, I feel sorry for him, mate. He said, but that's how I feel. So don't drive yourself mad. So I mean, 'cause I actually feel sorry for the kid that shot me because he'll never be at peace, thinking I'm coming for him, you know.
But you're happy. You don't want to get into it. It's like you're in a happy place.
Mate, listen. I'm happy when I get mail, right? I'm happy that I'm registered at a house. I'm happy that I get mail. I'm happy that I pay taxes. I'm happy that I'm going to leave here, get in my car, and I'm going to drive, and I don't have to worry about blue lights. When I hear a siren, I don't even look anymore. Do you understand? Like, I'm free, and there is no better feeling on this planet than being free.
That lad wasn't on that wing very long. He went to the gym one day, someone found out what he'd done, I remember the lad, and he hit him with a dumbbell in the face. He went to hospital, and I never saw him again.
In 1975, I actually took an oath with 5 other gentlemen, became a sworn made member of the family. And just to show you how fortunate I am, the 5 guys that I took the oath with, they were all murdered later on, every one of them. None of them survived. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and my dad, John Francis, they called him Sonny, that was kind of his nickname, was a very high-profile figure in the Colombo crime family. He was kind of like the John Gotti of his day. I'm sure many people have heard of John. My dad was just very, very high-profile, major target of law enforcement. You know, throughout the 1960s, he was indicted, charged with, various crimes, went to trial several times. So I dealt with all of that, during my younger age. At times getting flack in school from kids because my dad was, all over the newspaper. Your dad's a mafia dad, so I'd fight in the schoolyard, stuff like that. But, inside the house, my dad tried to keep us as a family as best he possibly could. And, but that's how it was.
Do you feel like with your dad, you were in a certain way preconditioned for the crime?
My dad originally wanted me to go to school and be a doctor. That was his desire for me, and I had no desire to be in that life. But when he got he was convicted in a very serious crime. He got a 50-year prison sentence, and he went off to do his time when he was 50 years old in 1970. I was a pre-med student at Hofstra University in New York. And my dad said he was innocent. He said, I'm innocent of this crime. I'm not a bank robber. He allegedly masterminded the bank robberies. But he told me he was innocent. And, with a 50-year sentence, he would die in prison at
4 minutes until taking whole victory.
I lost interest in school. My family back then.
You cold, sir. Anything for the Imperial.
Going to school if you don't help your
Emperor. Not then.
So that really impacted me, and I went to see my dad in the visiting room. And that's when he wanted to propose me.
It would only take me a moment.
Can you tell me how the initiation happened? Is it true that there is actually a special Italian ceremony for that?
Yeah, when you get, first of all, somebody has to sponsor you or propose you into that lifestyle. You just can't
go
up
to somebody that's part
of the life and say, hey, I'd like to join. You can't do that. Somebody has to
you
have what it takes.
Shall I report him for duty, sir?
As you wish.
And I was 21 years old. And then you go through like a pledge period where you have to prove yourself.
Shall I get started?
For me, that lasted
3 minutes until taking whole victory.
I had to do whatever I was told to do to prove myself worthy. It could have been something very menial. There's a lot of discipline.
Shall I get started?
lot of
Fire support!
And it could have been
Looks
something
like
very
everything's in
serious,
order,
you
son.
know. I never shy away from this. That life at times is very violent.
You called, son. What would you have me do?
The mafia
As
Cosa
you
Nostra in
wish.
America
I
survived and
obey
prospered
without
for
question. Shall I
over
get
100
started?
years under some very
Double time!
law enforcement and
You
other
called,
things
sir.
going on. And the reason they did that was because of the organization.
Shall I get started? I'll give my life if that's what I asked.
Violated the policies and the rules. There was one boss for the family, and he had an underboss, which was the second in command.
Will only take me a moment.
By the we're under fire! We've won!
It was like a
Inspire our men!
cop regimes
I
of
obey
captains, and
without
they're kind
question.
of the street bosses.
2 minutes until taking hold victory.
President accounted for, son. If such is the Emperor's will.
As a soldier, and you can move
It's an
up
honor
or
to serve
stay a
the
soldier
Imperial,
all the
sir.
time. You know, it depends upon your individual circumstance.
You called,
So
son.
after about 2.5 years or so, I proved myself worthy.
I am on it.
In 1975,
An easy matter for one of my
with 5
skills.
other gentlemen, became
Sir, yes,
one
sir.
member of the family.
Looks like everything's in order,
To
son.
show you how fortunate I am, the 5 guys that I took.
Shall
to life
I
with,
get
they were all
started?
murdered later on, every one of them. None of them survived.
From the Emperor's mouth to my ears, son.
You've mentioned
So
several times
one,
the term
two,
made
one,
man.
two. Yes,
Can you
sir.
explain what that means?
Yeah, you know, you're.
You heard
that's
the man.
term.
Jump
You're
to.
a made guy after you take.
By the
oath,
Emperor.
after
You
go
will
through
have
the
it.
Recruit period, and you've earned it, so to speak. Then you take an oath.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Once you take that oath, you're a made guy. That's what they say. You got trained.
1 minute until taking hold victory.
You know, on the street to be take that oath.
It will only take me a moment.
Perks that come with it, but there's also consequences if you make a mistake.
A challenge worthy of my skill.
Part of a brotherhood.
Initiating construction.
Listen, wherever you go in the world, people will have your back.
Where's our father? Can I say so? What are your orders? It's an honor to serve the Imperium, sir.
30 seconds until taking hold victory.
Nothing more powerful than this.
Shall I get
I
started?
got your back, you got my back.
I'd give my life if that's
A lot
what
of
I
guys
asked.
born in, you know, on the street in Brooklyn, Chicago, things like that. They look
As
up
you
to
wish, so shall it be done.
the Cosa Nostra Mafia. It's appealing to them.
Eager for action, son. Anything for the Imperium. Anything for the Imperium. So up. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Benefit me in business, and I was very aggressive on the street. I was kind of entrepreneurial, so you know, in the United States, we had tremendous control right into the White House. We had politicians that worked with us. We controlled all the unions in America, all the major unions. When you have union control and political connections, you control a lot. We had about 750 made guys that actually took the oath. We had a lot of associates, but 750 guys. And we controlled, you know, quite a bit of business and other things that went on in the New York area, New Jersey, you know, up and down the East Coast. And across the country, there were actually 9 families in various cities. So it was, again...
Nothing will get through our field of fire.
What would you say?
You heard the man. Jump
highest
to.
point of view?
You heard the man.
You know,
Jump to.
Will only take me
I
a
developed
moment.
a scheme to...
A challenge worthy of my skill.
And, you know, it was probably...
A challenge worthy of my skill.
Deals that
Initiating construction.
It was a tremendous amount of money. At the height of my operation, I ran it for almost 8 years. We were bringing in $8 to $10 million a year into our operation. And it was very lucrative.
The hand
As
of
a
the
result
Emperor
of
guides
that,
all.
I was appointed a cop regime or captain, which is
We'll
very
cover our
powerful
men.
position. Had a
I
number of
hear the machines
Russian
give.
mafia, my partners in that scheme. We were up and down the
We're
East
under
Coast,
fire. What are your orders?
You know, from New York all the way down
Big
to
guns,
Florida,
ready to fire.
selling gas. We were selling $500 million.
Moving to new fire position.
It was a big operation.
I won't know what to get him.
Is it
I
true that you
hear
were
only
the
take
highest
me a
citizen,
voice. Initiating construction.
Well, you know, the media,
I am on it.
Vanity Fair, I think, wrote an article that said that I was the highest earner in that life since the days of Al Capone.
I already know what you want.
I don't go around measuring people's...
Only on the edge.
We'll have it. orders?
I never got involved in that.
Ready and willing, sir. Flee! Moving to new firing position. Big guns ready to fire. Nothing will get through our field of fire. Reporting for duty. Sending you want us. It's such as the Emperor's will. You shall have your prize. Standing ready. It is my duty to serve. The glory of the Imperial.
But it also, you know, maybe a major part of the
Standing ready. Sir, yes, sir.
law enforcement all over me, so it started.
Objective security. It is my duty to serve. Here they come! For the glory of the Imperial.
And kill machines
It's such as the Emperor's will. It's an honor to serve the Imperial. God, they broke up. It's my duty to serve. Trust. Nothing will get through our fingers. Standing ready. We did it, sir. Where do you want us, sir? What are your orders?
More or less robotic.
That's right. You're jump through. For the glory of the Imperial. It's an honor to serve the Imperial. Size the ball. Size the ball. Eager for action, son.
Yeah, I mean, it was over money. You know, there was an article that came out that
Big guns ready to fire.
powerful enough to break away from.
Moving to the firing, sir. We'll get there as fast as we can. Ready to fire.
$1 billion. There was no truth to the article.
Where do you want us, sir?
and kill machines I will ease a machine's pain.
By the Emperor, you will have it. It's an honor to serve the Imperial. Guns ready to fire. It's such as the Emperor's will. For every one of us who falls, executing your orders, sir.
Guys, so people
This
get
able
ideas.
beast
In
should
that
get
life,
us
it's
there.
all about maintaining power and control.
I shall not fail.
To that. So they kind of, you know, walk
Prepare the constitution ready for duty, sir.
following orders, control. And it was a scary situation because, you know, people were thinking I was making more money than I was turning in and stuff like that. But once I got into the room and that was fine, and I was, you know, I got a little bit upset because I said, hey, I'm bringing more money in than you guys have ever seen before, and I'm being held accountable like this. And I started to get a little angry, and then I realized I'm talking to the boss. You don't get angry with the boss, you know. I said, I'm going to walk out of here. I'd better keep my composure. But I was mad. You know, after the fear, when I got into the room, then I got angry. But kept my cool, as usual, and walked out of the room. But it was an impression that was made on me, and I didn't like it. You know, I said, this is not what this should be about. Because I was loyal to the family. I mean, I was doing the right thing, and you know, you don't want to be held accountable when you're doing the right thing.
What was the plan that got you imprisoned?
Run! It is my duty to serve. Standing ready. Understood. Sure, yes, sir. Fires the by the Emperor. You will have it.
Dismissed in every case. I beat them all. And then I was indicted in the state of Florida on a racketeering case.
Ready and willing, sir.
Take
Two federal
I am on
cases. One brought on.
This
We'll
new
let you
beast
down,
should get
sir.
us there.
You
require my skill.
Run!
But I finally another racketeering case, and mainly gasoline case, so I took a screw it. I knew eventually I was going to go down.
I am on it.
I was too big a name. I was too big a target. And unfortunately, in New York, when these racketeering laws
These
came in,
repairs may
they got
require some
convicted
time.
racketeers. These guys that were getting 50 years.
I shall not kneel. For the glory of the Imperial, it is my duty to serve.
So I tried to cut my
Who summons me? A simple task, perhaps.
If such is the Emperor's will,
They will quake at my shadow.
God that broke our backs. If such is the Emperor's will, we go. If such is the Emperor's will, it's an honor to serve the Imperium, sir.
I am on it.
As part of my forfeiture.
God that broke our
Way to cut my losses, do some time in prison, give the government some money, marry this new young girl, move out to California and try to get away from the life. So that was kind of the plan. I personally lost between legal fees, money that I surrendered to the government, close to $100,000. Listen, I tell everybody all the time, you get involved with the government, believe me, even if you win the case, it's going to cost you so much money in lost revenue, in money to legal fees to defend yourself.
Standing ready.
If you do happen to go to prison, the losses that you take, through that time, it cost me.
You heard the man. Jump two.
So the FBI, the federal government, they tried to make a cooperating witness out of me. They really wanted me to cooperate.
You heard the man.
Away from
Jump
the life,
two.
there was a contract on my life from my boss because you're not allowed to do that. People were upset with me on the street. My father even was.
And I promise you glory. I am on it.
They came into the prison and they said, you're a dead man anyway.
A challenge worthy of my skill.
But I didn't want to do that. I wasn't looking to hurt anybody. I wasn't mad at anybody.
A challenge worthy of my
They didn't take no
skill.
for an answer, so they kind of moved me around to different prisons, letting me get too comfortable.
They will quake at my
I spent
shadow.
2.5 years, actually 29 months and 7 days.
Say no more, my lord.
solitary.
I am on it.
That's
A
6
challenge
days.
worthy of my
They
skill.
kept me in solitary
Who summons me?
for quite some time, so they gave me a rough time.
If that is your
What
wish.
does it feel like to be in solitary?
Standing ready.
I
Solitary is difficult. I learned through that experience, we weren't meant to
Will only
be
take
solo
me
people.
a
We were
moment.
meant to be social.
It will only take me a
When the
moment.
lights went out at night, you heard a lot
A
of
challenge
moaning.
worthy
A lot
of my
guys did not do
skill.
well, and I understood it.
It will be my
For
honor.
me, it was difficult, no doubt.
Reporting for duty, sir.
I became a person of faith through that experience, and that
They
helped
will
me.
quake at my
I had a
shadow.
very
We're under
strong
fire!
determination
In position to
in my life,
strike.
and-
If such is the Emperor's will,
And I fought my
take
way
it in. And more will take his place. It is my duty to serve, sir.
difficult
I already know it.
So something down the line has to be
It's no good. We can hold them.
My brain feels a great pain.
You walk away from that life and you stay in New York, I wouldn't have lasted, no doubt. But I had to rebuild myself under some difficult conditions. I still had people on the street upset with me. People were trying to come after me. So I had to be mindful of that. And then I was like a fish out of water for a while. I never really had a job. The last job I had was when I was 16 years old, working in high school in the summer. So I always worked for myself. I always had to get things going on my own. So I have to come out in LA and now start a whole new life. So it was difficult.
What are your orders? Where do you want us, sir?
But again, I'm a
You heard the man.
determined guy.
Jump
I'm very
two.
resourceful,
I am on it.
and I have a head for business. So we got started. It took a
A
while.
challenge worthy of my skill.
I got on my feet. And again, I was fortunate.
A challenge worthy of my skill.
That started with me. It was nothing I ever envisioned.
Initiating construction. A challenge worthy of my skill.
I do a lot of work with juvenile delinquents, gangbangers. I spent a lot
We'll
of time
cover our
teaching
men.
A lot of kids coming into the system at a young age.
I assume
Standing
command.
ready.
Mafia Cosa Nostra is the biggest gang in the world, and to some degree we work. When I speak to them, I speak from experience. I have credibility.
I hear
Many
the
of them
machine
listen. They
spirit's
really do,
voice.
and I think we were able to save
Will
a lot
only
of
take
lives, and
me a
redirect a
moment.
lot of lives.
Initiating
as a result
construction.
of that. I
I
tell
am
them
on
it's
it.
important who you were accountable
Yes,
to.
yes, of course
When
I'll
I was
help.
on the street, I was accountable to my oath, I was accountable to my
I
boss.
already know what
As a
you
result, I
want.
spent every day in criminal activity.
Reporting for duty, sir.
They will quake at my shadow.
Created the environment that these young people go into. It's tough. It's tough to navigate. And we gotta help
He
these
summons
guys.
me.
Try to do my part.
One strike is all
When you
I
look
need.
back at everything you've been through,
Look out! Here it comes! Ready and willing, sir. Ready and willing, sir. My mind is here at the great pain.
Regret now.
Standing ready. Big guns ready to fire. Watch your Watch your Where do you want us, sir? Ready and willing, sir. Heavy weapons on the move. Heavy weapons on the move. Nothing to do for it. Ready to fire. Sir, yes, sir.
You know, the horrible thing
You
is
shall
I
have your
speak to
prize.
so many men when I go
If
into
such
prison
is the
to have a
Emperor's
prison
will.
ministry.
I am on
They're in
it.
their 50s and 60s,
I am on
and
it.
they look back and they
It is my duty to serve.
20 years later.
It is my duty to serve. What are your orders? It's an honor to serve the Imperial,
I said,
sir.
I want one chamber, one buckshot, two of the wet salt, and the other one with the normal buckshot. Yeah, I'm not missing that.
Guns ready to fire. We've won. Nothing will get through our field of fire. Oh no! Watch your What are your orders? Take it at all costs!
I had a jumper on at the time, and I had little
I am on
holes
it.
when I fell into the water. The water was so hot that it melted my my jumper off.
What are your orders?
When she ripped my jumper off,
Take it at all costs! I am on it.
I was in hospital for a long
A
period of time.
challenge worthy
I
of
gave
my
a skin grafts
skill.
from
It will only
removing the
take
skin
me
from my
a
legs.
moment.
Right side of the body. When I came out, why I looked the way I did, why my
It is my duty to serve. Too much for
I'm
us.
no longer going to allow people to bully me.
It will only take me a moment.
In school,
Ready and
the whole class.
What are your orders?
There
It is
was
my
also another
duty to
time
serve.
where I blacked out.
Objective secure code, sir. What now?
Row of windows in my school.
Go, go, go. Duty to serve. Oh no! What is the best you've got? I die for the Emperor! As you wish, so shall it. I see here is fire. We've won, you called, son. By the Emperor, you will have it.
And she presented me to this lady, and my mum said,
What are your orders?
I need help with him.
Take the
Either you
objective.
take him, or I'm going to leave him here.
I am on it.
She picked
That
up
was
the
a
bag,
close one.
and she left the
Initiating
building.
construction. Nothing will get through our field of fire. Big guns ready to fire.
The person that I was turning into. She kicked me out again when I was 13. I was sleeping rough on the street, sleeping on the canal, sleeping in the bush, sleeping under the bridge, trying to find anywhere that I could go. Times I was sleeping in my school uniform, going to school the next day and nobody even knew. Because I masked it. I didn't want anybody to know that I was living like that I was actually suffering, that I was in that position. In my head, the only place that I wanted to be, the only person I wanted to be around was my mum. Even though we were going through those hard times, she was still my mum. The only place that I really wanted to be was at home, in my own bed. I ended up going back home. But it was short-lived. A week later, my mum kicked me back out again. That was the most difficult period of my life. I don't think I've faced anything more difficult than that period. I remember times I was going into the job centre, I'm saying to them,
If such is the Emperor's will,
I need money. They're looking at me, how old are you?
you shall have your prize.
How come you're not in government
If
care?
such is the Emperor's will,
how come you're not in a home? And I'm like, I don't know.
Sir, yes, sir.
Emergency accommodation.
Take it at all costs.
It took the job centre 6 weeks just to decide what money to give, because they told me that was a unique case.
You shall have your
It took them another
prize.
6 weeks just to actually give me the money. So throughout that whole time I was without money, scavenging, as I said, scavenging through bins. Bro, you got a pound? Are you on a pound for what? You need to catch the bus, bro. And actually, in fact, I used to buy, you know, the custard cream biscuits.
It is my duty to serve.
And you know what I used to do? I never used to eat them. I used to crack them open, lick them, stick them back together, put it back in the packet. Because for me, it wasn't the thought of.
I hear the machine's spirit's voice.
So if it ever got to a point but when I was at college, that's when things started.
I am on it.
Downhill, started to spiral out of control again.
The machine's spirits are willing. I hear the machine's spirit's voice. A child worthy of my spirit.
Anger problem that I couldn't control.
By the Emperor,
Now these
you
guys
will
are
have it.
in my flat, chilling, eating.
You
out
shall
my
have
food
your
out of the
prize.
cupboard and my fridge. But now I start to hang out with them even more so. We're in the town
Take the
centre, we're
objective,
walking
present
around
and
all the time.
accounted for,
We get
sir.
into mischief, causing trouble.
By the Emperor, you will have
Eventually, that's how
it.
I
Take the
slowly slipped
objective.
into gang culture, you know.
They will quake at
There
my
was two main
shadow.
gangs in
Standing ready.
like Burger Bar Crew and Johnson.
We did it,
Crew.
sir.
Now these two gangs at that time were probably two of the biggest gangs in the UK, two of the most violent gangs in the UK. So the guys that I knew, maybe their family was quite high up, or their individuals in their family were quite high up, and those were some of the people that I used to hang around with, that I used to roll with. And it was something that I clinged to because I never had it anywhere else. I never had it from family members or anybody else. So I knew that these are the guys that are here for me, you know. I was just a foot soldier, you know. I was just a foot soldier. I wasn't nowhere up in the ranking. But again, I was always putting myself in those situations. I was always putting myself in danger. Led me down the path of having guns and selling drugs and doing crime. I remember the first time I saw someone get stabbed, and it was like, didn't even faze me. Didn't even faze me. At no point did I stand there and think I'm gonna call the police or I need to help this guy. And I remember it was a guy that I was with. He was a friend at the time, and he was fighting this guy. And then all of a sudden, like, I saw it first, and I saw that actually he had a knife and he was stabbing the guy. And I dragged him, dragged him, and he stood up. And then the guy stood up. The guy that he was stabbing stood up. And he stood up and he was beating his chest, and he was like, "You're not gonna kill me, you're not gonna kill me." And a couple of his friends came, put him in the car, and they drove away. And I was stood there like, rah, like, did that just happen? And again, it kind of made me think like, like stabbing people is normal. Like stabbing someone, innit? They're not gonna die, innit? Like I've just watched my man stabbing about 15 times. He ain't dead. I knew right from wrong. I knew what things, or the things that I was doing was bad. I knew that. But I never had no one there to say to me, you know what, Hezron, don't do that, bro. Like, just calm down, or come, let me take you somewhere else and let's do something different. And I'll be honest with you, even though I knew that I was doing wrong, I didn't care. I saw it as nobody cared about me, so why should I care about you? That's how I seen it. And that fueled a lot of the rage inside me when it came to the things that I did. All the little marks on my fingers there, including that one there, it's actually teeth marks. There's been nights I've been sat in my house and I'm taking man's teeth out of my hands with a pair of tweezers. My whole knuckle there is split down the middle. That's why it's so big, split down the middle. Doctors have told me that I'm gonna have severe arthritis in a few years. I'm starting to feel the effects of it now. I had this scar here on my head. I had a piece of glass that big sticking out of my forehead. I got a scar that runs across the top of my lip. I had a fight with 5 guys, and a guy came with a metal bat and hit me in my mouth. My teeth went through my lips, so my lips was inside my mouth and my teeth were protruding from my lips. That was all when I was, 16, 17, 18. All because I thought I was a bad man.
So how bad do things get?
I'm looking up to 10 years in prison for a robbery charge. My own friends were sat in the dock at Crown Court testifying against me, telling the court, I don't know him. Never met him before. Never seen him before. And these were guys that I was chilling with, hanging out with. I was the only one that was found guilty because the evidence stacked up against me. And I remember I went for my pre-sentencing report at probation and I met this black woman. I remember, man, first I literally stepped through the door. As I stepped through the door, this woman looked at me and she just went, not another black man. That was the first thing she said to me when I stepped through the door. I'm thinking, who is this woman? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm thinking, who is this woman? Number one. And number two, who is she talking to like that? Like, what's going on? And she looks at me and she says, tell me what happened. Tell me what you did. I looked at her and I said, nah, I ain't no snitch. I ain't telling you what I did. She's like, snitch. She's like, little man, let me tell you something. You can't even be a snitch. She went, your friends have already snitched on you anyway. You're the one that's been found guilty. You're the one looking at prison time. And I'm the person that can help you. And I sat there and I told her what I did. Told her my involvement. Told her about my upbringing, my lifestyle. And she looked at me, she was like, if you go to prison, your life's gonna spiral out of control even more. I left that place thinking this woman was chatting rubbish. I was thinking, I don't know what this woman's talking about. I'm going to prison. That's what I'm still thinking in my head. I end up going to my sentencing, and in my heart's beating. Constant. I'm thinking I'm going to prison for 10 years. But don't get twisted, on the outside I was cool, calm, collected, sat there like normal. The judge comes in, Mr. Brown, stand up. I stand up. And when I stand up, she looks at me and she goes, I was going to sentence you to prison today. I don't know what you did or who you spoke to, but your pre-sentencing report was glowing. And when she said that, all that I could think about was the woman at probation. All I could think about was what that woman had said to me when she was saying, Hezron, leave it with me. You know when you just think about your life and it just comes back and you just realise that all the things that you've been through in life has brought you to the place that you are now. Sorry, let me do that again.
So what happened next?
So, instead, the judge gave me a 2-year suspended sentence, 280 hours of community service, and a hefty fine. And a couple of days later, I was sat in my flat with a friend of mine. And I just looked at him and I had this epiphany and I said, you know, why are we actually doing this? And he looked at me and he said, we're repping the ends, Hez. Repping the postcode, innit? He looked at me and said, Hezron, you're not going to change. I said, what? He said, you're not going to change. You're not going to change from being the person that you are. I looked at him and I said, yeah. Man didn't have that faith in me like I had the faith. But I didn't need him to have faith in me because I knew what steps I wanted to take. I tried to get a job. Little success. Reason why is because I never had no skills. I ended up volunteering for the British Heart Foundation. Volunteered with them for a while. I went then and started doing courses. I done things like customer service skills, employability, I done health and safety, I done first aid, I done my IT, I done IT up to level 3, I done a parenting course. Don't know why I'm doing a parenting course, I ain't got no kids. I then got involved with the Prince's Trust, and I'd done a Get Started with Theatre programme. The Prince's Trust got wind of it, and they were like, who is this guy that's gone from being a thug, gone from being a gangster, to now being an actor at the Birmingham Rep Theatre? Like, who is he? I ended up having a meeting with the Prince's Trust, and I became an ambassador for them, going around the country, telling people about my lived experience, about my journey. And I remember the first time I did it, I had the whole year group come up to me at the front and was just high-fiving me, giving me firm, saying, yo, sir, I can relate to you. Sir, I'm currently going through the same thing. Can you help me? Can you offer me advice? And I started to think to myself, like, wow, when I was saying that the young people are the ones that need to hear my story, it was true. And then last year, I got a phone call by the Prince's Trust, and they were like, Hezron, do you mind coming down to Scotland? I was like, oh yeah, like what for? They were like, oh, we want you to tell your story, we're gonna film it. We went around with a film crew, and they were filming me, telling my story around this beautiful mansion. And we got into a room, I sat down, and one of the cameramen looked at me and said, oh, I think you should stand up. I said, why? He went, no, just trust me, stand up. And as I stood up, Prince Charles walked through the door. And when he walked through the door, I was taken back. And I just couldn't stop crying, man. I was bawling again. I said, oh, I thought I was here to tell my story. He said, no. He said, the reason why you are here is because you've won the Pride of Britain award. That same person that was looking at 10 years in prison was now standing there next to Prince Charles with him telling me that I was the Pride of Britain. It was an amazing moment. It was an amazing moment.
What do you see as being a real turning point for you?
When I went to probation, when I went for my pre-sentencing report, the woman that I met, she could relate to what I was going through. And she knew that by sending me to prison, that was going to make me worse rather than make things better. I don't know how she was so sure, but she was. So all I got to do is just be thankful. I mean, listen, till this day I've been trying to find this woman just so I can say to her, look at what I've become. That day when you seen me, if you would have just made a different decision on that day, if you would have looked at me and thought, actually, you know what, you deserve to go to prison, I probably wouldn't be sitting here now. Obviously, I speak to a lot of councils now, and when they hear my story and what I've been through, they say to me, oh, Hezron, you was just one of those people that slipped through the net. Well, then even now I think to myself, how many people have slipped through the net? How many young people are out there right now in an emergency accommodation with no support, no guidance, no one around them? Yeah. And I think that, again, that's why I do what I do now, to try and offer that support to them, to try and mentor people that are in those positions, because for those ones that have slipped through the net, at least someone is there to offer that support. People will always be quick to tell you, nah, you're not going to achieve that. Nah, you're not going to amount to that. Nah, that's not going to work for you. It's not about where you are, it's about where you're heading. And as long as you keep that within your brain, you'll always win. You'll always win. You'll always win.
Ten Chinese authorities came to home. They really big and fat guys came to my home, and they arrested me in front of my 5-year-old child. My heart is just beat. And I know that is if I arrested and sent back to North Korea, I just execute or prison camp.
Frank was sitting in the motor. He was my driver, old Frank. He went, what's going on? I said, tomorrow, I said, at 7 o'clock in the morning, go and get Kennedy. That was my sign-off shotgun. It was named after President Kennedy. I said, I want one chamber, one buckshot filled with rock salt, and the other one with the normal buckshot in, all right? Yeah, I'm not messing about with these people. They're dangerous. I'm going to shoot them. People called me a gangster. I didn't like it. One guy called me a gangster, so I stuck a gun in his mouth and educated him that I weren't a gangster. And I said, look, I'm a businessman, and my business is crime.
Tell me about your childhood.
Well, my family was all straight goers. I was the one who corrupted them all because they'd never seen so much money as I was earning. So they was all straight goers. My dad was a builder. My mum was a stay-at-home mum, like she had 8 kids. I was the baby, so I got spoiled. And I went to good schools, I went to grammar. And 2 bent old Bill from Stoke Newton, I was walking through a park, a couple of my old school friends, one of them let off a starting pistol, so the 2 coppers come in. And they started getting heavy with them, and I went, "Oh, you can't do that." I said, "You've got to have a responsible adult there." He went, "What, are you, a lawyer?" I said, "No, but I know my rights." And he went, "Okay," walked out, they come back, threw a razor on the floor, cutthroat, and he went, "We're nicking you, but that come out your pocket." I went, "What are you talking about?" So they nicked me, took me to Stoke Newington. He said, "They said if you plead guilty, it'll be a 10 bob fine. If you don't plead guilty and you go up the steps," he said, "you're going to get a box for that." So I'd done guilty. When I've gone back to work, of course they've read it in the newspaper, I lost my job. And with a criminal record, it was very hard to get another job. So what opened up to me, I thought, if you're going to make me a bad guy, I'll show you how bad I can be.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what was the first thing you did?
We was bashing people up for money. And they said, this guy owes us 500 quid. Well, in them days, the average man was earning 12 quid a week, so 500 quid's a lot of dough. And they would give you 10%. So I thought, that sounds good to me, it's a good bit of business, So I'd go out and bash them up, because they took a liberty anyway, they'd try to rob the geezer, turned him over. So I didn't mind tuning them up. And I got my bit of money. And then I thought about it, I thought, I'm taking all the risk and you're earning all the dough. And I don't need you. I now know how it works. They educated me, worst thing they done. Someone said to me, do you want to come on an armed robbery? I went, yeah, all right. I'm only sort of like 16, 17. And I had the gun. And we were at a post office van. And it had nothing in it. They told me it was so I made a right mug of myself. I don't mind admitting it, I really messed it up. And we went up the Old Bailey, and I got a senior detention centre for 6 months. Very brutal places in them days, it would be done there for child abuse, And I see them beating kids up, and it brought out an anger in me. And when I come out, my dad was waiting, bless him. He went, "No more guns and all that." I went, no. I said, "Leave it to me." And when I got out, I put my own firm together then. And they were all hungry, they all had criminal records.
Tell me about your firm then, what were you called?
They just used to call us the chaps, the chaps are about. And I always dressed nice. And I come out and I thought to myself, right, there's business to be done here. So I noticed that there was a lot of Chinese Indian shops opened up. So I had the bricks put through their window for 2 times. Then I went into them and I said, "Look, we can stop this happening for you, It's not nice." I said, "People sitting down here trying to have a Chinese or an Indian, and a brick comes through and it's from side, it ain't going to come back. But we can stop it happening for you, yeah? And if you get a problem, you can phone us and I'll come and sort the problem." And I'd already had the reputation then for carrying a shooter, so we started up the business, the insurance business. Some people call it extortion, but it was an insurance business. Then we had a bit of gang warfare.
Who was that with?
All the little firms, because there weren't enough money for all of us, so I wanted it all for us. The cake weren't big enough to, why have a little slice when you can have a big slice, It was just business sense. I didn't hate them, I didn't dislike them, good luck to them, but don't step on my toes, because I want it all.
What would happen if they kind of came onto your territory?
Well, they did, and I fired guns at them, and then they realised not to mess with me. So it was cool, but it got to bad, really bad stage. I got done for a bank robbery. I got not guilty on that, but then I think the police targeted me. They knew I was bang at it. They used to come in the pub, and I'd be sitting there because in them days I didn't drink. I drank a bit of lemon, And they used to walk in and go, "Hello, Mr. Cummins." So I used to go, "Hello," because, being polite. And they used to say, "We'll get you. We're watching you. We're going to get you. We're going to put you away for 30 years. Because this was about the time that the Crays and the Richardsons was going away for 30 years, and like train robbers. So they're talking big numbers now. Where before, you used to get 5 or 6, but now you're talking double figures, which is a serious bit of work, It got to a stage where it became ridiculous. Like if someone got cut, or shot, is Bobby Cummins' that firm done it. If they caught a cold, it'd be me who give it to them. If there was a car accident, I arranged it. You know, it got really ridiculous.
Kind of made you graduate from the kind of racketeering and that stuff to more of the violent crime?
Well, the thing is, I mean, we was coming up against violent people. There was other gangs, you know, who wanted what we got. And no way they're going to have it. I mean, at one stage, I'm sitting in the pub, all my pals having a drink because they were drunk, and Tony Greek come in to me. He said, you know the fish and chip shop where your mum and dad goes? I went, yeah. He said, well, they're in bits. He said, like, a couple of Turkish guys got their daughter on heroin and trying to get her out on the game. And I went, do what? He said, yeah. And I know this family, they're hard working people, you know, they're in that fish and chip shop from dinner time, working through the night time, you know, covered in grease, and they're nice people. He said, and they know about you, they've heard about you, and they want to talk to you, make it go away. I said, okay. So I go up and see him, and he had this biscuit tin, bless him. And he opened up the biscuit tin, he had rolls of notes in it. He said, Bobby, he said, you know, he's crying, his wife's crying, and I felt bad, you know. And he said, you know, these people, terrible people, you know, told me what they'd... He said, and we don't want a problem, we work people. He said, we, you know... I said, don't worry, I'll make it go away. So he gave me the biscuit tin, and it was their savings. And I don't take money off of them, I'm going to nick it off of people who really got it. So I said, no. I said, what you do, if we come in here, we get fish and chips free, and if my mum and dad come up here, you give them their fish and chips free, okay? I said, and that's the price. He went, no, take them all. I went, no, I don't want your money. So I've come out, and Frank was sitting in the motor. He was my driver, old Frank. He went, what's going on? I said, tomorrow, I said, at 7 o'clock in the morning, I said, bring the car round. So he said, what are we going to do? I said, we'll go and get Kennedy. That was my sawn-off shotgun. It was named after President Kennedy, because my birthday's 23rd November, and he got shot on the 22nd, so I named the gun Kennedy. I said, and I want one chamber, one buckshot filled with rock salt, and the other one with the normal buckshot in, all right? Yeah, I'm not messing about with these people, they're dangerous, I'm going to shoot them. So we go round to this lockup, and they had this, like in them days, they had these little lockups, you know, under the arches and all that sort of thing, or in little back alleys. And they had a car business there they was doing. So I got out the motor, got the sawn off, one's under the car, I walked in and I shot him through the leg with the rock salt. He was screaming, but rock salt was good because it melted away and left no forensic. You know, when the blood hit it, it melted away, that's why I used it. I walked straight into the office, I threw my coat back, pulled out the sawn off, and I went, I'll blow your f***ing head off. I went, how about that? I said, if you ain't off the manor in 24 hours, I'm going to blow your brains out.
What does it feel like to shoot someone?
Well, I weren't shooting in my head, right, because they used to say, how they do it, so you don't feel bad about it. They'd say, we've got a rat. So they humanise them, they're not a person anymore, they're a rat. So what I'm shooting is vermin. So I had no problem with that. And they was doing bad things to people, you know, terrible things. And so they knew the name of the game when they was doing it, so they knew the rules. If you're a rat and you roll over, you get shot or killed. So it didn't matter to me in them days. I didn't. If you started thinking when you're going to shoot someone, you start thinking about wives, kids, grandmothers and all that, you couldn't do it. So you've got to dehumanise them so that they're just an object to be targeted, and you target them and you do it. And you watch them, because you don't want to be talking to one of their pals if you're going to shoot them, in case it went back to them, and they'd be on guard and it'd be harder to do. So you'd have to stalk them for a little while, know their whereabouts, what they're doing, where they go, who they talk with, you know. And then you'd find a place, you isolate them and you shoot them then. It's like anything, whether you're shooting them, cutting them. Once you've done one, half a dozen ain't too many. Because if you live with that, you become hardened. And that's why it's very hard for you to show love and emotion, that sort of thing, because you've got to bring the shutters down. Because if you don't, you'd go insane. Or you put one in your own mouth, you know. It's like an evolving thing. You go from one step to the next step and it gets more violent, more aggression. And in the end, it don't matter, because you're only doing rodents anyway. You know, you're doing rats. There's three people you can't do in this world, yeah? You can never do if you're a villain. And that's a straight goer, yeah? It's the media, and Old Bill. You've got to be a lunatic if you shoot Old Bill, because they're never going to give up on you. You shoot the media, it's all over the papers, and you're not going to earn no money. It's not profitable. You know, and this is where people got me wrong. They, you know, that guy called me a gangster. I found it really offensive, you know? To me, everything was business. It didn't matter whether I liked you or didn't like you. If someone said to me, there's X amount of pounds, we're in on shot in the leg, I'm going to look at it and think, right, if I shoot him and I get caught, I'm going to do this much jail. If I'm clever and I don't get caught, that's my money for shooting. So it's not as glamorous as people think. you're watching people around you. You're totally paranoid because you don't know if someone's going to pick up the phone and grass you up to the old bill. So you're watching your own type of people. You're watching the lunatic who thinks, well, if I shoot him, I'll get a good reputation. So you're in the crowd. You're the celebrity in the crowd, but you're the loneliest person in the world because you don't know who the enemy is around you. You're always watching, and it's not a nice place to be.
You were sentenced to manslaughter. Do you
Yeah.
want to talk to us a little bit about what happened there?
That was a bad one. You know, that's the only thing I've got on my conscience that I have to live with. That is the hardest thing I have to live with. Someone chokes on a gag on a bit of work, you know, and they choked on their vomit. And
Do you want to explain what that is?
it's a bad place for me, you know. Like we've done 100 times. You tie them up, you gag them, yeah? You go, the police come, untie them, boom. You make sure you've got your smother on so no one knows who you are. You know, I used to wear a crash helmet, blacked out visor, and so no one knows who you are. If I could undo that one, just that one, that would be the only thing in my life I would undo. It should never have happened, you know. If I'd have shot them or something like that, yeah, but, you know, on a gag and they choke on their vomit, I mean, it wasn't a nice thing, and I have to live with that, you know. And even to this day, I have to live with it. I've done an innocent, and you don't do that in my world. You don't do innocence. And no, that one I feel terrible about. But when I go to church, because I'm Catholic, I believe in that sort of thing, I always light a candle for that person. Like I do my mum and dad and my daughter who died, you know. I light candles for them. It's a respect thing, and I say a prayer for them, you know.
Why do you think the death of that victim at your hands has caused you so much kind of mental pain?
Because it should never have happened. I was prided myself on good work, clean work, you know. I was out there to earn money. I wasn't there to hurt people. If I had to hurt them, that was because they put themselves in a position where they had to go, you know. It's the same, you know. When I was doing villains, I didn't care. You know, if they come up against, I know they're going to stab or shoot me. I'm going to give it to them first. So that didn't count because we lived in a different world to everyone else. We lived in our own world amongst our own people, and we all knew the rules.
So you were sent to prison for manslaughter.
Yeah.
When you were there, what was prison like?
It was a university of crime. You learned other people. Like if I now had the connections. If I wanted a dodgy passport, I knew someone who's doing dodgy passports. If I wanted, you know, a dodgy checkbook account, got people to arrange that. If I wanted to deal in drugs, I'm meeting some of the best drug dealers and smugglers in the country. If I wanted to make bombs, I'm talking to the IRA and people like that. You know, there was in Parkhurst, which was Britain's Alcatraz at the time. You had the most dangerous men in the country there. I was in there, you know. It was the most politest place I've ever been in my life because everyone's a potential killer. If they ain't killed, they're already up for doing it. And so everyone said good morning. No one pushed in the queues. If you forgot to say good morning to someone, they could get paranoid, think you're plotting up on them and kill you. And also, when you're in prison, you ain't going nowhere. And we all know how to kill people. You know, there's many ways you can kill people. One of my pals, they had food bulbs. He took an onion, and it was another geezer had already nicked it. And the guy went, "That's my onion," and he went, "Go on your bike," because he could have a row. He was a boxer, and the guy stabbed him through the heart with a butcher's boning knife and killed him. So he died over an onion. You didn't serve your sentence in KA prisons. You survived KA prisons. You know.
Sounded just as violent as the streets.
No. Prison was worse than the streets. In the streets, you could have a punch up, a carve up. In there, you're going to get killed.
What was life like then when you left prison?
It was easing up a bit. Well, they shut Parkhurst down in the end, and so the KA prisoners there and the extremely violent, organised crime units was all moved to like Belmarsh, Long Lartin, places like that.
Was it hard saying goodbye to your criminal past and going straight?
Well, my wife had my daughter, was pregnant with my daughter, and I made a rule that my daughter would never sit on the other side of the prison table. I'd never let her experience prison. I lived a quiet life, you know. I didn't go back to London. I went to live in Kent, you know. And I saw the beauty of things. When you're locked up, like you go out, you walk through a park, you're on your way to work, you're walking through a park, you don't see what's happening in that park. But to me, I'd stop, I'd look at squirrels, I'd look at trees. I used to sometimes do really weird things, like take my shoes and socks off and actually walk on damp grass, just to feel what, because I didn't have them experience. I was in concrete tomb, I was buried alive in a concrete tomb for years. I look at it now and I think to myself, I've got such a beautiful life now, I've got peace, Now I've got a sweet life, and all the people in the village where I go, they all know me. I get on well with them. I'm very polite, and if some of the old girls, I'm in the shop and they can't afford, the bread, or they can't afford this, I go, I'll put it on my account, and I pay. And it's that little bits of kindness, not throwing it, it's 20 grand. It's like, go on, I'll do that bit of shopping for you. But that word goes around that village and they go, no, he's a nice guy. So I'm known as a nice guy, and I like that. Even the little kids go, oh, hi Bobby, hello Bobby. I go, all right, how's it going? You being a good boy? Yeah, well, no. And off they go. But then I've really got into the education. I was going to schools, de-glamorise crime. I go into prisons and talk to prisoners and de-glamorise. I say, this is what's going to happen to you. And I can get away with that because they know I'm doing it, I'm talking from experience because I've done it. And you don't get any worse than killing people, so people take you very serious. They don't want to upset you anyway because they don't know if you still do it on them.
Would you have ever thought back in the day when you were committing those crimes that you would be kneeling in front of the Queen collecting an OBE?
No, that never entered my head. I did what I did because I believed in what I was doing. I didn't want another kid having the life I have. I'd like them to have the life I got now. It's very nice, thank you. So I had this letter and it said, one Buckingham Palace, one that you've been honoured with, on the Queen's honour list, New Year's honours list, and we want to give you the OBE, and you have to accept it, because, will you accept it? And I phoned them up. I thought, it's one of my pals made a moody letter up and having a laugh. So we phoned them up and they went, no, this is serious, will you accept it? Well, I'm a total royalist, so of course I'm going to accept it. I said, of course. I go there, and you go through this side entrance. And as I'm walking up to the front of Buckingham, we're pulled up in the car, as we get out of the car, Buckingham Palace, I'm looking at Buckingham Palace, and my head flicked back to when I was a kid, and my dad used to go and take me to watch changing the guards and that. And he said to me one day, he said, see them people there? I went, yeah, he went, they're the toffs, right? He said, when you're going through that door, that's when you know you made it. And that day I walked through that door, I thought, I wish he was alive now to see me walk through the door, because all they'd seen me was as a villain. They didn't see me as a straight girl because they would died. And I'm standing, but I'll tell you what, I don't fear no one. I don't fear nothing, I don't fear no one. But I stood in front of her, and it was a really weird feeling. It's like your mum standing there, you've been a naughty boy,
What did she say to you?
She said to me, you've got a very, because everyone asked me that, what did she say? And she said, I must say, I've never met someone like you. You've got a very colourful background. Well, I thought that was the poshest words of someone saying to me, cool, you've got a lot of form, you know what I mean? You bang at it.
Getting your OBE must have been a really proud moment. What advice would you give to your younger self?
Forget religion. Forget colour. Forget sex. Boils down to, in life, two things. Are you a good person or a bad person? That's all it boils down to.
Do you ever miss the old life?
So I had to go through hell, right, to appreciate heaven. And that's what it is. You have to see ugliness to appreciate beauty. You have to witness hatred and venom to appreciate love and kindness.
I actually thought he was going to walk off, and I see him look at me, and he had a thought, and now I know what the thought was. I've got to kill him. And he just walked up to me, and he just went bang, bang, straight in the head.
I had to strip down to next to nothing, grease up, put a towel over the cut section of bar off the window so it wouldn't scratch my back, and laboured myself out, while Sten wrenched that up just another little inch, probably strangling everybody he'd always hated since childhood, but just enough for me to get out. I learned many and terrible things about the Thai courts, that virtually everybody is found guilty. I went to court and was transferred to Klong Prem prison. That's the main Bangkok prison, sometimes called Bangkok Hilton. It's huge. It contains 12 sub-prisons, over 8,000 people crammed in there. The first night you spend jammed into a cell, wearing chains. They're squashed around your ankles with a C-ring and a connecting chain, and then lectured to by one of the trustees in the cell that he doesn't tolerate pooing in the cell, and reluctantly he'll let you take a pee in the corner of the hole in the floor toilet. The foreigners section was nothing but a broken collection of ruined people that the wind had blown into a corner of Asia. Nobody in there was going anywhere. Their sentences were usually between 40 years to life. Out of 40 years, people would serve 30. A policeman from Australia visited to say how destroyed I was, how even if I survived 20 years here, they'd make sure that I faced some charges back there. I tore up all my court paperwork and made sure that they didn't know that my case was a death case, and so I didn't have chains on all the time. Because from the moment I stepped into that prison in Bangkok, escape was on my mind. Sundays they let people walk out of the building and go to a Christian church meeting, and with my own personal trustee, prisoner, Harry, a Chinese guy, he took me around and I looked at all the bars, and where they kept the foreigners were very heavy bars. They didn't trust foreigners. You couldn't have a ground floor cell if you were a foreigner. 3 floors up was the closest to the ground you'd get. Foreigners just might try something. There was a story some Swiss guy did once, but nothing came of it. I would advise anybody, when it comes to escapes, it's like voting. Escape early and escape often, because that's the best chance you'll get. Really, even though I'd done my very best to find out where I was within the prison, I didn't know. I had the room, and I had one to go with me, the big Viking, Sten. Sten had drifted around Asia for a few years and ended up getting tangled up as a courier with some group. I got a feeling old Sten double-crossed them, and I'd heard stories about him helping himself to the silverware at places he'd stayed around town, but that didn't matter. It's how people treat you when they're with you that counts, and in an escape, there's one thing for sure: everybody is alone. A few things happened at once towards the end of my time there. Firstly, I was told that my case would be brought to an end. I would be found guilty and within 2 weeks sentenced to death. And the execution wasn't pretty. One thing, it was certain, it was by machine gun. The prisoner is tied to a plank, and a machine gun that is welded to a bench has 3 strings attached to it. 3 guards pull those strings, because none of them can say, yes, it was my tug of that string that ended this man's life. Maybe it's a Buddhist consideration, I don't know. But they wouldn't wear the guilt necessarily. I'd been told by my contact with the American embassy that an example would be made of a European, a Westerner soon. And I couldn't think of a better example from their point of view than me. So when I knew that I had perhaps 2 weeks left to go before my case would end, I would be found guilty, sentenced to death. Another thing that pushed things along was that I really was alone. My Viking friend pulled out. Why? A few weeks towards August, I think it was, 2 Israelis were transferred from the north in Chiang Mai. The Israelis that had arrived from Chiang Mai had put off Sten from coming with me on the escape. Their legs looked like they were deformed, twisted, broken, and reset. They looked like some angry kid in McDonald's had crushed up the drinking straws and thrown them to the ground. They'd escaped from that prison in Chiang Mai because it was an easy lockup, but they'd been ruthlessly hunted down. Their picture was on every tuk-tuk driver. The police actually weren't involved. It was the prison guards hunting them down. Such was the shame of all of this. They went to their old friend, the guest house manager, who milked them for their remaining money, turned them in. When they were arrested, they were thrown down in a dungeon somewhere in the Chiang Mai prison. Iron bars were used to shatter their legs and big rocks thrown onto them. Having served in the Israeli army, they were made of reasonably stern stuff, and one dragged himself out from under the rubble and nursed the other one back with a bit of water. So by the time they arrived in Bangkok, they were a bit brighter, but wearing elephant chains with these mangled legs. When Stan the Swede saw those, big and mighty though he be, he said to me, "I have nowhere to go on release." I've been prompting him to get a passport. I wouldn't know what to do. He was almost angry with me for building this up. He never really thought it was going to happen. And I told him it's happening tonight. It was because the guard who usually slept outside the grounds outside my window was not there. Turned off the light, waited, turned to Sten, who'd promised to help me during the night, and said, "It's happening." Without telling anybody, I started unpacking the cell. I'd had time to build furniture which could come apart and go back together as a stepladder to the tall upper window, the only window in the cell. I put that together, went into the shower and broke apart a poster that somebody had sent me, Michael actually, which had two tungsten or hacksaw blades in the top and bottom of the dowel rods holding the poster. I figured they wouldn't wreck it because it had a vaguely religious nonsense written on it. Other tools I took out, from a pocket knife to a laser pen, flashlight, other things that were hidden around the cell. Started to work on the bars. Now, I made a rough timing of what I thought everything would take. But the first stroke of that tungsten steel on these old bars was like the worst violin player in town. It seemed to carry throughout the whole building. So while Sten worked on that, slowly grinding his way through, I had my nose glued to the cracks in the cell bar on the sleeping guard, probably 60 feet down the way. He stirred a couple of times. I had to tell Sten to stop, but nobody passed. It was after midnight. An hour later, the first bar is not even cut. I went to work on it myself, dispensed with the oil, got through it. As it broke, it sprang away from the rest of the set of bars and frame of that window. So old was the building that it had twisted, and the bars had been under pressure, so they were pushing against each other. Went to work on the second cut of the first bar. And time's going on. I hadn't accounted for this. Sten said, "Look, let's leave it for tonight. We'll go the next night." We couldn't. There was an Indian guy in there, Mirage. It was very real for a Mirage. He would have been straight out there, thinking me out, or would have led to an accident, or he would have done something. Even as it was, I had to persuade him to be quiet on the night. I had to be quite cruel to him in a way, to frighten him. Because when he started moaning a bit loudly at the grief of being caught with people escaping, I had to lean down next to him, and I got close to his ear. I said, "Mirage, believe me when I tell you the only reason I don't kill you immediately is that it would upset my friends in the cell. But it won't upset me, and I will if you make another sound." He was quiet after that, and we went on. I don't think I would have, but I had to make it persuasive. I got through to halfway through the second bar, and it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't wait any longer. Luckily, Sten had been working out with his homemade weights of concrete and whatnot. He climbed up on the frame and grabbed that bar in a towel and wrenched it forward and gave me about 6 inches clearance. That 6 inches would have to do. On the side of the wall, there was a bookshelf. It wasn't really. It was building site plank that we'd managed to persuade the guard was going to become a bookshelf, and in fact was, until it came off there, slid into the side of the bars and projected out into the night air. It was held in place by a footstool that twisted around to be a set of locking pins that would hold that plank sideways, poking out, so that I could climb along it and then get out of that cell, which was just the first step. I took out 8 picture frames. Standard pretended an interest in oil painting, which gave him a chance to put together some very stout frames to hold the canvas. These were in fact to be the rungs of my ladder. I took out from my bag 100 meters of army boot webbing, the rope. It had actually served time as my bed frame as well, but that untangled well enough. I had to strip down to next to nothing, grease up, put a towel over the cut section of bar off the window so it wouldn't scratch my back, and levered myself out, while Sten wrenched that up just another little inch, probably strangling everybody he'd always hated since childhood, but just enough for me to get out. And then I held on to the outside bar, and instantaneously, like some insect clinging to a window, I was no longer part of their world. I looked in on that cell as though I was looking at strangers. I threw that army belt webbing over the plank and slid to the ground. I had clever plans of abseiling, but that all fell to pieces and I tore the skin off my hands. Flicked the rope off back down to my hands as it spaghettied to the ground, and Sten slid back that plank into the cell so it wouldn't be seen, and said, of course, send me a postcard. Everybody thinking that I wouldn't make it very far. I knew roughly where the guards were, yet there was another flaw in my plan. I timed it during the day. The world is a different place at night, completely different. Everything takes longer. A door that had been secured, I had to take out a nail. The nail took some pincers. The nail made a protest as it came out and squeaked. Even I had put oil on it, but that was taking time. Went past our old toilet and cooking area, had to freeze for a minute while a guard got up to take some water. Drooling because I'm holding a torch in my mouth as I'm trying to arrange these picture frames into window struts. Had gaffer tape from a care package that was sent in, and cable ties, made 2 very long ladders. I had a sea of walls to cover, and felt like I had no energy left. But knowing what would happen, never mind death's nothing, knowing that I would die slowly and horribly, I went on. By around 4:30, perhaps 5 o'clock, I'd found my way to the outside wall. I'd known that from the church meetings. But there was another problem. Below the main and very tall wall, more than twice the wall of the height of any prison I've ever seen, there was only 1.5 feet of land space. Before that was a place we called Marsbar Creek. It was an inner moat. There was actually the sewer. So what? Go through the sewer, carry my ladders through the sewer, but I couldn't, because they were full of barbed wire and I would have got tangled up in them. Here's the thing, if I'd been with Sten, if I'd been with anybody else, we would have argued about how to get across Marsbar Creek. We would have lost time. We would have lost the important time. I wouldn't be here. I broke a bit of one of the long ladders off, put the ladder against on an angle, got over to the little tiny ledge, anchored that in, used my bit of rope and levered that ladder over there. I was between 2 guard towers. One I could see faint stirrings, or imagined I could. What was the point? Just go on. Managed to lever that ladder up against the wall and get to the top, which has barbed wire and electricity. And I could see the faint glow of dawn as I looked over that wall. That was encouragement too. I got myself over that top wall by just going very slowly and not being freaked out by those tingles that you get through your clothing and your sweat when there's electrical wire running past you. That had knocked a couple of people off years before, I'd heard, so I knew what to expect. I used the last bit of army boot webbing to make a rope to sail to the ground, and found myself before the 25-metre main moat, and realised there wasn't time to go across that plastic bag full of clothes or not, swimming or not. It would have been noisy, it was so quiet. I had to go around the one place I could walk. That was the front entrance, because I realised I'd gone to the side wall, not the back. I had one thing that helped me, well, perhaps two. I cleaned myself up with the last of the water and put on some long khaki pants. Prisoners were not allowed to wear anything but shorts, and khaki, which was the colour of the guard's uniform. And I put up an umbrella, a black pop-up umbrella from the umbrella factory, and it was just raining enough so that I had an excuse to put up that umbrella, because as I walked slowly towards the front crossing bridge at the front of the prison, this is where guards are arriving for work and where there's shops and people are setting up for the day, I thought somebody looking down must figure maybe it's a guard coming in late, but one thing's for sure, escaping prisoners don't take the trouble to bring an umbrella in case it rains. And I got to the front, and I even saw, because I'm peeking here, my own personal guard from Building 6 arriving for work. I don't know what it was. I'm sure he recognised the way I walked. He thought something wasn't right. But I kept my head down and crossed the parkway to the 6-lane highway that goes to the airport. But I can't take that yet. I climbed up on the pedestrian walkway and turned around and looked at the prison. Looked back upon, 12,000 people, 2.5 years of my life. The deaths, the suffering in there, and felt like it had nothing to do with me, and couldn't work out why they stayed, why they never wanted to come. Where everybody else had failed, and where I'd seen escapes fail before, is what happens after you get out. I climbed down. I took 2 taxis because I had an address. When I arrived there, I broke open a wooden key tag. This key I had was encased in wood. In case I was caught and then tortured for information about a key I had, I didn't want to have to answer that one. And you don't know what you're going to say under torture, do you? I opened the door to the apartment, went to the little toilet in the back, and then started feeling back behind the mirror and saying to myself, David, you met Harry in prison. A Chinese friend in there. He was released, and he's told you that he's got a passport that has to be stolen within the last 3 weeks so that it can be put on the computer and the visa matches up, that it's had the visa put in it, that it has the passenger arrival card and is on the computer, and he's taken my old radio operator's license photograph and had it transformed into this new passport that's just been stolen. And that, dear David, is waiting for you behind a toilet in an apartment to which you just happen to have the key. Is that likely? But I felt the cardboard edge of an envelope and then opened it up. I don't guess I wouldn't have cared what it was in there, but it was good enough. And I was back on my way to the airport within minutes. And a fresh set of worries, because at the airport I'd given my money away to the guys in the cell. They'd need it to protect themselves from the worst of the guards' actions. I had 2 ATM cards. I'm trying to decide where to go. I picked up a travelling bag which was left in the long-term luggage office by another good friend. The importance of friends. Put my ATM card in, pressed it up, and it says, please contact your bank. Okay. The second one, though, paid out, and I had to work out where I could go with $500. Not far. Singapore, in fact. Bought myself a ticket, hurried to the gate because it's on a call. Immigration officer at the desk. And at every stage I'm wondering where this passport's going to fail, because I know it's going to fail. Harry couldn't have known somebody who had somebody at the airport who typed it in. But trust your Chinese triad mafia. They know what they're doing. Their word's good enough. And after a bit of a frown, he tapped me through, and I was on the plane. Delay taking off, but finally the most satisfying sound of the thwomp as doors to manual says the captain, and it's locked up, and the air pressure changes, and you get into takeoff position, and then land at Singapore. And I've had an hour to think of the death penalty in Singapore, and had an hour to look at this passport, the graininess of the photograph as it's been transferred, and other sets of problems that might occur. Have my Chinese friends taken the trouble to put the pink ultraviolet ink across the photograph edge? An hour's too long to worry, but there I was. At Singapore, I think the immigration man agreed with me. The photograph wasn't satisfactory. So he slid it under the ultraviolet light. And because it happened so often in my life before, that one moment before the end and everything's all over, because Singapore would have sent me straight back, never mind the fuss of extradition, handed it back to me. I took 2 taxis to an airport, went straight to the shop there, bought a pair of swimming trunks, dumped my bag in my room, took the lift to the top floor where there was a swimming pool, dropped my towel, dived in the deep end, swam to the other end, my clean moat, lifted myself out, stared across the hills in Singapore, and moved on. That was it.
Did you ever find out what happened to Sten?
Sten the Swede, my Viking on the night, did he regret not leaving with me? Perhaps he did, but he stayed. He was sentenced to 50 years, served 12 of them before being repatriated to Sweden, was released, and lives happily, as far as I know, with a new wife and some children.
How about you, when you look back on it all? Do you see your story as a regretful episode or something that shaped you? How do you think it's changed you in terms of who you are today?
It has certainly produced a person, my life has produced a person who has a regular nightmare with a different prison every night. Extraordinarily, how they look so different every night, but there's always one. And as far as my waking life is concerned, I think, would I be willing to forego all that I've seen and learned and understood for a quieter life? Yes and no, but it does wreak huge destruction. And I think this, in some ways, it's a wasted life. If a person has the capacity to do something good or more interesting or, hell, even helpful, that's a choice that is better made, because the regrets of loss are so large that even though there are some things that I've come to understand that perhaps not many people have, a very high price was paid. How did it work? In my case, badly. I made every conceivable mistake possible. I even turned to the shoeshine boys on the street, who managed to score me some pretty rough-edged but smokable sort of hash.
No biscuit, no sweets. This is only special day in Kim Il-sung's birthday. They give to us gift 1 kilograms biscuit and sweet. So that is special for us. When I lived in North Korea, I didn't know too much about the outside countries. We never seen outside countries movie. We only watched North Korean's movie and Kim family's documentaries. North Korea is distribution countries, so everyone is a different amount. Its government give to us food. So housewives 300 grams a day, and the student is the same 300 grams, and the high school is 400 grams, university is 600 grams, and workers 700 or 900 grams. When mother bring this rice, and she divided 15 days, and also divided 3 meals. That is never enough to us. So we always hunger, but we never complained to our family, is the parents, because that is government rules. No biscuit, no is the sweets. This is only special day in Kim Il-sung's birthday. They give to us gift 1 kilograms biscuit and sweet. So that is special for only in 1990s. Government stopped this food, so people is died of starving. So we usually saw these dead bodies in street and in marketplace or in apart areas. And every morning we woke up and we heard that some family died of starving in their rooms. But in early 1996, one day, my uncle's colleague came to my home, and she told me that my uncle is really illness. When I saw my uncle, I really shocked, because my uncle already starving, but he didn't tell it to us. So look like him, his own skins and bones. So he stayed 7 days at our home, and then he passed away. So when I saw him, I couldn't speak out, and my father also silent. But I really loved my uncle, because when my parents busy, and he always told to us nighttime stories. So I really loved him, but my lovely uncle died of starving in front of me. I really shocked. That time my head kind of lots of questions. Why we respected to them, but why we returned about that is starving? How government solve these problems? But I scared. How can I ask to these questions to government or some another people? So I also silent too. My brother, he didn't say any word, but he also think about the same as me. When he saw his brother died of starving, and he also, I think he changed mind. But that time my brother condition is really bad, and he didn't work. So I waited my condition, my brother's, if his condition is better, I want to live to these countries with my brother and the younger brother too. But my brother's condition is really bad. That time my brother told me that you saved your younger brother. You leave this country. I left him alone in cold dining room, and I left only 1 bowl of rice and cleaning clothes next to him. If someone find out to my father, give to him last meal. So me and the younger brother left North Korea at that time. So I still don't know when my father passed away and when he was buried. Me and my younger brother met near the Chinese border, and we crossed the border is at midnight 2 a.m. From North Korea to the China, that is between, the river is only 25 meters, not too high. So it's frozen, so me and the younger brother just run. So we is halfway, then we heard that somebody just shouted to us, stop, stop, and they gunfire to us, but we already closed border. So we knocked to house, and this is the Korean Chinese, so he gave to us nice meals, white rice and also boiled eggs. I'm really surprised because I thought that China is really poor country. He told me that is not a safe place because it's night time, it's already gunfire in North Korea side. So in the morning, maybe Chinese authorities searched this in place. So you are not saved this place. And after he told me that if you saved your younger brother, you have to marry Chinese man. It's usually in China, they both North Korean females, they look like to us sex slavery and workers. He said that if you not married Chinese man, we contacted to police and you sent back to North Korea. My brother told me that, sister, you have to go.
Big guns ready to fire. Present and accounted for. It's such as the Emperor's will. Sir, yes, sir.
My brother
objective.
didn't survive in China. He sent back to North Korea.
Will only take me a
now it's
moment.
almost 20 years.
I'll
It's
take
20
care of
years.
Such is the
I
Emperor's
still
will.
know that he's
Take it at
survived
all
the time.
costs.
And
It is my duty to serve.
But I never give up. I still
I am
love
on it.
my younger brother.
I shall hurry. I am honored that you require
His
my
mother
skills.
told me that I borrow a lot of money from her. So you can work outside and take this money. I didn't understand. 4:30 a.m. I woke up and then work until the dark day.
Objective secured. Ready to
And
fire.
she
What
gave me
now?
only rice and
Sir, yes, sir. By the Emperor, you will have it.
life was
We
really,
did it, sir.
I really hated me. No, that is
Objective is my
slavery
duty
right
to serve.
again in North
Looks like
Korea.
everything's in order,
It's in
sir.
China.
I am honored
So
that you require my
sometimes I
skills.
thought about it. I wanted to suicide it because I didn't save
As
my
you
life.
wish, so shall it be
I lost
done.
all families. But one day I found out.
By the Emperor,
I was
you will have it.
Nobody
The
has
objective.
to. My it's
It is my duty to serve.
Yes, so 12
Executing
hours.
your orders,
I
sir.
spent, and then
Yes,
I
yes,
first
of course
my
I'll help.
child.
6 minutes. It is my duty to serve.
Victory.
Take it at
It's my
all
family.
costs.
So when my child
Nothing will get through our field of
is a
fire.
Chinese man, really drunk, and
By
he
the
came
Emperor,
home,
you will
and
have
he
it. Take it
told
at
me
all
that
costs.
I wanted
Will
to
only
save
take
my
me a
child.
moment.
I just stand up and I holding the knife. If you touched my son, I kill
I
you.
am honored that you
He's my
require my
family.
skills.
He's giving me dreams, and he's giving me some
It's
hope.
such as the Emperor's will be hard.
5 years I stayed in China, and last times I moved many areas because I can't stay in one area because they already know that, and that is very dangerous. So I moved many areas. It's midnight when I worked in market and I came home. 10 Chinese
I
authorities
promise
came
you
home.
clearly
They
my
made
duty
me
to
and
serve.
bad guys
My
came
mind
to my house and they arrested me.
It's such as the Emperor's will.
5 years
It's
old
an honor
child.
to serve the Imperium,
My
sir.
heart is
Yes, of course I'll help.
and I know that is if I arrested and sent back to North Korea.
As you wish.
Look out! Here they come!
Prison camp. So they
Initiating
handcuffed
construction.
me.
What are your orders?
My child didn't understand what's happening.
Yes, of course I'll help.
And he asked me like,
Look out!
"Mommy,
Here they come!
why did you abandon
Objective
me?"
secured. What now?
Why
It is my
you-
duty to serve.
So when I heard this question,
Quake at my
I
shadow.
didn't say, no, I didn't say. I just cried because I didn't abandon him. But it's 5 minutes silent. He talked about my mom.
Eager for action, sir. Who summons me? Sir, yes, sir. Too many of them.
Until taking
Prison that is a small room and usually between 50 or 60 people. We woke up saying it's 5 a.m. and until the 11 p.m. we all sat down and we couldn't move. People would go to the next day as a police. So 40 minutes
Such is the Emperor's will.
we usually
It's an honor to serve the
and the
Emperor.
inside no exercise. So one day I found out that my leg was problem
I am on it.
and I had 13 hours and I didn't take any. and yesterday my giant, then after that yellow water and smell is really disgusting. The smell is smelly. And usually I just use stable because it's high temper. They put me as government the places. This place is orphanage house. That is orphanage house is government looked for these places. So I stayed at this place 3 months, but my leg was still the problems. I have to leave because if I didn't leave this country, I may be sent back to prison again.
So you managed to get away from the government building where you were being treated. But how did you get back into China with an injured leg?
First time I left North Korea in 1998, I didn't with broker. I didn't use.
It's my duty to serve.
They have lots of brokers.
What are your orders?
In North Korea.
Take it at
So
all
the
costs.
brokers usually find out who.
It's such as the Emperor's will.
China, but they usually find out the females.
You shall have your prize.
Males, because the female is more in China. So I told him
by the Emperor it will be done.
He said that human trafficking.
Will only take me
So I agreed to him. I knew that is what means human trafficking.
Initiating
But
construction.
I have no time. I have no money and my condition is really bad. But I hired to him. I didn't tell him my level's problems. So he accepted me and then we crossed the border broker. And the one and the one old man.
It is my duty to serve.
His relatives in China. So
it is my duty to serve.
We crossed to River.
We did it, sir.
Will only take me.
By the Emperor. We've won by the Emperor. You will have
my skill.
Because the reasons that it's North Korea South is
you will
Chinese
have it.
government paid
As you wish.
if they find it. So that's money is really
we did it,
sir. Is salaries. So
it is my duty to serve.
People, they don't
executing your orders, sir.
They just only find out the North Koreans. That is better than salaries. So
where is his will needed? Fear me! I shall not fail. Then lead me to the areas.
The machines
Tell your men to stay out of my way.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Find a taxi and
Will only take me.
Capturing it was easy.
Will only take me.
It is my duty to serve.
My skill.
So driver asked to
take it at all costs.
But North Korean broker can't speak Chinese. Then I quickly spoke to him. Is a
challenge worthy of my skill.
He asked us a lot of questions.
Sir, yes, sir.
Because it's a
you heard the man. Jump
driver. They also is the same spies. Yeah. So asked us a lot of things. So I said he grew up in Koreatown and he graduated high school. So that's why I can't speak.
My skill.
And again, it's young lady. I can't speak. Chinese.
We did it, sir.
She's my sister and she's mute. But she didn't speak, she also really scared at
Initiating construction.
We've won.
My father
the machine spirits are willing.
Koreatown.
A challenge worthy
it's such as the Emperor's will. By the Emperor, it will be done.
I graduated high school.
Ready and willing, sir. Moving to new orders.
Later times, but why you are going to?
It's such as the Emperor's will.
I opted this.
Take it at all costs.
I will do as you ask.
When I walked in
objective secured. Here is no my fate.
Taking hold victory.
Who summons me?
Hospital. So he showed my leg, and that time my leg was dark purples. Then he believed.
Sir, yes, sir.
I quickly drive. Then
executing
we
your orders, sir.
Broker house and my North Korean broker.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
And then he asked me that is
what
kind of conversations do is a driver. And he already know that his driver is a spy, so I explained everything that.
Initiating construction.
So I thought that's
where do you want us to send?
I told him.
We're under fire! We did it, sir!
I want to quickly
I already know what you want.
So first they night. No.
I promise you glory. I already know what
Next morning I woke up.
5 minutes until taken hold of the Emperor's will.
Already gone. They already sold to her.
Will only take me a moment.
Korean local told me that
A challenge worthy of my skill.
just only once. So I quickly dialed
Will only
to this
take me a
house.
moment.
And I told
Initiating
him,
construction.
No. Then my son is only one month. No.
Where's that artillery?
Everyone is hurt. My son is crying, and I
From the Emperor's mouth to my ears, son.
imagine times. Then my son and after Korean
Reporting for duty, sir.
You saved my life.
So
I
shall
have
it be
2
done.
children in North Korea. So if you say this driver sent to us Chinese police, and then I sent back to North Korea, maybe I went sent to prison camp. But you saved my life. So this time I saved
Challenge worthy of my skill. Do you read me?
Eager for action,
When I lived in North Korean prison, I only thought about the survivor and the remote. That is my whole dream. But I made my dreams and then I made then after I stayed on
Shell on hits! Is that a persecuting Shell on hits! From the Emperor's mouth to my ears, son. This is it, then. The moment of glory. It is my duty to serve. It's an honor to serve the Imperial. If such is the Emperor's will.
I think Poland is history.
You have
Is man for
eager for action. If such is the Emperor's will.
think about that. I thought that is
By the Emperor,
right
it will be done.
But in the airport, totally different.
On my soul it shall be done. Retreat
right.
and I'll shoot.
I was shocked.
Eager for action, son.
And the second shock
Eager for action, son.
newspaper.
Time to strike back
Newspaper
hard.
is really important, and that's also politics means. But in England,
Shall I get started?
not newspapers.
Look out! Here they come! Shall I get started? I will! It's time for war! Have me do. Reporting for shall I get started? Victory is assured. Eager for action, son. Victory is assured.
That is a new chapter in here. So I really have to have the
Eager for action, son.
family. My
President is assured, son.
Many people you have to dinner time.
Where is this will needed? Anything for the Imperial. What would you have me do?
You always visit smile.
Shall I
That
get
is a
started?
really big happy moment.
Present my If such is the Emperor's will. Reporting for duty, sir. You heard the man. Jump
Are
through.
only sad memories.
What are your orders?
That is still the paper.
Sir,
Because
yes, sir.
That is not a history, that is a real life. You know, 75 years.
It's every soldier for himself.
By my skill.
Still the concentration camp. And they divided our
only take
people
me a
as a life. So I always think
Why am I scared?
Close, ready, orders.
they have.
Standing by. It is my duty to
A
serve.
lot of people who have Tourette's tend to report that they have fewer tics or none during sex. But the thing about that is, that's because it engages your focus. It really applies to good sex, which is really encouraging, because I've never hurt a guy's ego more than simply going during an intimate moment.
He looked young, he did look young, but it was after the marriage that I knew that he was twice my age, so he was 30. I knew he was going to rape me, and that's what happened. It became like every single day.
What was your childhood like? Where did you grow up?
So my family, well, my mum and my dad were from Bangladesh. They grew up there and they came over in the 70s. I've got two older brothers, one older sister, and there was another younger brother after me, and then there was like my younger brother. There was a big gap, and they were like babies. My older sister, she started dating somebody. She actually said to my dad, you know, I want to get married to this boy, you know, I'm in love with him, been with him for a couple of years. It was all kept hush, you know, it was a very big secret. So for her to tell my family was a massive thing for her, but it wasn't accepted. She ran away, we didn't know where she was, but that impact brought such a tremendous eruption of a volcano, and it affected everybody in their family.
So when your sister left the house with her boyfriend, what happened to you after that?
We were a poor family, even though there were so many of us. We grew up very poor. Never been on holiday, never could even go to the next town because that's how poor we was. So it was only about a couple of weeks after that, funnily enough, my father's got tickets for everybody and we're going to Bangladesh, and I'll be like, oh, okay. I thought we couldn't afford to do anything like this. But I think all my extended family paid for the tickets, you know, because as you can imagine, the honour affected them, the shame affected them as well, where they
It may
needed to
never be
gain their
known
honour,
what first
and they thought
awakened
by this
the
ripple
cold
effect,
regions of the
they can
Necron
take
from the
me
vast
to
burial
Bangladesh
vaults in the
and
southern
get me
coast of
married off.
Karava 3.
Who was the guy
Archives
you were
suggest
set
that
to
Imperial
marry?
Guard survey
So the way
crews may
that it
have been
was set up,
dispatched
I mean,
to coastal
we lived in the
Hermosa
city,
several months
and my
before
father
the
would
conflict.
keep going away, like, to the
Others
village
point to
and
the
coming
strange
back,
and
and he had little
unknown
businesses
influence
everywhere,
of the
and he was
warp
going to all these
storm,
places
which could
to
somehow
find
have
someone
roused the deathless
to obviously save
Necrons
me.
from
The
their
first time I remember
slumber.
seeing this person
Out of the
was,
dry
there was a-
Emosan
outside
sands,
our
an
house was quite
ancient
big, it was
complex
like a mansion.
emerged. Part
And
burial
there was a
ground,
veranda,
part
and
power
there was a
plant,
stained window,
part
and I
staging
remember my mum
ground.
just saying,
As builder scarabs removed
showed me
sands and
the guy,
restored
she just
structures to
tapped on the window, she
power,
goes, "That's the
its
guy that you're gonna be
clean-cut,
getting married to."
symmetrical,
And I was like,
and
"What?"
lifeless form
You know,
emerged.
it was like
It pulsed
it was
with
a
the
bit
green
crazy,
glow of
and
the
I
strange
couldn't
power
understand
which
it.
fuels the Necrons.
How did it make you feel?
Vast reserves of
Numb,
it. Enough
angry,
to drive an
everything at the
endless
same
stream
time. It's
of
like if
monoliths
you can be
and
numb and
Necron
angry
soldiers.
and outraged.
Anyone foolish enough to assail this unearthed necropolis
Did you have a
would
chance
do
to speak
well
to your
to
future husband
heed that
before
flow
the
of
wedding?
energy.
No, not really.
It is the
I think
source
my
of the
parents
Necron's
were too
power,
afraid for me
and
to
if
say anything,
unchecked,
they were
there
afraid
is
of
little
me,
limit
of
to what
saying
strength
something,
Necrons could
and probably
marshal
tarnishing it in
against
some
their
way,
foes.
which I probably would have. The wedding was massive. It was like you see in the Bollywood movies, you know, there was like hundreds and hundreds of people there. I mean, my family were, you know, we were quite poor in this country. Over that country, we were quite wealthy. I remember being in my room, I was drenched in gold and, you know, a sari and everything, and I remember sitting there and I didn't want to come out of my room knowing that, oh, there's another man there that I don't even know, and his whole entire family is here, celebrating, laughing, joking. You know, you could smell all the amazing food that they were cooking, and you know, I'm just sat there in my room just thinking, wow, I'm just this little China doll that's pampered up.
They come.
And is going to get married to this stranger. I remember his sister like knocking on my door and like trying to get this new bride, you know, that my brother's going to get married to, and it was just numbing. It was like I knew there was a horror story coming, and it was just like in my brain, you know, when it's slowly coming along, and you're like, oh, the music's getting intense. That's how I felt. I mean, a lot of people at this point would be like, well, why didn't you say something? Why did you not go to the police? Why did you not scream out, shout out? You cannot do that over there. But you can't get out there. You can't go out because first of all, you don't know where to go. Secondly, people will bring you back to the house. Eyes are everywhere, and you wouldn't even know what to say because it's normal out there. I remember asking one of my uncles, who was more or less my age, and you know, which is a bit weird with the age differences, but he was my uncle, and I asked him, I said, what happens to girls when they say no and they shout and they scream out? He tell me things like, oh, you get taken to the village and locked up in this little cellar. So I had to put this all like thinking to myself, right, just pace out the way that they want to. When you get home, you can do whatever you want. When you get home, you can do what you want. And that's all I had to repeat to myself. I mean, for a 15-year-old to be thinking that way, the deep end I was in,
looks as though they're being carried. We'll have to put a stop to that. We can't have 4 of those things bearing down on us. Standing ready. There must be some way to cut off their energy supply. Standing ready. Fire! Obedience without hesitation.
How did your parents
What do we do? Everything's in place. What do you orders? We'll cover our men. Goddamn's back! Get through our What do we do? Such is the Emperor's will.
I hear the machine spirit's voice.
Going through the very purpose of the day. Like
Will only take me a moment.
I had to just where I took myself, and this
you will
have
it.
Was like I took myself to the beach. In my head, I was on a beach.
As you wish, so shall it be
I grew
done.
up next to a beach. I love being by the sea.
I hear the machine spirit's voice.
That's my zen.
You require my skill.
And I used to take myself there. My brain, whatever's happening to my body's happening.
Capturing it was easy.
But my brain would be
a challenge worthy of my skill.
Alive.
It is my duty to serve.
I remember going to the bathroom.
Executing your orders, sir.
For like an hour and just
it's an honor to serve the Imperial. Such is the Emperor's will.
We determined that power is flow deeply out of my point just outside the center. If we can take those points, General, we can stop the flow of power.
Do you read me?
So when I'm in my zen place, I'm in my zen place, but when I'm
big guns ready to fire,
it will just hit me really hard.
Where do you want us, sir? Position confirmed, sir.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Nobody, and I would just.
Sir, yes, sir. Is that a bad such as the Emperor's cover our men? Listen, ready to fire.
I am honored that you require my skill.
I knocked myself up thinking I was.
I shall not fail. It is my duty to serve.
Came directly from a summoning core at the back of the city. Destroying that might prevent
Sir, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. You heard me. Well, let's see them fight, all of us. It's such as the Emperor's will. You heard the man. Jump to the Emperor. You will have it. My devotion is assured. You will have it. You heard the man. Jump to.
Violently.
Thought they broke our backs.
I started to lose weight rapidly.
Won't let you down.
As you
I
wish,
stones
so shall
in
it be
2
done.
weeks. Couldn't keep anything down. And I just, I was a slim girl, and I looked at a bag of bones back then, and it was horrible. I didn't know what was happening. I just thought that's what pregnancy is, but my mum knew it wasn't that. I knew I was going to die, and that's how it felt. And I thought, right, well, if this is happening to me, let it happen to me, because I didn't really care at that point. I knew that was my deathbed.
Where is his will needed?
To the point where my mum,
Fear me, but
she made that phone call to my dad, and she said,
orders
to
received
my dad,
by the Emperor.
she
You
said,
will
"Guys,
have it."
We don't get tickets coming
As
back
you
home."
wish, so
As soon
shall
as
it
my
be
mum
done.
said we've got the tickets,
What would you have?
kind of like thought, right, I'm that close to going home now. Whether I make it or not, I'm still that close to going home. I think as soon as I got back home,
As you wish, so shall it be done.
all the pretending that I did, every single emotion that I tried to put
It is my
away,
duty to serve.
and
My mind bears a
great
great pain.
As you wish, so shall it be done. A challenge worthy of my skill.
Just hit me like an explosion.
My mind bears a great
I
pain.
don't like what's happened to me. I don't like what they've done
As you
to me.
wish,
I don't
so
like
shall it be
carrying
done.
this
Initiating
great
destruction.
It will be done.
and I don't want none of it. It's like everything
You
was
have
dictated
chosen
for me. The day
wisely.
after, when I was admitted to hospital, and the day after, this one nurse, and I really can't remember her name, but she was like an angel. She came to me, when my mum and dad
I
went
shall
home,
hurry.
she came to me and
A
she said,
challenge
"You
worthy
will
of my
take
skill. A moment.
And I said,
I shall
"Yeah."
hurry.
And it was like the first time somebody spoke to me.
Initiating
Amazing.
Is assured.
I love something. I actually felt good for the first time that somebody wanted to listen to me. And then the next day, when it was scheduled for me to, so they were going to give me an appointment after the scan, I saw my daughter's heart beating, and I just thought, I can't do this. And I thought, I don't care how she was made, but she's got me now. She's got this strong person right here carrying this baby, and I thought, I'm going to put my everything into my daughter.
How was your daughter when she was born?
So, my pregnancy with my daughter was quite a slow one. She was 3 weeks early, £3.13. She was the size of a doll, plastic dolls you can buy from the shops. That's how big she was. I didn't even get to have 2 minutes with my daughter because she was taken straight away to special care unit. I just saw her big eyes, and she made a little noise like a little cat, and then they took her straight away. So I didn't really have that, vital bonding time with her. I just thought, okay, so I kind of started disconnecting before any trauma would happen, because that's the only way that was my coping mechanism started kicking in. It's like my survival mode was like, right, something bad's going to happen, right, disconnect, and that's just what I started to do. And she was in special care unit for 2 months. The only way that I could touch her was through, if I incubate her, if I can feed her, putting my hands through the gloves. And it wasn't nice, because I was coming back home then without a baby, without the balloons and the cards, and that was horrible. It was horrific. When she did finally came back, I still took me a long time to bond with her. I don't think I bonded with her till she was about 3. And that's me being a horrible mom, but also a mom was trying to survive with postnatal depression and, going through all these traumatic events. It's like you're trying to keep yourself sane, but at the same time, you can't give any love to anybody else because you can't love yourself.
What was happening between you and your husband after you gave birth?
So throughout the pregnancy, throughout when I came back from Bangladesh to the UK, he would make phone calls, he'd write letters and things like that. Now the reason why
Such is the Emperor's will. By the Emperor, you will have it. It's an honor to serve the Imperial, sir. Victory is assured.
good. That's how clever they were. Like my father and my uncles would write letters in my book.
Challenge worthy of my skill.
I won't say. I won't write.
By the Emperor, it will be done.
Why
What
would
are
I
your
do
orders?
that? There was
What are your orders?
about
Looks like everything's in order, sir. By the Emperor, you will have it.
Go and be.
We're under fire!
We never and I knew
It's not good! We can't hold them! It's an honor to serve the Imperial, son.
I'm not going to.
You have chosen wisely.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
While my father was in work.
I am on it.
Because
You have chosen wisely. As you wish.
To go to the shops. And I remember seeing one
I
of the
am
school
honored
friends
that
walk
you
across
require
the
my
road.
You have
skills.
chosen wisely.
So when I saw her,
I
I
am
ran out
honored
of the
that
house
you require my
and
skills.
I ran across the road and I said, "You have to help me. I
It
need
will only take me a moment.
She was like, Rubes.
Nothing will get through our field of fire. Sir, yes, sir.
Everywhere I went, even in the UK, was chaperoned.
I am honored that you require my skills.
I couldn't really go up to her, talk to her like a human being, and just
I
have
am
a private
honored that
conversation.
you require my
You
skills.
have chosen wisely. We're under fire!
We've identified small Necron encampments south and northwest of our base.
What would you have?
Do some damage if we left it unguarded.
Female officer to come to the house, and I went to the house. I went in the house, and by that time,
I was worthy of my
What are your orders? Sir, yes, sir. For the glory of the Imperial. Keep in formation. Victory is Where's our fire support?
Do you require?
Here's my duty to serve. Keep in formation. It is my duty to
latched
serve.
on to a man that I met.
As you
and he was a lot
wish,
older
so
than
shall
me,
it be done.
And I saw him.
Initiating construction. I am on it. I am on it.
Can you tell us a little bit about your relationship with that man and where it took you?
So,
A challenge worthy of my skill.
By the Emperor, it will be done.
At the time he was 28, I was 16. No, it's just, I just...
Victory
no,
is
I was
assured.
16, 17.
Holy. You look at this, sir, yourself.
I was so dysfunctional, so I attracted him.
It will only take me a moment.
And he lost his child 2 years before of bone cancer.
Initiating construction.
So he was going along with his depressed life, and he saw damsel in distress. And I took it as well. And that's how it happened.
I am honored that you require my skills.
Better life, because that's what you promised me. And then he became a perpetrator where I actually experienced 10 years.
I am on it.
I didn't go out of the house for 5 years.
Initiating construction.
I wasn't allowed to go to the shops. I wasn't. If I had to definitely go to the shops when he's not there, he would make sure that I was timed. And if I was late coming back when he called the house line and picked it up,
A simple task, perhaps.
I found out that he was on heroin.
By the Emperor, you will have it.
3 days and nights at a time. I wouldn't be allowed to go anywhere because I didn't know the world and I didn't want to go outside because I was
As
so
you
scared
wish,
and petrified
so
of
shall it be
people.
done.
Look out! Here they come!
We didn't have no
A challenge worthy of
What are your orders?
to there that he would
I shall not fail. To my trust is the Emperor's will. I shall not fail. Sir, yes, sir. By the Emperor, you will have it. By the Emperor, you will have it. Look at this sword. What are your orders? Sir, yes, sir. Well, I shall not fail.
He used to beat me throughout my pregnancy.
medium.
Is that the best you've got?
My face. I scratched it till it bled, and I looked in the mirror. This is after him beating me up, and I was holding my pregnant stomach, and I was looking in the mirror, and I was going, "You're horrible." I was taking all the abuse that he was saying out through my mouth, and I was saying it to myself because I believed it. Then soon it came to a point where I actually made the ultimate choice of leaving. Was when my daughter was about a year old at that time, and I just had my son, and my daughter had hearing tests because her development, because she was born with special needs, but they didn't know what kind of special needs she was born with. So it was time will tell. So at that time they were doing a lot of hearing tests. So I met this girl through this play group for children who have got hearing difficulties. And she started seeing the bruises on my face and everything. She started giving me the encouragement and strength. She took me into her world, and I thought, oh, this is what it feels like to have friends.
So when and how did you find strength to turn your life around?
So from leaving that perpetrator and moving on with my son and my daughter, I did end up in dysfunctional relationships for a good 6-7 years. It's all I knew. I was in my early 20s, you know. I wanted to do what every other 20s were doing, which was living life. But obviously I couldn't do that because I had 2 children. Because I wasn't fixing myself, going to the core of the problem to fix myself. I kept on attracting negativity all the time. And then there was this article that was released about this girl who was a model, and she committed suicide. And it was like as if it was my life reflecting back at me. And I thought, oh my God, she actually did it. She went, she killed herself. And it just took me back a bit. And I thought to myself, I tried to do that, and I'm so glad I didn't succeed, because now is my changing point. And I felt like the universe just swallowed me up and said, this is your calling. So I got in touch with the charity that commented in this honour killing. And I told them about my story, and they asked me to go in, and I became an ambassador for them. I started talking about my
Yes, sir. That's how everything's in order, sir.
To be
it is my duty to serve, present and accounted for, sir. You heard the man. Jump by the Emperor. You will have it.
Sometimes it is.
It is my duty to serve.
We're conditioned from such a young age.
By the Emperor, you will have it. You heard the man. Jump too.
In most cultures, they bury it into your head.
Reporting for duty, sir. Shall I get started? By the Emperor, you will have it.
You have to speak out because it is a criminal offence.
My devotion is assured.
People do not.
It's such as the Emperor's will.
Get their meal.
Eager for action, sir.
But the thing is, whether it's your family or a friend, it doesn't really matter.
Shall I get started?
They're abusing you. They took my childhood and my teen life away from me, and majority of my 20s. And
they will quake at my shadow.
Now, and I've only started since I was 30, and I'm making this. I'm only 8 years old, just like the 8-year-old Ruby, and and that's why I'm going back to.
Shall I get started? Shall I get started?
What's the point of doing things
Shall I get started?
When it gives you no satisfaction? Especially in a life partner, love should be so beautiful.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Not what
you have President accounted for, sir. Where's our fire support?
Whilst everybody was having their orgies, free love sex, they would no longer be permitted to enjoy sex for each other. They had to fantasize that they were actually having sex with Jesus. many
Shall I get started?
Yeah, that's cool.
Will only take me a moment.
Hi, I'm Mike from
Eager for
Darklight,
action,
and I'm
sir.
a paedophile hunter.
On the double.
Is that okay?
Yeah, all good with that.
Sweet.
I'd give my life if that's what's asked. What would you have me do?
I experienced some things as a child that I shouldn't have gone through. That I never got justice for, I never got answers for.
Do you
So
know
it
what's
kind of
your
took
past?
me to a dark place. I was in a dark place for a lot of years, and then I saw one day, after having multiple breakdowns on Facebook, that there was a live video of a paedophile being stung.
Look out! Here they come! Men, it's time for war!
It intrigued me. So I contacted the team and I asked,
I am on it.
you know, what I
repairs may
need
require
to
some
do to
time.
be able to help.
Initiating construction.
You called, sir. Double time! Shall I
So
get
we
started?
set up dormant profiles on social media platforms, you know,
Shall I get
children,
started?
Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, all of the major
Shall I get
platforms.
started?
We will set up a
You called, sir. Eager for action, sir.
make that profile appear like a start contact.
My devotion is assured.
Just, you know, little things. I'm as well. I'm going, you know, if I'm in Tesco or Asda or wherever it is, and I'm finding it looks like I'm out shopping with my nan, or I'm out doing, you know, you've got to look like we're contacted
from the Emperor's mouth to my ears, son. This is my life, that's what asked. Double time! Anything for the Imperial.
Contacted sign of contact
Eager for action, son.
The other side will initiate contact with them. They'll find out how old they are if you're in a particular sentences and there. So I'd say 98% of them continue on into sexual conversation.
I already know what you
Sometimes going through a long grooming process where
Initiating
they'll take
construction.
months to try and build a relationship
I
with
am on
them,
it.
or to
Initiating
build friendships
construction.
and then there's other ones that'll just come on straight away. They'll ask for naked pictures and then, you know, block you afterwards, or they'll skip through profiles.
I shall see to it
various
personally,
different
sir.
tactics to try and
Eager
target
for
them.
action,
So
sir.
we start to build a profile of who that person is, looking through Facebook,
Eager for action,
looking
sir.
through online registries, trying to locate that. Obviously, using the child decoy,
Will only take me
we're
a
able to
moment.
obtain evidence and information about that person. So what we can gradually do is build a case together. We can see who's
Initiating
living in the property where that person's
I am on
living.
it.
We can see, you know, we can find out what job that person does. We can find out, you know, through Google and different resources, whether they've got any past convictions that have gone through court. You know, it's a long process, but as soon as they
start to
Shall
go
I
in that
get
direction,
started?
we'll start an
Hustle
investigation.
up!
I'll give the go-ahead to start an
1, 2, 1, 2.
investigation, and we'll try and get everything we can.
Reporting for duty, sir.
The small things, facial profiles, tattoos,
I shall not fail.
car registrations, brickwork details on people's houses.
Big guns
and,
ready to fire. Heavy
really
weapons on
is
the move.
quite
We'll get there as
extensive what
fast
they
as
go
we
into.
can.
I am on it.
By the Emperor, you will have it.
So the sting is like
It is my duty to serve.
the end of our
If such
process,
is the
but
Emperor's
starts the
word,
legal
support.
process. And when we sting, typically we'll go out and meet.
Big guns ready to fire.
9 times out of 10 it'll go on Facebook.
Moving
unless
to
they
new
say
firing
issues
position.
around where
We'll get
we
there as
are,
fast
you
as
know,
we can.
children in the area, things like that.
They will
We've got to be
quake
really
at my
careful
shadow.
because, you know, while it's not a massive platform,
glory of
we've
the
got some
Imperium,
kind of
sir.
social responsibility that we need to
We'll cover our men.
correctly in the best interest of the community.
I shall not
I'm not going to go
fail,
into
You
what
will have
is
it. Executing your
required
orders is my
to go out
duty
and
to
do a
serve.
successful sting, but there are certain elements
What are your
of
orders?
the chat that need to be there to enable us to get a prosecution. So, you know, sometimes it is a waiting game.
You called, sir. On the double.
What we have to do kind of in the meantime
Eager
is
for
make
action,
sure that
sir.
try and make sure that they're not speaking to any other
Eager for
children.
action, sir.
Mainly by either contacting social services, contacting the police. You know, there's not just. It's a very grey area in,
As you
in
wish,
what
so
we do
shall it be
because
done.
there are people online that are vulnerable themselves. So we have to risk assess everything that comes through us. We're not professionally trained in the sense of doing risk assessment. You know what's right and what's not right way to go. So for instance, if we get someone who starts speaking to us, contact
Eager for action, sir. Anything for the
and then we'll reach
Imperium.
out to adult social
You called, sir.
services.
On the double.
So just know when you did move your head, so head up and then head down. Go straight down in. How do you feel before you go on this thing?
I think it's the
You
the
called,
same
sir.
feeling.
Shall I get
strung
started? Eager
a
for
lot
action,
of
sir.
different sexual predators from all different walks of life, and now I'm used to the same.
As you wish, so
it's the
shall
same
it be done.
pat or the same.
I am on it.
They come out with the same
Sir,
excuses.
yes,
I was
sir.
hacked, or I didn't know what I was doing, or I was drunk, or all these different things. And for me,
It is my duty to serve.
all of those. It doesn't matter,
I already
who you
know
are.
what
All of
you
those
want.
factors should not
By the Emperor, you will
make
have it.
you want to go and harm a child or do the things that they do online. So what we do in essence is we
Shall
will
I get
arrive at the meeting
started?
place.
Sir,
We'll
yes,
tell them who
sir.
they are, pull them to the side, away from public, and we'll confront them with the evidence that we've got. But as we confront, the police are being contacted by another member of the
easy
team. And the
matter
police
for
will
one of
obviously
mine.
attempt to arrest them based on the evidence that we've got.
You called, sir.
And the sting is the reason that we live stream it to Facebook is simply to make sure that no allegations can be made of any wrongdoing on our part, but also at the same time from an evidential point of view, because if when we're questioning this person about what they're doing, if they admit it, then obviously that can be report against them.
Anything for the Imperium. Let me inspire our men.
What is an example of a case that you're like, this is...
I am honored that you require
What kind of
my
case? Like, do you want the worst of the worst?
These repairs may require some time. I am on it. I am honored that you require
We are the team
my
of decoys
skills.
working for us.
It will only take me a moment.
A guy was under a profile.
As you ready on my skills.
Within the paedophile hunting community, if that's what you want to call it,
there's various different teams, various different independent employees who don't do it for teams. You know, it is a big build-up of people that are all doing it for the right reasons. Anyway, I'd made contact with another team who was speaking to him, but we didn't know who he was. We didn't, you know, because he was hiding behind so I had to take a risk because it was getting progressively worse. He was talking about bullying kids, talking about, you know, anal sex with the kids, and it just got really, really bad, to the point where I was even telling my decoys not to engage in conversation because it was just violating the colour, narcissistic colour. And he was from Carnforth near Morecambe, so we went to Carnforth. We turned up at his address and his dad invited us in, and when his dad invited us in, I think I've got an idea of this guy, because he's been arrested for something like this before, so he was already released under investigation, so he was under investigation at that point, and then we turn up and stuck him. I think we're alive on that day because we just obviously
eager for action.
Probably half an hour or 40 minutes after we'd left the police station.
Shall I get started?
Within 10 minutes he was contacted officers.
Eager for action, son.
From the age of 12. She'd never told anybody in her life that she'd been raped or abused by him, and I she disclosed to him. I instantly inspire our men. She did that, and the following day she went and gave a statement and secured 5 counts of rape on him, and on the 4th of June just gone into jail for 8 years. So, you know, you can see just in that in itself, that's a real person, that's a real 12-year-old who's had to live through those times, and then just, you know, what a strong
as you wish, so shall it be done.
We frequently get parents coming to us who have got children and their children have been contacted by a predator. They've tried to contact the police and the police just haven't got the resources to deal with it, or it's going to take a while for the police to deal with it, and they come to us. So, you know, a majority of what we do with the page is done behind closed doors. It's not, you know, it's a physical entity, but there's a lot more work that goes on behind it. Things like safeguarding, things like you know, making sure that the people that volunteer within my organisation are okay, and that, you know, it's not getting too much for them, because it can become a very, very dark, stressful place to work. So the evidence is put together in sort of a paper form, so we'll have all of the chat logs. So that's like the screenshots of the conversation that's been had, and then from there we will burn all the evidence onto a disc. So as soon as the police get hold of it, they can literally just put the disc in and put it all onto their system. And we're also provided with a DVD copy.
Shall I get started?
The
eager
live
for action,
video. So literally we will record the live.
Shall I get started?
They will quake at my shadow, burn off the disc for them.
Eager for
a copy
action,
of the live, a copy of the evidence, and then on top of that,
eager for action, sir.
The
who summons me?
Video.
Tell your men to stay out of my way. You called, sir.
So I'm fully aware of the law in terms of you know, we've had over 70 cases that have gone through court, and they've all, you know, resulted in successful prosecutions. The Sex Offences Act 2003 is one of the just because I'm quite OCD, so I need to make sure that all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed before I do anything. I was told by the first police officer that I spoke to, you know, he said, I'm not going to be able to stop you doing this, but if you are going to continue doing it, at least make sure you're doing it the safe way. And that's where we've got a tick list from, so it kind of stems from
Away
funny enough you say that. It's funny enough you say that because while I do what I do and I've done it successfully for nearly 3 years, predators are still able, more than able. My children, my 2 boys have got Snapchat. No, not Snapchat. They've got TikTok and Instagram. They won't allow them Facebook. But their Instagram is linked to mine.
I am on it.
And TikTok to check every day just to make sure all the profiles are locked.
We're under fire!
Simply because I don't want my children to there's so many risks outside. For me, it's an education. I'd rather educate. This was only probably about 2 months ago, and say, I want you to send me pictures, I'll pay you money. It's mad, doing what I think that my children's accounts would be.
Big guns, ready to fire!
They will have their fake profiles. They will quite often set up Instagram profiles of celebrities and hide behind that. And there's just so many different ways. It's so easy for a child.
Cassican squad ready?
Even on platforms like WhatsApp, all it takes is for one person to get your child's contact number and they're put into a group, a WhatsApp group where there could be sort of 20 or 30 paedophiles just sat requesting pictures. It is a madness.
Sir, one of the monoliths is partially restored.
To check a child's device, literally 5 minutes.
They will learn to fear me.
There's probably 5 or 6 apps that children go on that are the most popular platforms, and they're also most popular streaming. So if you've got a child that's on, say, Snapchat or Instagram or WhatsApp or Facebook, and you don't know who your child is talking to, then really you should know who your child is talking to, because they could be speaking to anyone.
Shall I get started?
For me, that,
so shall it. Shall I get started?
Today is to try and reach
eager
out
for action,
sir. The risks.
Anything for the Imperial. They will learn to fear me.
They're left unsupervised.
The call to battle. Standing by.
I am on it.
Real. As real as anything. We had a case through the other day that was a predator who sent an 8-year-old. Why an 8-year-old was on Instagram, I don't know. But there was an 8-year-old on Instagram.
Shall I get started?
And
you called, sir. Look out! Imperial. Long as I wish to serve under you, sir. They will learn to fear me. Where's the friend? They will learn to fear me.
The predator's profile was actually these are real children's profiles. So what we're going to do
is to serve under you, sir. Shall I get started? Shall I get started?
So shall it be done.
High school.
Eager for action. See to it personally, sir.
So,
look out!
Really,
Here they come! If such is the Emperor's will!
Stupidly real, Is that why you put your thumb up? You putting your thumb up?
Shall I get started? It's my duty to serve! The call to battle by the Emperor. You will satisfaction! If such is the Emperor's will! If such is the Emperor's will! The call to battle.
No.
I best hurry then.
sunbed shop in here.
You called, sir? What are your orders? You called, sir?
So literally,
Sir, yes, sir.
I set up a
They will
profile,
learn to fear me.
Not so long ago.
You
probably
called, sir?
or so ago, and already on that profile is 173 friend requests, and that's of a child. You know, that's a profile of a 12-year-old girl.
The cavalry's awaiting instructions.
Pretty much all of them are from England. So, you know, 173 friends requests.
I
And I can guarantee that some of them
my
will be
skill.
rings.
As soon as we besiege the
You know,
My devotion is assured. My devotion is assured.
Like, you can literally be whoever they want to be behind the profile.
Look out! Here he comes!
As you wish, so shall it.
It is my duty to stand. Is assured.
You know, Cyril Smith, the whole Rochdale thing, Jimmy Savile, you know, it's goes right
Ready to win the war, sir. Sounded like a stroll through the countryside. As soon as we
For me,
besiege the
all I want to do is when I'm going out and getting them, it's not even about what they can do for mine, it's more than that's a criminal offence. That's the system. When I'm going out, just the whole thing I'm thinking about is the safeguarding that will take place on the back
Eager
of
for
that
action, sir.
So the police will put safeguarding measures in place, social services will be alerted, any children that has been immediately round will be questioned and spoken to, as will the parents, to make sure that you know, harm or there's no significant risk to
Eager
that
for
child.
action, sir.
So it's in the first instance, it's
inspire
about
our
the
men.
children
Eager for action,
that
sir.
are immediately around the predator. When it comes to the case and stuff, that's for the police to deal with. No, never. I've pretty much now dedicated life to it because, you know, we are making a difference. We are seeing that as a direct result of being there and the awareness that's generated.
I am but a humble servant.
Quick at my shadow. And
ready to win the war, sir.
it's quite possibly, I can
My
say this,
devotion
it's quite
is
possibly the
assured.
best therapy that I've ever had. Because
Are
it's
you
exposure
ready to
therapy.
die
Every single time I go
What would
out
you
on the
have
road,
me
apart from today, I'm stuck in front of a paedophile, asking them why they're doing what they're doing.
I
And I've never got the answer. I'll never be able to understand what they do, but
you called, sir.
every time we get a result, it's as if
You have chosen wisely.
you know, a little bit of
Are you ready to
you know,
die
a little bit more
for
of a
me?
jigsaw slots into place. Because it's not about me.
Shall
You
I
know,
get
there's
started?
people that'll see this that'll know who I am. They know, you know. There'll be people that'll see this that live next door to me. So it's,
My devotion
I
is
don't
assured.
want is
You
people
called, sir.
stopping me in the streets.
Your request is a psycho, my
I've
lord.
seen other hunters go down that road. I've seen, you know, the whole Facebook persona take over. That's not me.
I am
That's
on
who
it.
I am. I'm just doing it because I can. And because
I
I
am
want
on
to,
it.
and it's the right
Will
thing
only
to do.
take
So
me
I
a
believe in
moment.
the power of one. For me, when I started on this journey, I wanted to try and stop all the versions of myself being created through abuse.
So you
know, I
read
know
me
that
now.
having lived the way I've lived for the past
So you
however
read
many
me
years,
now.
it's, you know, it's not easy to live with them kind of demons. It's not easy to wake up in the morning sometimes and want yourself. So if I can stop one person, just one person with this from becoming another version of me,
You
and
requested a psycho, my lord.
you know, that's the power of one. You'll never truly understand how many people you're reaching, but as long as it's one, then, you know, job's done. Yeah, is that a wrap?
Here ensures loyalty. My devotion is assured. coats. Let me inspire our men. I obey without question.
My mind
Shows loyalty. Where do you need devotion is assured.
We'll be off as soon as the few ready to win the war,
My devotion is assured. Let me inspire our men. Support.
Whilst everybody was having their orgies, free love sex, they would no longer be permitted to enjoy sex with each other. They had to fantasize that they were actually having sex with each other, men included. The cult started like most cults in the late 60s,
is assured.
Beach, the same era. See an opportunity and they would sort of replicate army-style training into doctrines that he was still developing, the cult leader was still developing. And it was born out of and the concept was, you know, one big family, creating a sense of unity and belonging. And it was an apocalyptic cult, so that the messaging was about that we are in the last days of the world, and the motive around the mission statement was to My father had left the French Navy. My mother had left home in London to Paris at the ripe young age of 19 to so both my parents were young, they were vulnerable, they were looking for someone to belong to their lives. Suddenly they had this warm, welcoming family that their life was taken over, and they had a sense of meaning and purpose. That is the sort of the grandfather of my parents joined in the late 70s. I was born in 1969, so exactly 10 years. The cult had been going on for exactly 10 years.
Inspire our men. Ready to win the war, sir.
Yes.
Following orders.
We lived in communes, modeled after they came up with this document whilst everybody was having their orgies, they would no longer would effectively get drunk so when Berg writes
anything for the Imperial!
How children should have sex, suddenly that's
As you wish.
practices and teaches
Stop holding it! I should say to it what would you
towards underage sex.
As you wish!
You were essentially yourself.
Yes, so
You have chosen wisely.
I was 8 years old when I was taught to do which filmed two other girls. One was 5 and the other one was 3.
You called, sir.
And it was filmed and sent
I'd give my
to
life if that's what
Berg.
I asked. My devotion is assured. Eager for action. Sir, what would you have me do? Shall I get started?
You were exposed to it.
It only take me a moment.
Taught how to have sex. I was set up for date nights at a very young age. Notwithstanding, I'd suffered quite a lot of sexual abuse from adult men.
By the Emperor, it
The
will be
person
done.
who was abusing me and several
Hear me, but follow!
One night I
vanquish.
became aware that he was molesting my sister, and
What is your wish?
I distracted him.
You have the honor of
so that
serving
he
me
would stop
now. By the
molesting her
Emperor, it will be
and
done.
molest me instead.
You have
You need to think of it like Bond.
Retreat again and I'll shoot you, cowards! Let me inspire our men! Let me inspire our men! Fire this all, and they see it strength with us!
So it's quite severe in fact. That much abuse. You feel in your gut it's wrong. Controlled.
I believe
was extremely violent. He was
Is that the best you've got? Yes, yes, of course I'll help.
Even though they joined, they were vulnerable. So even if my mother wanted to
escape it,
for her to be. We spent quality time with our parents 1 hour a day and 1 day a week. So my understanding is do see me
I already know what you want.
So you read me now. Just try to, you know, I know it sounds really stupid in that way. It was a big deal. Games for trying to invent things. It was a very special relationship. We've also lost siblings. TV. We didn't listen to music. We didn't read magazines. We had no exposure to except for fundraising. So all reading material and listening to was propaganda. I think it must have been like in the building when we first moved in.
Eager for action.
There was a propaganda. Assassinate.
Look out!
That book, his story of his pursuit of justice and waiting and biding his crime.
Yes, of course.
Really made an impact.
Die silently.
So I was 12 years old. So we were singing some song. I don't even know if I remember the song. Miming, and I'm looking around and just looking at these faces, and it's all on the wall. I kind of see how everybody and it's like this look. That was my first one.
What is all right? Look at eager for action! Anything for the Imperial! Own the double! I shall see to it first, sir! Hustle up! One turn! Yes, of course I'll help. Sir, it's so good! We can't hold them!
What was the act of leaving?
Will you read me? I already know what you want.
And for a long time I kept on visiting them. So I always felt then my mother decided to go to India. I was about to do that. So that, and then I didn't see them for 5 to 10 years. That was really hard. I felt powerless, but at the same time I was in my own survival fog, trying to make my way in this world. The fact that if I worked hard to set up my life outside the cult, then at least I would be there for them. And that was the best way I could serve them.
Did they all eventually leave?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One of my brothers ended up coming to live with me. Who, in the end, I was
152nd Conservator Regiment, under its former commanders, ever taken their census and survey duty seriously. The ancient Necron stronghold of Kaurava III would probably have been awakened hundreds of years prior to the Kaurava conflict. Whether their failure to keep any presence on this wasteland planet was remarkable luck or dismal negligence is now debated heavily by Imperial historians. Invigorated under the capable command of General Stubbs, the Imperial Guard showed their best face, and everything that the ancient exhumed necropolis set against them were beaten back with ample munitions, perseverance, and heavy armor. Adapting the example set in the War of Cronus, General Van Stubbs had cargo loads of bombs shipped to the Emotion Plains, and every inch of possible Necron catacomb was subject to multiple detonations. Following the victory, Stubbs forbade any future Imperial surveys of Kaurava III.
I'm angry about that.
What happened to the cult, and what happened to the cult leader?
The cult leader died. Karen Zerby, his concubine, and Peter Kelly, her concubine, took over leadership.
Did any of your abusers come to justice?
Yes, so bearing in mind we had also been raised to believe that the authorities were the enemy and they couldn't be trusted. So, taking a risk and speaking to the police was a declaration of war on the cult.
It is my duty to serve.
Relationship
Standing ready.
With some of my family.
Executing your orders, sir. It will be my honor.
But it was also
as you wish, so shall it be done.
Thing to do
as you wish,
to protect myself, to look after myself, because nobody else would need it. I had to start reconnecting other people who'd left, and
where do you want us, sir?
Convincing them to also come forward and corroborate my story.
For the glory of the Imperium,
a 16-year-long.
The hand of the Emperor guides all.
What
are your orders? Executing your orders, sir.
Do you know what you have?
My devotion is assured.
I needed the validation
from the judge
to say this is what this is.
As you wish. So
in my mind, I had the amount of years that he took from me in my life.
It will only take me a moment.
That's what I got. The judge heard me.
Let me inspire our men.
He set me free.
Where do you want us, sir? To the best you will have it unaccounted for, sir.
When you heard the sentencing, did you feel a sense of relief?
Standing by.
Happiest day of my life.
My devotion is assured.
Slowly coming to terms.
What are your orders?
With people knowing.
Take the objective.
About this part of my life.
It is my duty to serve.
Of course I'll help. My
devotion is assured.
Survivors understand that while this happened to me, I'm not defined by it. I have completely rebuilt my life. Through education, I've had a successful career. To the resilience. There's much more to me than just childhood. In the heart of the things that you can do to gain justice is top of the list. The best possible outcome is feel better.
What do you require? Let me inspire our men. Take it at all costs.
The abuser has power.
It is my duty to serve.
With the silence. When you lift the veil of silence,
for the glory of the Imperium.
Lift the inappropriate shame.
For the glory of the Imperium. For the glory of the Imperium.
So you read me.
Emperor's will.
Because
Will
I've
only
been
take
on
me a moment.
flat on my back for so
We're
long,
under fire!
I have no neck
A challenge
muscles.
worthy of
So
my skill.
We did it, sir!
I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I just burst out crying.
By the Emperor, you will have it!
Senior investigator
By the Emperor, you will have it!
Scotland Yard.
Executing your orders! What are your orders?
And he said,
By the
"There's
Emperor,
probably
you will have
about 30 victims."
Will only take me a
By
moment.
the Emperor, you will have it!
I said 500 victims. I said that's probably what it
Ready and willing, sir! Where do you want her, sir? Sir, yes, sir! It is my duty to serve!
I think when I initially joined
Big guns, ready to fire! Yes, sir!
drive fast.
By the Emperor, you will have it! It is my duty to serve! My devotion is assured! Leave me to my errands. Sir, yes, sir! 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 What do we do? You will have it! Keep in formation! Nothing will get through our finger fire!
Is about
Right!
developing
As you wish,
stories.
so shall it
It
be
is
done.
my duty to serve!
Then quickly after,
Ready and willing, sir! By the Emperor, you will have it! By the Emperor! Where do you want one, sir?
in our area, which was young children, and then moved into child protection, and then on to CID.
Why did you leave?
I got to a point where I'd done everything possible. I dealt with very serious crimes, child abuse, horrific offences of and murders. I worked across the family liaison offices for many, many murders, and it took its toll. I think I'd got to a position where I either stayed in the police service for the rest of my life, my career, or I took a challenge and did something else. And I moved on from being a police officer to being an investigator, which is what I do now.
I am honored that you require my skills. I am honored that you require my
There's a
skills.
massive difference between being a police officer and being an investigator, because I can't arrest people. But as a police officer, of
As you
course,
wish,
you have
so
certain
shall it be
powers.
done.
I don't have any powers. My biggest power I have now is the power of persuasion and my
I will do as you ask.
My mind
It is my
bears a
duty to
train of
serve!
pain.
Executing your orders, sir! Look out! Here they come! For the glory of the Imperial!
But there is an advantage. Some people do not like
As you
the
wish,
police,
so shall it
and
be
therefore
done.
sometimes people will tell me things they wouldn't tell the police.
As you wish, so shall it be done. Initiating construction. I am on it.
You know, I'm passionate about what I do. I wake up every morning. Try and solve cases. But I'm clever about how I do it.
Reporting for duty, sir! It's such as the Emperor's will! Keep in formation! You will have it! We'll cover our men!
Phone down within the house.
By the Emperor, you will have it! Hits! What are your orders? Take it at all costs!
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Nothing will get through our field of fire. What would you have? A chance to prove our word! Attack!
Do you know what you ask?
By the Emperor, we've won! If such is the Emperor's will, what do you require? Let me inspire our men! It shall be so! I'll take it for here.
Always very interesting.
What are your orders?
And I always say to people,
Take it at all costs!
somebody that hasn't
What are your orders? For the glory of the Imperium!
They are not suspicious of you. It's amazing what people
You shall
do.
have your prize! If such is the Emperor's will.
He was investigated by the police.
It is my duty to serve.
Look at it and see. Jimmy Savile
Will only take me a moment.
was probably the most well-known, famous individual as far as television goes in the country.
It is my duty to serve.
At the time of his height, there was only
By the Emperor, you will have it. Capturing is easy. Holding it will be hard. You shall have your
He was
prize.
massive.
It is
He
my
was
duty to serve.
untouchable. And so the fear
By the
that
Emperor,
existed
you
around
will have
him
it.
still
As you
remained,
wish,
even
so
though
shall
he
it be
died.
done.
He had
Capturing
an
is
illusion
easy.
about
Holding it will be hard.
and so they were
I shall have
about someone who's dead who wasn't able to defend himself.
My devotion is assured.
Oh no! What's
It was after I
If
left.
such is the Emperor's will,
Gets to a position where
take it at all costs.
program, and they then decided.
We're under fire.
As you
they
wish,
weren't
so shall it be
quite
done.
simply because they decided that the police had carried out their investigation. Therefore, there was
Me, inspire our men.
I immediately
My devotion is assured. By the Emperor,
So I
we've
said,
won.
"Can I run?" So I went to ITV to look at the story, and of course their response was how
Will only take me a moment.
At this point, he
I
just
challenge
said,
worthy of my skill.
and I said, "Listen,
By the
I
Emperor,
challenge
we've
worthy of
won.
my skill.
What are your orders?
And the exec producer
Take it
tried
at
to-
all
Why didn't
costs.
you give
Sir,
it-
yes, sir.
Very
You shall have
quickly
your
started-
prize.
I am on it.
Let me inspire our men. Shall I get started? Sir, yes, sir.
Talk to everybody, and when you talk to them, say, "Is there anybody else?" I
Sir,
need to
yes,
talk to?"
sir.
And then follow up on them, and then before you know it, you start to reaching out probably like 14 or 15 people. Go to them, ask.
If such is the Emperor's will.
And that's what we did.
It will only take me a moment.
People, talk to them, and
I am on it.
started to build up a picture that he had set.
Initiating
was easy.
construction.
Holding it
I am
will
on
be
it.
hard.
And obviously, they were now adults. We went back to ITV and said this. And
I challenge worthy of my
incredibly
skill.
nervous, and I totally-
This is my duty to serve.
But as the evidence started to
You
build
shall
up,
have your
it got
prize.
stronger and
It was
stronger and
easy.
stronger.
What are your orders, sweetheart? Take the objective. Where's our fire support? What do you require? Let me inspire our men.
I am honored that you require my skill.
By the Emperor, you will have it. Take it at all costs.
It will only take me a moment.
Whilst I started investigating,
I am on it.
My mum phoned me up and she said, "Mark, do you really think you should be doing
I
this?"
challenge worthy of my skill.
What would you have me do?
If that's what you wish,
You called, sir.
so be it.
Program.
Double time.
I am on it. Easy matter for one of my skills.
Man died.
Let me inspire our men. You called, sir. Where's our fire support? That's what I asked. Eager for action, son. This is it, men. The moment of
It will
glory.
only take me a moment.
Capturing it was easy. Holding it will be hard.
I am on it. It will only take me a moment.
Right, okay.
This
By
able
the
beast
Emperor,
should get us
we've
there.
won.
I shall have it.
And they'd worked out.
We're under fire.
I challenge worthy of my skill.
You called, sir. You on. On the double. Hold back.
You know what you ask. Our fate is foretold.
Devotion is such as the Emperor's will.
We had real challenges.
You have chosen wisely. I hear, eager for action, and I obey.
And I remember staying.
If such
staying
is the
to my
Emperor's
feet on
will.
the tube. We can't
I am
let
on
this go.
it.
We have to get this out.
challenge worthy of my skill.
I remember saying to her and to a number of other people, is that if we get this right,
Initiating construction.
It's every soldier for himself!
A challenge worthy of my skill.
and on the day of the
So we did it, sir! I already know what you want! I cannot move! What are your orders? You heard the man! Jump to! For Emperor, the Imperial!
What's your
What are your orders?
I am on it.
500. I don't think I've been he went.
I cannot lose! We again stand ready to fight. Standing ready. Hold back! Hold back! Standing ready. Taking hits!
Front pages.
Reporting for duty, sir! You shall have the Emperor listening return! I find me Emperor's blessing return! My devotion is assured!
Subsequent change.
I am honored that you require my skills.
Children.
Reporting for duty, sir! Sir, yes, sir! By the Emperor! We've won!
As you wish, so shall it be done. A challenge worthy of my skills. It will only take me a moment.
The likes of
what are your orders?
Harris, Max Clifford, but it also resulted in a tidal wave effect up and down the country. And
if such is the Emperor's will, objective secured. What now?
Came forward.
You shall have your prize.
About it
I
and
hold
led
the
to
secrets of it.
My mind fears a great pain.
It will only take me a moment.
I firmly believe that it had a massive impact moving forward in
A
generating
challenge worthy of my skill. As you wish, so shall it be done.
Ultimately, yeah, I am. You know, people
by
say
the
to me,
Emperor, you will have it. It's an honor to serve the Imperium, sir. For the glory of the Imperium.
Take me a moment.
Special. It's hard to get it.
Initiating construction.
The tidal effect of travel.
It will only take me a moment.
Are those 5 brave people
initiating construction?
It wasn't for them.
Shall I get started?
Telling you about Savile.
Hustle up! It is my duty to serve. Looks like everything's in order, sir. You will have it.
I was charged with 8
It is my duty to serve.
Basically made like each hack different crimes.
Eager for action, sir.
But they only finished about 40 times.
Shall I get started?
They only keep me in custody for 24 hours. Every time they arrest me, they have to caution you.
You called, sir.
They say something like,
from the Emperor's mouth to my ears, sir.
For this. You know how to say
eager for action, sir.
If you
I shall see to it personally, sir. Eager for action, sir.
Because I was charged with 80 different crimes.
I am honored
because they
that you
basically made
require
like
my skills.
crimes. They were supposed to arrest me 80 times, but they only finished arresting me about 40 times because they could only keep me.
It will only take me a moment. I am on it. A challenge worthy of my skill.
Let me inspire our men.
I spent most of the time on the computer. So if I wasn't playing games, I would be trying to going all these different programs on the computer to see what they do. And one of them was this really old program called Microsoft Front Page, which allows you to create websites. When you create that website, you basically kind of like editing a Word document, and you can actually see the code.
Where's our fire support?
Shall I get to that's kind of how I started also my interest in technology and computers and stuff. And this was when I was roughly 9 years old.
You have chosen
so I think my first experience of
for Emperor
was when
Imperial.
I didn't have a calculator with me, but I was trying to do my maths homework. So I went online and I think
What do we do in Imperial? Hey, hold them! Sir, what do we do? It's every soldier for himself! It's my duty to serve!
Fine.
God, they broke our backs!
So shall it be done.
Time for payback!
I was trying to blackmail people.
I am honored that you require my skills. Initiating Soulstorm.
Oh no! You thought so! Devil dogs! You have chosen the right thing! Is that a best in power? Every soldier for himself!
As you wish, so shall it be done. These repairs may be
Too much for us!
So shall it be done.
We must pray for forgiveness.
One of the first hacks that we
I will whip the first of you who betrays ocean is assured. My scars speak my word. Too much for us. It shall be so.
So what
they broke our backs.
In the sense that it wasn't really to show that we were monster hackers, but more that the companies that were hacking
who have chosen wisely. Glory to the Emperor!
Quite common at the time.
Taking hits! If such is the Emperor's will, shall I get started?
Where we take me? Initiating.
Looks like everything's in order, sir.
As you wish, so shall it be done. I challenge you.
Coulter!
online live.
From the Emperor's mouth to my ears, son!
I am on it.
You have chosen wisely.
Tell the men the cavalry's arrived. I've found the guard ready to serve. Standing by.
That's kind of when I realized that our
What do you want?
As you
Glory to the Emperor! I cannot
it's easy to actually exploit this.
initiating construction. Oh no! Watch your ass!
Anonymous.
Sir, yes, sir.
Political or activist reason to do so. So we created this alternative
You cold,
kind of
sir.
banner.
It's such as the Emperor's will.
Where we were just like
Glory of the Imperial. It is my duty to serve.
It will only take me a moment.
We hacked Fox for example, and that was done under
I've found the guard ready to serve. As soon as we besiege the machine
so there isn't really a political
By the Emperor, you will have it.
Warm me on the engine, my lord.
to be doing that. I wasn't directly involved in the
It is my duty to
I
serve.
was taking a break from Nullsec, but Nullsec found a security
Eager for action,
in
son.
the sun, and this was just around the time that the news of the world hacking scandal.
I am honored that you require my
There was a really
skill.
good reason to hack the sun, and so we hacked the sun and we put up a fake news article saying that
Initiating construction. Will only take me a moment.
Awaiting instructions.
And
What are your orders, President?
Emperor's fist.
What are your orders?
organization and the FBI agent using the passwords hacked into the police department, the US Senate, there's like a whole list of them. Yeah, but she's at this point,
I will ease the
other
machine's
hackers are
pain.
giving us stuff they hack for us to release. So we're kind of becoming WikiLeaks for hackers at that point.
I will ease the machine's pain.
So eventually I left Nullsec because it was time. And about a month after that,
Awaiting
Order for duty, son. If such is the Emperor's will.
I hear that
Eager for action, son.
there was about 3 police officers in
By the Emperor,
playing
you will have it. Shall I get started?
Awaiting
You called, sir. His name.
came
You
to my
called,
room
sir.
and it immediately knew that
I
I
shall
was
see to it first, sir. My devotion is assured.
Then I was taken to a Belgravia police station in Scotland. Every time they arrest you, they have to
Let me preach his name. Come, sir.
Ready to win the war with
I was charged with
It will only take me a moment.
because they basically made me tag for time. They were supposed to arrest me 80 times. But
You
they
have
only
chosen
finished
wisely.
about 40 times.
Let me preach his name. You have chosen
Had all these questions
wisely.
and they were hoping that I would basically.
I am but a humble servant.
You require my skill.
I didn't. I just like every question they would ask, I would say no comment.
It will only take me a moment.
And they were really not expecting that. I think that was great. That's what I was taught.
You requested a second, my lord.
As you wish, inspire our men.
If you don't talk, then
what would you have me do?
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
So you need me now.
The chances of going to jail.
By the Emperor, you will have
I promise you know what you
would you have me do?
I already know what you want. You requested a second. I already know what you want.
Jail for something like that.
And I promise you glory.
Well, here in the case, it turned out that one of our members in the group, there were 6 members in the group.
I shall not fail.
Was living in New York, was arrested, and later flipped the
You requested a second. Take me a moment.
That we had which one? So you had to be guilty.
Initiating
So I was the
construction.
one that to a non-custodial.
I am honored
because I was
that you
like
require my skills.
under 18. I was sentenced to a 20-month jail sentence. That was
Fear
suspended.
ensures loyalty.
I am
Where do you need
honored
me?
that you require my skills.
And then I was also
Shall I get started? Hustle up! Fear ensures loyalty.
after I was arrested,
Where do you need me?
when I
Shall
was
I
released
get
from
started?
jail, part of my bail conditions was that I was not supposed to use any device that
Ready to win the war, sir.
but
By
nowadays
the
they don't do
Emperor,
that
it
because
will be done.
I already know what you want.
because the only way they would tell is if I went on Facebook, for example, and I started, messaging people on Facebook. So as part of my sentence, I had to email the police every time I, for example, bought a new computer or just
I feel the Emperor's blessing return.
not allowed to use encryption.
We'll be off as soon as the funeral arrives.
Victory is assured. I will not fail.
So Anonymous isn't
Orders
active as it
received
used to be.
and understood.
Since I was arrested, there was a lot of
For the
activity.
Emperor's will, we are here.
There's also lots of spin-offs involved. There have been lots of activities but more by individuals and lone
My
actors
devotion
rather than
is assured.
like Anonymous.
Faith is all that. By the Emperor, it will be done.
Very aggressive.
Victory is assured.
Waved it up.
You have the honor
What
of
do you require?
You have chosen wisely. Tell your men to stay out of my way. What is your wish? On my soul it shall be done. Eager for action, sir.
Ready to transport.
From the Emperor's mouth to my ears, son. What would you have me do?
Following orders.
What is your wish?
I already know what you want.
By the Emperor, it will be done. You called, sir. Hustle up! 1, 2, 1, 2. By the Emperor, it will be done.
I am honored that you require my skills.
What would you have me do?
If that's what you wish, so be it. Very well, but use me wisely.
Shall I get started?
Again?
Victory is assured.
I will need me.
Where is his will needed?
Take me a moment.
By
By the Emperor,
My
it will
mind
not be.
bears a great pain.
They
Very
cannot
well.
withstand
What
us.
is your Use me wisely.
You called, sir. Own the double. Hustle up. One.
Awaiting instruction. Stroll through the countryside. Orders received and understood.
My devotion is assured.
Warming up the engine mode.
Want something? Where is his will needed? I stand ready to serve the Emperor.
Backbone of the guard. Ready to serve.
You called, sir.
Backbone of the guard. Ready to serve.
Yes, sir. What is your wish? You honor me. What would you have me do?
Those damn tech priests.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
By the Emperor, we've won. Eager for action, sir. Double time! What would you have me do? My scars prove my worth. My devotion is assured. What is your wish?
Warming up the engine mode. Standing by. It's an honor to serve the Emperor.
My devotion is assured.
Warming up the engine mode. Warming up the engine mode.
Eager for action, sir. Take the objective. Where is his will needed?
Standing by. Following orders. Orders received and understood. Orders received and understood. Ready to win the war, sir. Standing by. We'll be off as soon as the field arrives.
You called, sir.
I already know what you want.
By the Emperor, we've won. Let me inspire our men. What is your wish? You honor me.
I am honored that you require my skills. As you wish, so shall it be done. As you wish, so shall it be done. Initiating construction.
Fueled and ready to go. Following orders. Where are those damn
I am honored that you require my skills.
Objective secured. What now?
Give us a second to
Do
get
you
started.
know
Eager
what
for
you
action, sir.
ask? As you wish, so shall it be done.
Warming up the engine mode. Shadowless sky!
You have chosen wisely.
Honored that you require my skills. It will only take me a moment. A challenge worthy of my skill.
Fueled and ready to go. Ready for you.
do you require? Fate is foretold! If that's what you wish, so be it.
It will only take me a moment.
Ready to win the war, sir.
As you wish, so shall it be done. Initiating construction. I am honored that you require my skills. As you wish, so shall it be done.
What would you have me do? I obey without question!
Where are those damn warming up the instrument? Awaiting instructions. We will lead by example. Down is for the dying. We live by example and duty.
What would you have me do?
Build and ready to go. We will lead by example.
What would you have me do?
We are ready. We will lead by example. Come on, so shall it be.
Let me inspire our men! Taking heat!
Whatever you want.
It will only take me a moment. As you wish, so shall it be
Warming up
done.
the engine, my lord. Nothing like a stroll through the countryside. Orders received and understood. Backbone of the guard, ready to serve. Standing by. Down is for the dying.
What would you have me do?
Fueled and ready to go. Main gun ready! Fire! Whatever you want, we're ready.
My devotion is assured!
We'll handle it.
Let me inspire our men! What is your wish?
What do you require?
Where's our fire? Where's our fire support? We got it!
We will lead by example.
My devotion is assured!
What do you require?
Warming up the engine, my lord. Shadowless sky!
Let me inspire our men! I obey without question! I hear and I obey!
So you need me,
Let me inspire our men! It shall be so!
Standing by. Let's bloody the train! Awaiting instructions.
Boss! We got it! Let me inspire our men!
I already know what you want.
Damn tech priest. Main gun ready! Fire!
What do you require? The time for killing is upon us.
You have chosen wisely.
As you wish. Glory to the Emperor!
My mind bears a great pain!
Fueled and ready to go.
Yes, boss, sir.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
By the Emperor, it will be
Awaiting
done.
instructions.
You have chosen. Let me inspire our men. I will live.
Standing by.
What would you have me do?
What do Ogren do now?
What would you have me do? Objective secured. What now?
Shadowless sky! We will lead by example.
What do you require?
You shall have your prize. My devotion is assured.
Awaiting instructions.
You have chosen wisely. I hear and I obey. As you wish. I obey without question. Cut them down! I will lead the charge! As you wish. I hear and I obey.
We'll make the Emperor proud. Cannons ready! Damn tech priests.
Where is his will needed?
Ready to win the war, sir.
Victory is
All out the instruments. When we all stand the feeling on.
I will walk now. We did it, sir.
We'll handle it.
What do you require?
You have chosen wisely. As you wish.
We got it.
Where are those damn tech priests? Shadowless sky!
You want something?
I am honored that you require my skills.
Eager for action, sir.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
As you wish, so shall it be done. Initiating construction.
Objective secured.
Whatever you want.
What now? You called, sir.
Down is for the die. Over! Going true! Those damn tech priests.
Victory is assured. What would you have me do? You have chosen wisely.
What do Ogren do now?
All out the instruments. Fueled and ready to go. Main gun ready! Fire! Main gun ready! Fire! Whatever you want, we're ready. Acknowledge, sir.
I will walk
All out the
now.
engine mode.
By the Emperor, we've won.
Orders received and understood. We'll handle it. Ready to win the war, sir. Ready to act. Following orders.
Shall I get started? Take the objective.
Down is for the dying. Oh, you'll not find us lacking, sir. All out the engine mode. Up you are.
Let me inspire our men.
Fueled and ready to go. Main gun ready!
By the Emperor, we've won. Eager for action, sir. What would you have me do?
Ready to win the
By
war,
the
sir.
Emperor, it will be done.
Standing by.
Victory is assured. Where is his will needed? Inspire our men!
Yes, boss.
For the Emperor, my devotion is assured! My scars prove my worth!
We will lead by example. We live by example.
Eager for action, sir! Take the objective! What would you have me do?
Let us damn
Where is his will needed?
awaiting instructions.
Where is his will needed? Eager for action, sir!
I already know what you want.
Where is his will needed?
I am honored that you require my skills. Initiating construction. It will only take me a moment. Initiating construction.
By the Emperor, we've won!
Ready to win the war, sir.
More than any other race, the Eldar concerned themselves with the distant past and the distant future. In visions, Farseer Keris anticipated the reawakening of their ancient foes, the Necrons and Kaurava III. A webway gate, unused for many millennia, flickered to life. In the blink of an eye, a barren tract of the wasteland planet became a sprawling base of operations, and the Eldar army poured forth from it. Just as quickly, this stronghold vanished from the naked eye, concealed by Eldar artifice. The Eldar had learned long ago that no bulwark, no matter how strong, could halt the slow, implacable progress of the Necrons. Only illusion, deceit, and misdirection could accomplish that goal. And these are things at which the Eldar are peerless. The Eldar had prepared a harrowing gauntlet for their invaders, with all the feints and deceptions they could muster. This stronghold was not just a foothold, not just a key strategic point, not just home to many Eldar secrets. No! Through its long history, it had become sacred to the craft world Eldar, and they would defend it accordingly.
Approach. We are prepared.
Yes, Farseer, but...
Yes?
Must we fight?
We shall fight. They must never suspect. They shall come, expecting the obvious, the simple, the artless. They shall stab at the shadows with confused minds and troubled hearts. Meanwhile, we shall appear unseen from 10 directions, and from every one, strike a fatal blow. know the history of this place, which we call Esseler Talith and the young races call the Upper Wastes?
We, the Eldar, made our war camp here. In a past age?
Yes, that is so. Our ancestors came here to fight the Necrons when they were an overwhelming wave that swept the worlds. This system was one of their stages of destruction, their foundries of undeath. Our ancestors defeated them here. We constructed our war operations center here as an illusion. No brute army, no simple display of force could uncover its secrets, and none ever shall. No, it is more than an illusion. It is a clever trap, this place our ancestors forged. It is a net covered in leaves that the savage beast willingly stands on, tempted by a bloody morsel, only to find itself hoisted, trapped, at the hunter's mercy. No, we shall guard our secret. No force can strike a target it cannot find. We shall not yield up our foothold on this world. Karava was once ours, and shall be ours again.
The Eldar stronghold lies directly below us. Let us strike before they suspect anything. Where do you want us, sir?
And I promise you glory.
On the double? By the Emperor, you will have it. Look out! Here they come!
Time. Almost. Not yet.
Eager for action!
To safety.
For Emperor and Imperial!
Here's a great pain!
Stubbs Field Command and Tech Priest have been deployed and are ready for active duty. Get building immediately. Suddenly got a feeling this won't be easy. Yes, sir. Where do you want us, sir? Position confirmed, sir. Big guns ready to fire.
How little you understand the Eldar. You have stepped into our snare.
Require my
Do
skill.
not expect
As
to
you wish,
escape it
so shall
alive.
it be done.
You want to do this the hard way?
Challenge
That is
worthy of my
acceptable to the
skill.
Imperial Guard.
A challenge worthy of my skill.
Objective secured. What now? Sir, yes, sir. For the glory of the Imperium. Look out! Let them come!
Tech priest. We'll be off as soon as the fuel arrives.
Big guns ready to fire.
Do you require?
Yes, of course I do.
Do you know what you have?
Sir, yes, sir.
It will only take me a moment.
What are your orders? Sir, yes, sir. You have chosen wisely. It shall be so.
I am on it.
You have chosen wisely.
As you wish, so shall it be
You
done.
have chosen wisely. By the Emperor, you will have it.
Thank you, machine spirit, for our signal. Require my skill.
Big guns ready to fire. We'll cover our men. We'll get there as fast as we can. Big guns ready to fire. Ready and willing, sir. Heavy weapons on the move.
I already know what you want. That's what you wish. As you wish, so shall it be done. Initiating construction. I am on it. Initiating construction.
My devotion is assured.
It is my duty to serve.
I'm doing it from here.
Who summons me? A simple task, perhaps. It is my duty to serve.
It will only take me a moment. A challenge worthy of my skill.
We'll cover our men for the glory of the Imperium.
As you wish, so shall it be done. Initiating construction.
Ready and willing, sir. Ready and willing, sir. Sir, yes, sir.
It will only take me a moment. I shall hurry. Of course. Initiating construction. It will only take me a moment. Of course.
Yes, boss.
Sir, yes, sir.
As you wish, so shall it be done. A challenge worthy of my skill. I am honored that you require my skills. A challenge worthy of my skill.
Who summons me?
It will only take me a moment.
Nothing will get through our field of fire.
I am honored that you require my skills. Initiating construction.
What are your orders? Is that the best you've got to? For every one of us who falls, 10 more will take his place. Get through our field of fire. What would you have me do? Overrun! It's my duty to serve. The best you've got. What are your orders? Thought they broke our backs. What would you have me do? Glory to the Emperor! Sir, yes, sir. Executing your orders, sir. It is my duty to serve for the glory of the Imperium.
More fighters and generals are needed on the field. Send word to their base camp and have it down immediately.
Sir, yes, sir. Shall I get started? Who summons me? Big guns ready to fire. Where do you want us, sir?
My devotion is assured. My scars prove my worth.
You will have it.
Do you know what you ask?
It is my duty to serve.
Let me inspire our men. I obey without question. What would you have me do?
Looks like everything's in order, sir. Reporting for duty, sir, if such is the Emperor's will.
What? Righto, boss.
Damn tech priests.
I am honored that you require my skills. A challenge worthy of my skill.
Present and accounted for precisely. Sir, yes, sir. For the glory of the Imperium. Looks like everything's in order, sir.
What would you have me do?
I am honored that you require my skills. A challenge worthy of my skill.
If such is the Emperor's will. Looks like everything's in order, sir. Nothing will get through our
Do
field
you
of fire.
know what you ask?
It's an honor to serve the Imperium, sir. Who summons me?
The machine spirits are willing.
Let me inspire our men!
I am on it. I will ease the machine's pain.
Eager for action, sir! We'll cover our men!
I am honored that you require my skills. The machine spirits are willing.
Shall I get started? Eager for action, sir!
So you need me now. I knew you'd say that. I already know what you want. My mind bears a great pain.
Nothing will get through our field of fire. Eager for action, sir! Anything for the Imperium! Eager for action, sir!
I am honored that you require my
Eager for action, sir! On the double! Eager for action, sir! 1, 2!
I am honored that you require my skills.
Look out! Here they come!
A challenge worthy of my
Shall I
skill.
get started? Eager for action,
As
sir!
you wish, so shall it be done.
You will try to strike back, but in vain. We will not be there.
My mind bears a great pain. My mind bears a great pain.
Eager for action, sir!
I am honored that you require my skills. Initiating construction.
What would you have me do? I hear and I obey.
Warm me up the engine, my lord. Where are those damn tech priests?
Yes, of course I'll help.
So you need me
You called,
now.
sir! Eager for action, sir!
I am on it. A challenge worthy of my skill.
Reporting
As you
for duty,
wish,
sir!
so shall it be done.
Where are those damn tech
You
priests?
have chosen wisely. I obey without question. You called, sir. By the Emperor, you will have it.
only take me a moment. I hold the secrets of the machine. A challenge worthy of my skill. As you wish, so shall it be done. Secrets of the machine.
You called, sir?
Yes, boss. Sure thing, boss.
Shall I get started? Eager for action, sir. Eager for action, sir. Shall I get started?
As you wish, so shall it be done.
My mind is
So you read me now. I know you say that.
Eager for action, sir. You called, sir. We'll cover our men. Every soldier for himself! Where do you want us, sir? We'll cover our men. Eager for action, sir. Retreat again and I'll shoot you. You called, sir. Shall I get started? Is that the best you've got? You called, sir. It's such as the Emperor's will.
Do not stop until we are victorious.
Righto, boss.
What are your orders? You called, sir. It is my duty to serve. If such is the Emperor's will.
I am on it. A challenge worthy of my skill. As you wish, so shall it be done.
Shall I get started?
So you read me now. As you wish, so shall it be done.
Awaiting instructions.
Eager for action, sir. Shall I get started? We'll cover our men.
As you wish, so shall it be done. A challenge worthy of my skill. Initiating construction. You require my skills.
You called, sir.
my skills.
Shall I get started? Fear ensures loyalty. Where do you need me? We're under fire!
I am on it. I already know what you shall I learn to fear me?
Where do you need me? There's too many of them! Sir. Eager for action, ensures loyalty. I shall see to it. Where do you need me, sir? Shall I get started? Where do you want? Shall I get started? What is your wish? Hear me! It will be done. Victory is sure now. Look out! It will be done. Victory is assured. I stand ready, sir. What is your wish?
You think to defeat us? You do not even know where to look for us. And you will be dead long before
Request is cycle. What do you require?
Ready to transport our men.
I assume command.
Fear me, but follow!
Follow. And I promise you glory.
What is your wish?
Orders received and understood.
By the Emperor's will, we are here. We're ready to go, sir. We've got experience in these things.
As you wish, so shall it be done. So you meet me.
Victory is assured.
Who summons me?
Tell the men the cavalry's arrived.
I am on it.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Taking hits!
Initiating construction.
Standing by.
Let me preach his name!
Yes, boss. Alright.
Is that the best you've got?
not more light wings in the air.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
We are at war.
What?
Deploy all interceptors.
My mind bears a great pain.
We will serve.
My mind bears a great pain.
Where is his will needed? You honor me. Yes,
I shall not.
By the Emperor.
Big guns ready to fire. Big guns ready to fire.
What do you require?
What is your will to now?
Do you know what's your ask?
We're under fire.
As you wish, so shall it be done. I am on it.
Is that a blasting gun?
By the Emperor, it will be.
Where do you want us, sir? Fate's all that matters.
What do you require? Very well, but use me wisely.
Let me inspire our men.
I am on it. This able beast should get us
Out of
there.
the guard, ready to serve. Understood.
As you
That's
wish,
right.
so shall it be done. What do you require? Hey, no,
What is your
you
wish?
say that?
What do Ogren do now?
So you need me now.
You have chosen wisely.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Let me inspire our men. Are you ready to die for me?
Out of the guard, ready to serve.
You have chosen wisely.
Try my skill.
Moving into position.
Be at your own peril and fight. The Emperor's blessing return. They cannot withstand us. What is your wish?
Damn tech priest standing by. Forming up the engine.
Thank you, machine spirit, for our safe survival. The machine spirits are willing. I shall hurry.
Awaiting instruction.
What would you have me do?
As you wish,
You
so shall
have
it be
chosen
done.
wisely. My devotion is assured. Make haste.
So you need me now.
Warming up the engine mode.
My devotion is
Do
assured.
you know what you ask?
Ready to act.
My mind bears a
I
great
will
pain.
walk now.
My mind bears a great pain.
Acknowledge, sir.
My devotion is assured. From here on, we march.
Last week,
Victory! You have chosen wisely.
Awaiting instruction. Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
So you need me now.
Taking hits!
I cannot move. Do you know what you ask?
Taking hits!
He will pay for their arrogance.
You have chosen wisely.
What do you require? My mind bears a great pain.
Where is his will needed?
Will pay for their arrogance.
Do you know what
Victory
you ask?
is assured. Taking hits! You have chosen wisely. I obey without
As you
question.
wish, so shall it be done.
Those damn tech priests. Backbone of the
The best you've got is assured. We lost because you return.
So you read me now.
What is your wish? I will not fail. You have chosen wisely. As you wish. As you wish. We lost because you were on we so.
Warm out the engine, my lord.
My devotion is assured.
Warm out the engine, my lord. Awaiting instructions. Moving into position.
I will work the first of you who retreat. Wisely. By the Emperor it will be done. I now must raise yours to me.
Ready to wait for
What would you have me do? My devotion is assured.
ready to win the war, son.
You cannot withstand us.
Do you read me? I am honored. Why am I scared?
What is your wish? Orders received.
Ready to win the war, son.
Now, this one like it.
Where is his will needed?
What do Ogren do now?
By the Emperor
Do
it
you
will be done.
know what
Will
you
only take me
ask?
a moment. By the Emperor it will be done.
My mind bears a great pain.
It's an honor to serve the
Let
Emperor.
me look out! Here they come!
And understood.
Will only take me a moment.
Let me inspire our men. I am but a humble servant.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Assassin here.
Of course.
Who summons me? Tell your men to stay out of my way.
I am honored that you require my skill.
Ready and willing, sir.
I already know what she wants.
My devotion is assured.
That you require my skill. I am honored that you require my
My
skill.
devotion is assured.
Quake at my shadow.
Standing by. Those damn tech priests.
Let me
So you read
inspire our
me
men. What would you have
So
me
you
do?
read me now.
Warm out the engine, my lord.
Let me
So you read
inspire
me
our men.
Moving into position. Warm out the engine, my lord. Orders received and understood. Time to
You know what's your task. It shall be so.
Damn tech priest.
Tearing inspire our men! We'll pay for their arrogance!
Will only take me.
I stand ready to serve the Emperor. I will master it. What would they cut them down! Cut them down! Victory is assured. I will have someone's head on it. To hear it forever. My mind hears a great cutting hits. My scars prove my word. Victory is assured. I will not beg. We inspire our men. I obey. Question. Away instruction.
As you wish. Will only take me.
Yes, yes, of course I'll help. Hush, say no more, my lord.
deaths will be honored. Only victory matters now.
By the Emperor, it will be done.
It will only take me a moment.
I already know what you want.
Sounded like a strong countryside.
It will only take me a moment. Initiating construction.
What would you have me do?
What do Ogren do now?
So you need me now?
Yes, master.
Standing by.
From here on, we'll march.
Want something?
Victory is assured. On my soul it shall be done.
Want something?
I will walk now. My devotion is assured.
Following orders. Where are those damn tech priests?
As you wish, so shall it be done. Initiating construction.
Standing by. We'll be off as soon as the
mind
fuel
bears
arrives.
We're under fire!
Pain!
Let me inspire our men.
You want something?
Shall our day start?
Awaiting instructions. Awaiting instructions. As soon as we perceive the machine's spirit, we'll be off as soon as the fuel arrives. Following
It will
orders.
only take me a moment. These repairs may require some time.
My devotion is assured.
Acknowledge, son.
What is Ogren do now?
My mind bears a great pain. Let me inspire our men.
Awaiting instructions. Sounds easy enough. Standing by. Orders received and
Do you
understood.
know what you ask? I knew you'd say
Ready to act.
that.
Orders received and understood. Where are those damn tech priests?
New coat, sir.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
My devotion is assured. I obey without question. My scars prove my worth. I obey without question.
Sounds easy enough. We'll be off as soon as the fuel arrives. Awaiting instructions.
Is that the best you've got?
I am on it. I will ease the machine.
Standing by. All guns, keep fire until they glow.
You have chosen. Eager for action, sir.
take me.
What would you have? My scars prove my worth. My devotion is assured. You have chosen.
Our nightwing production has been
A
destroyed.
challenge worthy of my
I see how
skill.
many roads to victory growing fewer and more arduous. Yet, there is still hope.
My devotion is assured. What would you have me do?
Good. We must press on.
What would you have me do? It shall be so! Eager for action, sir! Let me inspire our men!
I am honored.
Nothing will get through our field.
skill.
Where do you want us, sir? Vision confirmed.
As you wish, so shall it be. Initiating construction. I already know what you want.
You have chosen. Where do you want us, sir? Heavy weapons on the move.
It will only take me a moment. A challenge worthy of my skill. I already know what you want.
You have chosen wisely. It shall be so! It shall be so! It shall be so! What would you have me do? What would you have me do? Shall I get started? On the double? My scars prove my worth!
It will only take me a moment. It will only take me a moment. It will only take me a moment. A challenge worthy of my skill.
You called, sir. What would you have me do? I hear and I obey.
I'll take it from here.
As you wish, so shall it be done. I am honored that you require my skills. Initiating construction. Thank you, Machine Spirit, for our safe arrival. Initiating construction.
Big guns ready to fire! Moving to new firing position.
It will only take me a moment.
You have chosen wisely.
the engine mode.
Initiating construction.
Look out! Relocated. Where do you want us, sir? Let me inspire our men.
Very well, but
You have chosen wisely. I hear and I obey. I obey without question.
Standing by.
It shall be
Eager
so!
for action, sir!
On the double! What is your wish?
Eager for action, sir!
You have chosen wisely. My scars prove my worth! As you wish! As you wish! Standing by.
Do you know what you ask?
Let me inspire our men! My scars prove my worth! I hear and I obey.
I am on it. A challenge worthy of my skill. I am honored that you require my skills. Initiating construction.
Standing by. We'll be off as soon as the fuel arrives.
Cover our men!
I already know
Nothing will get through our field of fire. Moving to new fire through our field of fire.
Ready to serve.
By the Emperor, it will be done.
What do you require?
Ready and willing, sir.
Where is his will needed?
My mind bears a great pain.
What is your wish? On my soul it shall be done. What would you have me do?
My mind bears a great pain. If that's what you wish, so be it.
Eager for action, sir! Thanks for the ride.
What is your wish? You have chosen wisely.
Acknowledged, sir. Awaiting instructions.
Is that the best you've got?
My mind bears a great pain.
Look out! Here they come!
It will only take me a moment. I will ease the machine.
You have chosen wisely.
Warm out the engine mode.
It shall be so!
I am honored that you require my skill.
Ready and willing, sir. Nothing will get through our field of fire.
Ready to win the war,
My
sir.
mind bears
My
a great
devotion
pain.
is assured.
I'll take it from here. Standing by.
My mind bears a great pain. I am honored that you require my skill.
You have chosen wisely.
It will only take me a moment. My mind bears a great pain. My mind bears a great pain. I know you.
Where
said
is his will
that.
needed?
Who summons me? Tell your men to stay out of my way.
What is your wish? You have chosen wisely. My scars prove my worth.
Ready and willing, sir.
My devotion is assured.
I am on it. A challenge worthy of my skill. Do you know
What would you have
what
me do?
you ask?
Ready and willing, sir. Nothing will get through our field of fire.
So you read
Let me
now.
inspire our men. Let me inspire
I
our
already
men.
know what you want.
We'll get there as fast as we can. We'll get through our field of fire.
I am honored that you require my
Where do you
skill.
want us, sir? We'll get there as fast as we can. Where do you want us, sir?
As you wish, so shall it be done. I am on it. These repairs may require some time.
Devotion is assured. You have chosen wisely.
So you read me now.
Let me inspire our men. So,
It will only take me a moment.
my devotion is assured. Let me inspire our men. What would you have? My scars prove my word. Let me inspire our men. Without my devotion is assured. What would you have? You have chosen wisely.
It will only take me a moment. Initiating construction. It will only take me a moment. Initiating construction. I'll take care of it, Lord. The machine spirits are willing.
Awaiting instructions.
What would you have me do?
So you read me now.
Let me inspire our men. I hear and I obey.
Warming up the engine mode.
My devotion is assured. My scars prove my worth.
So you read me now.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve. Awaiting instructions.
Let me inspire our men. What would you have? My scars prove my worth. You have chosen.
As you wish.
You have chosen wisely.
They won't know what hit them. Those damn tech priests.
We're under fire!
Run them over! Run them over! Understood. Let's ride.
Raise our fire
We'll be off
support!
as soon as the fuel arrives.
Let me inspire our men.
I am on it.
What would you have me do? I hear and I obey.
My mind bears a great pain. As you wish, so shall it be done.
Ready to serve.
Inspire our men, as you wish.
Ready to win the war, sir.
Let me inspire our men. A chance to prove our word.
Form out the
Let me inspire our men.
standing by. Orders received and
You have chosen wisely, as you wish.
So you read me now. If that's what you wish.
standing by.
Will only take me a moment.
Shall I get started?
Awaiting instruction.
You have chosen wisely. We're under fire! You have chosen wisely. I hear and I obey.
Do you know what you ask? If that's what you wish, so be it. Have fate is foretold! Have fate is foretold! Very well, but use
Let me inspire our
wisely.
men. My scars prove my worth. You have chosen. You have chosen. Shall I get started?
You requested a psycho, my lord. What do you require? Have my mind bears a great pain.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Where is his will needed? You honor me. Inspire our men. Let me inspire our men.
Leave now while you can.
What? Another stronghold? Let's hope this is the last.
What would you have me
Now
do?
just how are we gonna get over there?
On the double? I'd give my life if that's what's asked. I shall see to it personally, sir.
General Stubbs, strange energy signatures have been detected, sir. Shall we look into it?
My mind bears
Let
a
me
great
inspire
pain.
our men. I'd give my life if that's what's asked. Let me inspire our men. You have chosen wisely. What is your wish? Orders received and
What do
understood.
you require? So you read me now.
We're under fire!
The guard, ready to serve.
By the Emperor,
My
it will
mind
be done.
fears a great
Victory
pain.
is assured. I stand ready to serve the
You
Emperor.
know what you ask.
Look out! Here he
You
comes!
know what you ask.
Big guns ready to fire.
Yes, yes, of course I know.
Form in at the engine, my lord. We'll be off as soon as the fuel arrives. Understood. Let's ride.
Yes, yes, of course I know.
Honored that you require my skills. Initiating construction.
Blast those turrets!
A challenge
Must be
worthy
some way
of
to
my
shut them
skill.
down.
Eager for action, sir. From the Emperor's mouth to my ears, sir.
Very well, but use me wisely. Now.
We're under fire! Storm them!
Victory is assured. Victory is assured. By the Emperor, it will be done.
Look out! Here they come!
Read me now. Rip that thoughts asunder! What's your plan?
Where is his will needed? You honor me. The end of days is upon us. I will not be caught.
On the double!
Do you read me now?
By the Emperor, it will
I
be done.
already know what's
Onward march!
the time.
Victory is upon us.
Do you read me now?
Who summons me? A simple task, perhaps.
Awaiting instructions.
What would you have me do?
I fear they have disabled one of the illusion barrier devices. Then the other ones must not fall.
By the Emperor, it will be done.
Hustle up! 1, 2, 1, 2!
Where are those damn tech priests?
We did it, sir. Is that the best you've got?
Where are those damn tech priests? Orders received and understood.
Victory is assured. I stand ready to serve the Emperor.
I already know what you want. Very well, but use me wisely. I am on it.
I shall not fail. A simple task, perhaps.
Look out!
As you wish, so shall it be done. I will keep my machine safe. As you wish, So shall it be done.
Ready and willing, sir. Heavy weapons on the move.
What is your wish? I stand ready to serve the order. To battle! Where is his will needed?
Sounds easy enough. Following orders.
Where is his will needed?
Sounds easy enough. Where are those damn tech priests?
You have chosen.
So you mean
You have chosen. Tiger heads!
Ready to win the war, sir. Stand on the strong countryside.
My devotion is assured.
here's a great
New cold, sir.
Ready to win the war, sir. Orders received and hunted. Ready to serve.
My devotion is assured. Serve. Is assured.
Ready to win the war, sir. And bloody victory.
Devotion is assured.
My mind fears a great pain.
You have chosen. Lightning. Fire control. My devotion is assured. Glory to the Emperor.
What do you require? My mind fears a great pain.
Such is the Emperor's will.
I am honored that you require my skill.
Awaiting instructions. Time to rampage. Backbone of the guard. Ready to serve. All guns keep firing. On they go. Ready to
Such is the Emperor's will.
So you need me.
I stand ready to serve.
You have chosen. What is your wish? What would you have me do?
Warm out the engine, my lord.
Victory is assured.
Do you know what you ask?
Awaiting instructions. Awaiting instructions. Backbone of the guard. Ready to serve. Standing by.
What would you have me do?
I already know what you want. I know you. What do you require? Very well.
Let me inspire our men.
Hello? I will do as you ask. A true servant never yields to doubt.
I shall not fail.
Where's our fires to beacons? Ready to fire.
Setting up.
I am on it. Easy matter for one of you.
Is assured. Orders received and understood. You honor me.
Who summons me? In position to strike. They will die silently.
Where is his will needed?
As you wish, so shall it be done. Initiating construction.
What is your wish?
Yes, of course I'll help.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Victory is assured.
I am by my skill.
By the Emperor it goes. By the Emperor it
is assured. We'll cover our men.
I'll take it from here.
Big guns, ready to fire. Ready and willing, sir. Position confirmed. By the Emperor, it will be done.
I shall not fail.
Victory is assured. Head for it. What is your wish?
Take Needham.
Yes, we'll get through our field of fire. We'll get there as fast as we can. Where do you want us? Say the Emperor, it will be done.
Who summons me?
Retreat is not an option.
I am honored that you require my skills.
Do you know you have to fight me? My devotion is assured.
Ready to win the war, sir. Understood. Let's ride. Orders received and understood. Ready to win the war, sir.
Let me inspire our men. As you wish. My devotion is assured.
I already know what you want.
Shall I get started? Victory is assured. Where's our fire support? To battle! Let me inspire our men. Glory! My mind here. What would pain? No one can serve the true This is rally right.
I shall not fail. One strike is all I need.
I stand ready to serve.
I will do as you ask.
What would you have me do? As you wish.
My mind bears a great pain. Rarely take me.
Yes, yes, of course I'll help. Yes, yes, of course I'll help.
Is that the best you've got?
Yes, boss.
I hold the secrets of the machine. As you wish, so shall it be done. These repairs may require some time. Your question is already know what you want. I assume command!
Ogrita now! Ogres follow orders!
What would you have me do? Let me preach his
Wait
name!
at my shadow.
Awaiting instructions.
is assured.
Sounds easy enough.
Let me inspire our men. I hear and I obey. Let me inspire our men. Victory is assured. My devotion is assured. Our death will be magnificent.
Ready to win the war, sir.
Do you know what you ask?
Eager for action, sir. You have chosen wisely.
Ready and willing, sir. Where do you want us, sir? We'll get there as fast. Where do you want us, sir? Position confirmed, sir. We'll get there as fast as.
Where is his will needed? Where is his will needed?
Big guns ready to fire. Relocate. This is the best of all. Where do you want us, sir?
Who's up now? I can change the time now.
Of course. The machine spirits are winning. Do you know what you ask?
Ready and willing, sir.
What is your wish?
Do you read me?
Hello? Sure thing, boss.
I already know what you want. Follow me, and I promise
What
you
is your
glory.
wish? On my soul it shall be done. What would you have me do? I obey without question. You have chosen wisely.
My mind
Under fire!
feels a great pain.
That's what follows the horn! You have chosen wisely. Please inspire our men. You have chosen wisely.
Where are those damn tech freaks?
The double.
Awaiting instructions. Strong every time.
What would you have me do? My scars prove my worth.
Damn tech freaks.
What would you have me do?
My mind feels a great pain.
Awaiting instructions. Ready to win the war, sir.
Run!
He will pay
Where
for
is his will needed?
We'll cover our men.
We cannot hold
You will have our backs.
Thought they broke our backs.
What are your orders?
First part of the guard, ready to serve.
What is your wish?
Sir, yes, sir.
You will have it. Where is his will needed?
All right, men. Time to wage war. Big guns ready to fire. We'll cover our men.
They will quake at my shadow. Tell your men to stay out of my way.
Dealing fire. I
By the Emperor, it will be done.
All on the edge of the Lord. Attack! Will the officers ready to win the war, sir?
Eager for action, sir. Don't fire until I say so.
Do you know what you have?
Shall I get started? Is that the best you've got?
Yes, I have seen this. Do not yet despair, my sister. They have not foreseen
What do you require? They knew you'd say that?
Where is his will needed? On my soul it shall be done. We'll cover our men.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
What would you have me do? Nothing will get through our field of fire. Big guns ready to fire. It shall be so!
They will quake at my shadow. Tell your men to stay out of my way.
Where's our fire support?
Awaiting instructions.
It will be my honor. Let me breathe his mind!
Here's a great pain!
All to the edge of the Lord. Damn tech priest.
So you need me now?
Shall I get started?
I will do as you ask.
Shall I get started?
Damn tech priests. We'll be officers of
My mind
Imperial.
bears a great pain!
On the double! Don't fire until I say so!
All on the edge of the Lord. We'll be officers of Imperial. Following orders. Go through the countryside. We'll be officers of fuel arrives. Ready to win the war, sir.
Let me inspire our men! Eager for action! Where's our fire support? Is assured.
So you need me now?
Ready and willing, sir. Nothing will get through our field of fire.
So you need me
is
now?
assured.
Do you know what you ask?
Is that the best you've got? Ready and willing, sir. I obey without question.
So you need me now?
We'll cover our men. You have chosen wisely. It's a brave one. This is the best you've got. We'll cover our men. My devotion is assured. What do you mean? Inspire our men.
What do you require?
Inspire our men. Our dead.
What do you require?
Cut them down!
Ready to win the war, sir. As soon as we beseech the machine's spirit.
What would you have me do? What is your wish? I stand ready. Eager for action, sir.
I am on it. These repairs may require some time.
My devotion is assured. I
First part of the guard, ready to serve. First part of the guard, ready to serve.
would you have me do? What would you
So
have
you
me
need
do?
me now.
Our days will be magnificent!
Ready and willing, sir. Big guns, ready to fire.
Hey,
Where is his
you
will
say
needed?
That?
You honor me. My devotion is assured. Let me inspire our men.
Standing by. Awaiting instructions.
Let me inspire our men.
New code, sir.
Forming at the engine, my lord. We'll be off as soon as the fuel arrives. Fire! Forming at the engine, my lord. Sounding like a stroll through the countryside.
What is your wish? The end of days is upon the
Direction, sir.
What would you have me do? I hear and I obey. My scars prove my worth.
Forming at the engine, my lord.
Do you know what you ask?
Ready to win the war, sir. Attack! Those damn tech priests. Sounding like a stroll through the countryside.
What is your wish? I will not
Awaiting instructions. Let's bloody the train.
What is your wish? You have chosen.
I already know what you want.
Ready to win the war, sir.
Victory is assured. You have chosen wisely.
Forming at the engine, my lord. Backbone of the guard, ready to serve. Standing by.
What is your wish? What would you have me do?
Do you know what you ask?
Where is his will needed?
Ready to win the war, sir.
Inspire our men.
Fall to my mind!
Forming at the engine, my lord. Let's bloody the treads.
Very quickly.
Eager direction, sir.
Forming at the engine, my lord. Following orders. Let's bloody the treads.
New code, sir.
Where's our father?
New code, sir. This is it, men. The moment of glory.
Inspire our men.
Initiate strike run. We will the Emperor. New code, sir.
I will not fail.
I will not falter again. Fall back! Very well.
You honor me.
Do you know what you ask?
Victory is assured.
Do you know what you ask?
Reporting for
Emperor's mouth to my ears, sir.
You have chosen wisely.
If such is the Emperor's will.
Yes, sir.
Do you read me?
Is a
Run!
Wisely.
Nothing will get through our field of fire.
This is impossible. I cannot by the Emperor, it will.
It's my duty to serve. Stand ready to serve.
Oh no!
We've been overrun!
Ask!
Time for payback!
Victory is assured.
Reporting for duty, sir. We won't let you down, sir.
We will lead by example. We lead by example. Ready to serve.
Hearing fire!
Awaiting instructions.
It will be my honor.
Victory is assured.
If such is the Emperor's will. We'll cover our men. We'll cover our men.
Let me inspire our men. Are you ready to die
It will
for
be
me?
my honor.
We will lead by example.
Where is his will needed?
Standing ready.
We'll handle it. Failure is the weakness of the enemy.
My devotion
Shall
is
I get-
assured.
What are your orders?
We will lead by example.
Sir, yes, sir. Eager for action, sir.
My devotion is assured. Inspire our men.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve. Orders received and understood.
Sir, yes, sir. You called, sir. Take the objective.
We will lead by example.
You have chosen wisely. My scars prove my devotion is assured. Where is his will needed? What would you have me do? My scars prove my worth.
Warming up the engine, my lord. Following orders. Orders received and understood.
Is that the best you've got?
Following orders.
By the Emperor, it will be done.
We will lead by example. Ready to win the war, sir. Whatever you want, we're ready. As you command, so shall it be. Get into the raid, ready to serve.
What would you have me do? What would you have me do? It shall be so. My devotion is assured.
Victory is assured. By the Emperor, it will be done.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve. Sounding like a stroll through the countryside. Time to rampage!
What would you have me do? What would you have me do? It shall be so!
Standing by.
It will only take me a moment.
No! What's your task? Eager for action, sir!
We must fight.
From the Emperor's mouth to my ears, sir!
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Look out! Here they come! Of them shall I get started! We got it! I shall see to it personally, sir. Where is his will needed? Eager for action, sir. Let me inspire our men. You have chosen wisely. I will have some respect for this. Time to strike back hard. You honor me. On my soul, it's every side. It's every pain. Victory is assured. Let me inspire our men.
Whatever you want.
Time to strike back hard. Is not
my mind bears a great pain.
We'll make the Emperor proud.
You called, sir. Hustle up! 1, 2, 1, 2! By the Emperor, it will be done.
As you wish, so shall it be done. I will ease the machine.
Let us see how they deal with the shining leaf. They are no ordinary pirates.
On my soul, Jimmy.
Oh no!
No, you will not accept. As you will. Let me inspire our Let me inspire our men!
Awaiting instructions. All guns keep firing until
ready to fire. Position, ready to fire. Heavy weapons on the move.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve. Understood. Let's ride. Standing by.
I am honored that you require my skills.
Let me inspire our men!
Forming up the engine mode. Following orders. Forming up the engine mode.
I am honored that you require my skills.
My devotion is assured! My devotion is assured!
Awaiting instructions. Focus. Keep firing.
What would you have me do?
Ready to win the war, sir. Let's get him on, so shouldn't be. Focus. Control the engine mode. Understood. Let's ride.
Devotion is assured!
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
My scars me inspire our men!
Nothing will get through our feet.
Because you will get started!
Falter
I shall
again.
see to it personally, sir. Eager for action, sir. Initiate striking line. It shall be
We came here long, long ago. We did battle with our deathless foes, the Necrons, and won. This day we have lost. If they swarm again like locusts here, some other must stop them. For we shall be gone.
ancient Eldar stronghold had resided on Karava III, took the 252nd Conservator Regiment entirely by surprise. Something that General Vance Stubbs was not pleased to hear of. After sending the officers responsible for intelligence on Karava III to the firing squads, General Stubbs undertook to remove all non-Imperial presences from the planet. Although the strategies and technology of the Eldar far outmatched his abilities, the fearless general marshaled firepower and heavy armor to great advantage, finally revealing, cornering, and removing the Eldar forces from the face of the map. What the Imperial Guard found after the battle was evidence of an Eldar military presence older than theirs, and, in fact, older than the very Imperium. General Stubbs paused only a moment to wonder at this, before ordering nearly all of the Eldar structures and artifacts summarily destroyed. In Stubbs' mind, Karava III was a waste planet, good for mining a few necessary military installations, and no more. The upper wastes would make a finer low-grade outpost for the Imperial Guard. The 252nd Caravan Conservator Regiment proved the right to rule in no uncertain terms. General Vance Stubbs' ability to organize and reform this long-neglected army did not go unnoticed by the Sigmentum top brass. His career could not fail to rise, in time, beyond the role of Governor General to a small star system. For the time being, however, Stubbs busied himself and his proud regiment in post-war reconstruction. Thankfully, the warp storm vanished of its own accord. Karava IV was suitable for resettlement. Only Karava III did not feel the commotion of construction, mining, and terraforming. This planet was left largely barren. Who could say what else slept beneath those sands? In time, the system became a proud Imperial hub, and famed Guard academies turned out superior infantry, second only to Caster itself. Karava became home to proud human populations, warlike and devoted to the Emperor. In these times, it would be hard to imagine that a bloody war had been fought, or that heresy and chaos had ever been there.